Chapter 1391. The dwelling place of the ancient Buddhist Lord was definitely the most mysterious place in the world. Even the arhats of the heavenly Buddha path could not enter the depths of the holy palace. Each level of the holy palace required a corresponding level of cultivation and strength to enter. Each level was imprinted with the path of enlightenment of the Buddhist masters from different periods of time. Only arhats who succeeded in severing their Tao were qualified to enter the holy palace. However, only Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma could enter the second level of the holy palace. The others could only wander around the first level. Legend has it that only by passing through the 9 levels of the holy palace could one achieve the Buddhist Saint Tao fruit, cultivate the Buddhist Saint true body, and become a saint among Buddhas, looking down on the world. However, even a demisage like Heavenly Dharma could only enter the second level of the holy palace. To pass through the 9 levels of the holy palace was no different from ascending to the 9 heavens. At this time, the crowd followed Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma into the first level of the holy palace. Here, Buddhist aura was everywhere, and there were wondrous Buddhist trees growing everywhere. It was a type of golden Buddhist tree. Its entire body looked as if it was cast from gold. Every branch, every leaf, flowed with Buddhist aura. On the branches of some of the Buddhist trees, there were golden fruits the size of a fist. The fruits contained spiritual energy, and were definitely a type of spiritual fruit. Is this the legendary Golden Buddha tree? Golden Buddha fruit, a spiritual root of heaven and earth. Some of the arhats were entering the holy palace for the first time. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Could this be the undying God tree that the ancient Buddhist Lord obtained? However, there was only one undying God tree, and it was a spiritual root of heaven and earth. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist Lord was able to achieve Tao because of this undying God tree. Heavenly Dharma ignored these people. He directly displayed the supreme Buddhist Dharma, using the Buddhist arts to replay the past. The scenes of Gu Fei and He Tian entering the heavenly Buddha path appeared on the Buddhist aura in front of Heavenly Dharma. What? An outsider actually entered the heavenly Buddha path, and even barged into the holy palace. How is this possible? The arhats were dumbfounded. This was unprecedented. How could an outsider enter the heavenly Buddha path? One had to know that this was the supreme Buddhist land of bliss that the ancient Buddhist Lord refined. Am I seeing things? Some of the sons of Buddha couldn't believe what they were seeing. Only the sons of Buddha recognized by the universal Buddha light could enter the heavenly Buddha path. This rule was set by the ancient Buddhist Lord and no one had ever broken it. Heavenly Fa waved his hand and the mirror-like Buddhist light in front of him immediately disappeared. Grand Elder, the old monk's snow-white eyebrows were trembling. Even though he had the cultivation and strength of a semi-sage, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this time. Heavenly Law didn't say anything, but his expression was ugly to behold. Someone actually dared to take advantage of the Buddha land's demonic influence. Not only did they break into the heavenly Buddha path, they even broke into the holy palace. This was a humiliation to all the arhats of the heavenly Buddha sect. Swoosh! Fa Tian's figure instantly vanished on the spot. The monk and the other half-saint were stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing them to be extremely shocked. The first level of the holy palace was like a boundless golden world. Here, golden trees could be seen everywhere. However, these trees weren't the legendary immortal golden Buddha tree. This was because there was only one immortal golden Buddha tree in this world. It was obtained by the ancient Buddhist Lord and became the supreme tree of Buddhism. Some of the sons of Buddha had already vaguely guessed that this immortal golden Buddha tree was most likely in the holy palace. Even if the golden tree in the first level of the holy palace wasn't the legendary golden Buddha tree, it was most likely a rare species. The golden spiritual fruits on the branches contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, which was a type of auspicious spiritual energy that was close to Buddhist energy. This isn't the golden Buddha tree, nor is it the golden Buddha fruit, but it's also a type of spiritual fruit. After consuming it, it can increase one's cultivation. The monk said. Then, can we? The sloppy monk looked at the golden fruits on the branches of the golden tree and his eyes lit up. This was the first time he entered the holy palace, so he didn't know that there were such spiritual fruits in the first level of the Holy Palace. "Fellow Buddhists, please help yourselves," the long-browed monk said as he sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He began to inhale and exhale Buddhist energy and entered a meditative state to cultivate. The golden Buddhist light around him immediately gathered towards him. The Buddhist energy there was extremely abundant, far more than any other blessed enclave could compare to. The Buddhist energy here could be easily refined, and cultivating in such a place was not as simple as getting twice the results with half the effort. The other half-sage also sat down. They were quietly waiting for news because the great elder of Law Heaven had already gone to the second level of the Holy Palace. The two outsiders had probably already broken into the second level of the Holy Palace. The sloppy monk didn't stand on ceremony. He directly flew up and plucked a spiritual fruit from the branch of the golden tree, then opened his mouth and took a bite. Golden juice flowed from the spiritual fruit in the sloppy monk's hand, and a refreshing fruit fragrance lingered in the void. The sloppy monk only felt a wave of essence chi directly enter his elixir field and then spread throughout his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. All the pores on his body opened up. He was surprised and delighted. Although this kind of spiritual fruit couldn't compare to the legendary golden Buddha fruit, its medicinal power was actually effective even for Buddhist powerhouses who had already cut their paths. After the sloppy monk ate a golden fruit, the Buddhist energy in his body surged. He felt that his cultivation seemed to be showing signs of breaking through. He hurriedly sat down with his legs crossed and then used a great Buddhist technique to refine the surging essence chi in his body. When the other sons of Buddha saw this, they also followed suit and plucked the golden spiritual fruit from the golden tree, then consumed it. At this time, increasing their cultivation and strength was the most important. The two Buddhist half-sages and the other 15 sons of Buddha were all frequent visitors to the first level of the Holy Palace. They didn't touch the spiritual fruit on the golden tree, but instead headed towards a few important places in the first level of the Holy Palace. They wanted to check if those places had been visited by those two fellows. The first level of the Holy Palace was enveloped by a layer of blurry golden Buddha chi. The flowers, grass, and trees were all tainted with Buddha chi and filled with spirituality. This place was very spacious, and there were very few buildings. In the first level of the Holy Palace, the ancient Buddhist master didn't set up any difficulties to train the group of sons of Buddha. This place was like a place to help people comprehend the Tao. However, there were a few supreme Buddhist treasures in the Buddhist sects hidden here. At the top of a spiritual mountain, there was an ancient pagoda standing there. This was a pagoda that didn't attract any attention. The simple and unadorned pagoda gave people a feeling of grandeur. At this time, a few figures arrived at the bottom of the spiritual mountain, then ascended the spiritual mountain and arrived in front of the pagoda. When those few people arrived in front of the pagoda, they were all stunned. This pagoda that was only about 30 feet tall and was built with green bricks actually had a huge hole in it. Buddha finger Saraira, those few sons of Buddha were shocked and hurriedly went forward to check. In the pagoda, there was a piece of the legendary finger bone that was formed when the ancient Buddhist master underwent nirvana. The supreme Buddhist treasure is gone. Those few sons of Buddha were extremely shocked. The Buddha finger Saraira that was worshipped in the pagoda was actually taken away by someone. From the looks of the damage on the pagoda, it seemed like it was just destroyed by someone. The same thing happened in a few other important places in the first level of the Holy Palace. The Buddhist treasures that were worshipped in those places were forcefully taken away. It must be the doing of those two demons. The group of sons of Buddha was extremely furious, but there was nothing they could do. They had practically searched the entire first level of the Holy Palace, but they couldn't find any traces of those two demons. Those two demons should have barged into the second level of the Holy Palace. With the cultivation of these sons of Buddha, it was impossible for them to enter the second level of the Holy Palace. They could only guard the first level of the Holy Palace. This unprecedented thing actually happened today. The sons of Buddha in the first level of the Holy Palace all felt a sense of helplessness. The current situation was very disadvantageous to the Buddhist sections. All the sons of Buddha were looking forward to Grand Elder Dharma pulling those two demons out of the Holy Palace. However, that Grand Elder Dharma didn't appear even after a long time. At this moment, in the second level of the Holy Palace, Dharma was intercepting those two demons that had barged into the Holy Palace. The aura of a quasi-sage spread out and the entire heaven and earth was shaking. The second level of the Holy Palace didn't have any golden Buddhist chi. In fact, there wasn't even any spiritual chi. This was a barren land and there wasn't even a temple in such a place. This was a land of training. There wasn't anything here, not even a trace of spiritual chi. There wasn't any help here and one had to rely on oneself to pass through everything. Gu Fei and He Tian had already barged into this barren land for around 2 hours. In front of their eyes was an endless stretch of sand and the scenery was the same. A place like this would drive people crazy. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian had just gotten some insights, they were suddenly intercepted by a middle-aged monk. Moreover, they could feel that this monk didn't come with good intentions. Two benefactors, there's no need for me to say anything more. Just surrender. Dharma placed his palms together and chanted. His body was covered in Buddhist light and a golden disk of Buddhist light appeared behind his head. It was as if a Buddha had descended. A quasi-sage? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this middle-aged monk. Although the other party didn't release any earth-shattering aura, he still felt a great pressure. Boss, He Tian heard this and couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. This bald man was actually a quasi-sage. This shocked him greatly. A quasi-sage. Unless a sage appeared, a quasi-sage was invincible. What a joke. Gu Fei's words were incomparably cold. Even though this monk was a quasi-sage, he was a little too arrogant to ask him to surrender the moment he arrived. If that's the case, this old monk will start killing. Excellent, excellent. Fa Tian had a compassionate expression on his face, but the matter he was talking about was the matter of killing. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, his voice was slightly older. Excellent, you big baldy. I can't stand people like you who are pretending to be compassionate. He Tian hid behind Gu Fei as he pointed at Dharma and scolded him. With Gu Fei around, He Tian wasn't afraid of this big baldy. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1392. The number one expert of the Heavenly Buddha Path, Heavenly Dharma, intercepted Gu Fei and He Tian in the second layer of the Holy Palace, intending to kill them. Big baldy, you want to send us off? Be careful that I don't send you off. He Tian, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, looked at Fatian disdainfully and said. Although Fatian was a sage-to-be, Gu Fei used his martial arts to slay the Tao. His combat strength was so strong that even my Tian couldn't see through it. Excellent. Heavenly Dharma's face was filled with benevolence, but Gu Fei and He Tian felt a great pressure, an extreme sense of danger enveloped them in an instant. Shwa. At this time, Heavenly Dharma's giant hand reached out, grabbing towards Gu Fei and He Tian. The golden palm expanded infinitely, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. In this place where there wasn't even a trace of immortal chi, one had to rely on one's own Buddhism energy to display supreme techniques. Moreover, the amount of Buddhism energy consumed by these techniques couldn't be replenished. In other words, in the second layer of the Holy Palace, whether it was Buddhism energy or immortal chi, the more one used it, the less spiritual energy one would be able to absorb. The second layer of the Holy Palace was like the sea of bitterness that Buddhists spoke of. Only by crossing this sea of bitterness with one's own strength could one achieve enlightenment and reach the other shore. The second layer of the Holy Palace was like the sea of bitterness that Buddhists spoke of. Only by crossing this sea of bitterness with one's own strength could one achieve enlightenment and reach the other shore. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. He directly punched out towards Heavenly Dharma's giant hand. In this place, any kind of innate technique would be suppressed, unable to display their full power. Boom! The void trembled as Gu Fei's fist collided with Heavenly Dharma's giant hand. Transparent ripples appeared in the void, spreading out in all directions. Bang! Gu Fei took a step back, causing the ground to shake violently. The ground beneath his feet undulated violently like waves. Monk Facian's body swayed a little, but he did not take a step back. This, He Tian, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, was sent flying tens of feet away. His heart was trembling. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been killed by Heavenly Dharma's Buddha hand. A demi-saint is indeed extraordinary. Even Gu Fei secretly nodded. This big baldy was incomparably strong, and his physical body was equally strong. However, compared to him, he was still a little weaker. Eat my fist. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as he took a step forward. His right fist exuded a resplendent chi aura, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. Bam! With a single punch, the entire heavens and earth crumbled. The fist energy contained the purest yang energy, like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Facing such a punch, even Heavenly Dharma's expression changed. It was too strong. How could time have such a powerful physical body? It wasn't a divine ability, nor was it a magical art. It was a battle technique, simple and direct. One punch could break through any divine ability. It was the embodiment of the strongest power in the heavens and earth. The path of martial arts was actually a direction of cultivation. Whether one could achieve the Tao depended on one's luck and cultivation. The peerless martial ancestor only pointed out a path for the future generations to become a saint. Gu Fei had embarked on this path, and the source of his strength was his physical body. Although it was extremely difficult to achieve the Tao, once he succeeded, he would become the king of the saints, invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Whoosh! Heavenly Dharma immediately retreated. He could tell that facing Gu Fei head-on was not a wise move. His opponent's combat strength was too strong. Boom! Gu Fei's fist landed, causing the entire space to turn chaotic. Even with the sealing force of the ancient Buddhist Lord, it was useless. The space within 100 zhang radius was pierced through. The power of Gu Fei's punch had exceeded Heavenly Dharma's estimation. This place was sealed by the power of the ancient Buddhist Lord. Even if Heavenly Dharma used his full strength, he still wouldn't be able to break through this space. The second level of the Saint Palace was a training ground set up by the Buddhist Lord throughout the ages to train the sons of Buddha who came later. When divine arts and spells were used here, the power of the divine arts and spells would be greatly weakened. Boundless Dharma. Dharma Tian flew up into the sky and sat cross-legged in the sky. His entire body shone with Buddha light as the shadow of a great Buddha appeared from his body. It was as if an ancient Buddha had descended into the world. Buddha energy filled the sky and earth. This was a peerless divine ability of the Buddhist sect. It was able to draw upon the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. A holy aura was emitted from the silhouette of the great Buddha. Heaven and earth avatar. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. This great monk was quite impressive, to be able to display such a divine ability in a place like this. Rumble, a golden Buddhist light descended from the sky towards Gu Fei and He Tian. The powerful Buddhist energy suppressed everything. It was as if the entire sky was sinking. The mighty Buddhist energy caused the entire ground to tremble. Where did this powerful baldy come from? He Tian couldn't help but tremble in fear. The opponent was too powerful. Even in this place, the divine ability of the Buddhist sect was already so powerful. If he were to use it in the outside world, without the suppressive force, wouldn't he be able to destroy an entire region? In here, even if you are a quasi-saint, you might not be my opponent. Gu Fei was incomparably confident. He stood on the ground and raised his head. Two rays of light shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords, sweeping towards the Buddha silhouette in the sky. Bam! Gu Fei followed up with a punch with his left fist. The dark Yin energy surged out from his fist, freezing everything in its path. Even the void froze before it cracked and crumbled. Yin on the left and Yang on the right, Gu Fei displayed the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist. With an invincible fist intent, the power of Yin and Yang intertwined, raising the power of the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist to a frightening level. The golden Buddhist power was also frozen by the mysterious Yin power, and then it shattered. Everything froze, and even the great Buddha's image froze. Bang! The Buddha silhouette shattered in the void like a layer of transparent ice. Dharma Tian's supreme divine ability was broken by Gu Fei's fist. Dharma Tian was sent flying thousands of feet away. His entire body was covered in ice shards and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was frozen by Gu Fei's dark Yin fist. Resplendent Buddhist light emitted from Dharma Tian's body, expelling all the cold air that invaded his body. His aura immediately increased. Immortal and martial dual cultivation. Dharma Tian had cultivated Buddhism for thousands of years and his knowledge was extraordinary. He could already tell that Gu Fei was a celestial body. His entire body exuded celestial qi, but what this person displayed was a martial arts battle technique. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Because of the little monk Fan Xiu, he didn't have a good impression of these baldies. Moreover, they wanted to kill him right from the start, which made him even more unhappy. Swoosh! A purple divine light surged from his brow. The power of the celestial way was vast. It was as if a supreme divine eye was about to open and the power of the celestial way was gathering. Buzz! The void vibrated and a sword silhouette rushed out from Gu Fei's brow. It then turned into a purple sword of light and pierced towards Dharma Tian in the distance. Gu Fei used a supreme immortal technique. He used the power of his primordial spirit to form a sword and launched an extremely sharp attack at Dharma Tian. The primordial spirit sword was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Dharma Tian in an instant. What? Dharma Tian felt great danger. It was as if his body and soul were about to be destroyed in the next moment. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. He quickly used a supreme Buddhist art to try and dodge. Dharma Tian's body suddenly became blurry. The primordial spirit sword instantly pierced through his blurry figure and flew back. It pierced through Dharma Tian's blurry figure again before flying back to Gu Fei. Swoosh! Dharma Tian's blurry figure condensed again. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden Buddhist blood. Although he used a Buddhist art, he was still heavily injured by the primordial spirit sword. The power of the primordial spirit sword was also suppressed by this world. It couldn't display its full power. Otherwise, Dharma Tian wouldn't just be injured. Immortal and martial dual cultivation, Dharma Tian was stunned by Gu Fei. How could there be such a freak in this world? How could there be a supreme martial and immortal cultivator at the same time? How could these two powers appear on the same person? What Dharma Tian didn't know was that Gu Fei hadn't come to the holy palace with his real body. His real body had already entered his inner world. Right now, this Gu Fei was his saint-grade puppet clone. 3 pure ones! Shouted Gu Fei. His immortal energy surged and his body became blurry. When his body condensed again, there were 3 identical Gu Fei in the sky. With the power of the saint-tier puppet clone, Gu Fei could easily use this immortal Dao's secret technique. The combat strength of the 2 Dao clones was basically not much different from the main body. Seeing this, Dharma Tian felt a headache coming on. He couldn't even handle 1 Gu Fei. Now there were 3. How was he supposed to fight? Moreover, his power was suppressed in this place. He couldn't display his peak power. Although his opponents were also suppressed, their physical strength wasn't affected at all. Die! Shouted the 3 Gu Feis in unison. Their killing intent soared as they charged at Dharma Tian. Of the 3 Gu Feis, only one was Gu Fei's real body. The other 2 were Dao bodies. It was difficult to tell the difference between a Dao body and a real body. But if the Dao body was killed, the real body would also be affected. Although they wouldn't die, their vitality would be damaged. The 3 Gu Feis punched at Dharma Tian at the same time. The power of Yin and Yang sealed off all of Dharma Tian's paths of retreat. Roar! Dharma Tian roared. The image of the great Buddha that Gu Fei had shattered earlier appeared on his body again. The great Buddha smiled and delivered all living things from suffering. He seemed to have turned into a supreme Buddha, radiating endless Buddhist light. The attacks from the 3 Gu Feis were blocked by the vast Buddhist light. Myriad Buddhas greeting. The sound of Buddha rang out between heaven and earth, and many great Buddhas materialized in the Buddha light. All the Buddhas turned their palms outward, and boundless Buddhist power spread out, sending Gu Fei's real body and Taoist body flying at the same time. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1393. Countless Buddha shadows appeared between the heavens and the earth. Terrifying Buddhist power erupted, and the entire world was filled with figures that emitted terrifying fluctuations. These figures were like the incarnations of the Supreme Buddha, and the supreme chanting of sutras lingered between the heavens and earth. This kind of Buddhist voice made Gu Fei's mind tremble. In the Buddhist voice, there seemed to be a force that made Gu Fei and He Tian want to convert. Even Gu Fei, who had a firm mind, almost lost his mind. As the Buddhist voice entered his ears, He Tian became even more confused. The power of yin and yang in his body surged and showed signs of losing control. Fortunately, he was also a man with a firm mind. At the critical moment, he bit the tip of his tongue and used the pain to wake himself up. Even so, Gu Fei and He Tian suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's Taoist body collapsed in the void, and He Tian's body almost collapsed. How is this possible? Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. This place had been set up by the ancient Buddhist lord to suppress all divine abilities and magical arts. Casting divine abilities and magical arts in this place would be suppressed, and they would not be able to display their true power. But now, heavenly Dharma had unleashed a great Buddhist technique. The 10,000 Buddhas greeting technique shook the heavens and earth, sending Gu Fei and Mahakala flying. Countless Buddha shadows appeared and disappeared. Dharma was like the myriad Buddha sect master, sitting cross-legged in the sky and accepting the worship of tens of thousands of Buddhas. It was as if he had become the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist lord. Gu Fei felt the surging and unstoppable power and couldn't help but change his expression. He knew that the power of the Buddhist technique displayed by Dharma was far more than this. It probably didn't even have 1/10 of its power. The second level of the Holy Palace had the power to suppress all divine powers and spells. No matter how powerful one's divine powers and spells were, they would all be suppressed here. Gu Fei's 3 pure immortal technique was also suppressed, and the power of his Taoist body was far less powerful than usual. The collapse of his Taoist body was a great shock to him. Even though his primordial spirit was protected by the saint-level puppet doppelganger, he still felt that his primordial spirit was almost knocked out of the saint-level puppet doppelganger by the power of the 1,000 Buddhas worshipping technique. A saint level is so powerful, Gu Fei was inwardly startled. No wonder a quasi-sage was more powerful and frightening than a half-sage. They weren't even on the same level. A quasi-sage was much more powerful than a half-sage. Boss, a saint-tier aura descended from the sky. He Tian was so suppressed by this aura that he couldn't even stand up straight. Fortunately, he had a saint weapon to protect him. The formless divine sword released a wave of sword energy that protected Mahakala within it, negating most of the Buddhist sage's might that came crashing down from the sky. Swish! Gu Fei opened his inner world and took He Tian into it. A battle of this level was no longer something a half-step almighty like He Tian could intervene in. Inner world? When Dharma saw Gu Fei open his inner world, he couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei could cultivate an inner world. This person's talent in cultivation was too heaven-defying. The inner world was different from the inner space. With the cultivation of a saint-level almighty, his inner world was only a few miles in radius, and the spiritual qi inside was also very thin. Almighty existences could only open up an inner space, but it was difficult to open up a heaven and earth. Not all existences above the immortal realm could create a heaven and earth. To create a heaven and earth, one must first evolve the heaven and earth. To evolve the heaven and earth, one must first understand the heaven and earth. Only by understanding the existence of all things in the heaven and earth and having a certain understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth could one open up an inner world. Gu Fei was an anomaly. He was able to open up an inner world because of the chaotic origin embryo inside the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic origin embryo was the origin of the heaven and earth. Since Gu Fei had dissolved the origin of the heaven and earth, he could naturally use the origin power of the heaven and earth to open up his own little world. He didn't need to understand the great Tao of heaven and earth. My own heaven and earth, I am the supreme. Let's see how you fight me. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind. He activated the inner world power in his dantian. A wave of inner world power spread out from his dantian. It first enveloped his body, then spread out in all directions. Rumble, the immortal Tao power that was suppressed on Gu Fei was no longer restrained. It surged out from his body like a mountain torrent, causing the void around him to tremble. However, Gu Fei soon realized that his inner heaven and earth energy could only spread to a radius of around 100 zhang, and that was his limit. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The 1,000-year-old Buddhist lord's methods were too brilliant. Even the inner world power was suppressed by the inner world power. This is more than enough. Gu Fei knew that a radius of 100 feet around him would be his opponent's forbidden zone. Within this range, he could use the saint-grade puppet's power to his heart's content. A wave of saintly aura spread out from his saint-grade puppet, shocking even heavenly Dharma up in the sky. My own heaven and earth, evolving the universal laws, heavenly Dharma couldn't help but be moved. He could sense that within 100 feet around Gu Fei was the supreme god who ruled over everything. At this time, Gu Fei's real body was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in his inner world. He fully activated the inner world power and poured it into the saint-grade puppet. In the dantian of the saint-grade puppet avatar, a vortex visible to the naked eye appeared, from which the power of heaven and earth surged out. The clone is like me. Gu Fei displayed a supreme immortal Tao divine ability from the anti-void's secret technique and linked his own aura with the saint-grade puppet. Invisible tentacles spread out from his body and penetrated into the void. They penetrated the void and entered the body of the saint-grade puppet in the outside world. With the addition of the primordial spirit and the support of the immortal Tao's secret technique, Gu Fei's control over the saint-grade puppet had reached 100%. The myriad Buddha greeting, heavenly Dharma sat cross-legged in the sky with a solemn expression. His whole body emitted a boundless Buddhist light. Shadows of Buddhas constantly appeared around him and supreme Buddhist chants lingered between heaven and earth. Rumble, the powerful myriad Buddha power crushed the void and shook the sky. However, no matter how powerful the Buddhist power that came down from the sky was, it could not reach within 100 feet of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's saint-grade avatar released a vast amount of inner world energy to resist the 10,000 Buddha power. The 10,000 Buddha power was unable to cause any impact to Gu Fei's saint-grade avatar. I told you, you can't beat me. It seems that it's better for me to release you from purgatory. Gu Fei was extremely confident. Immortal Tao power surged from his body and 9 rays of immortal light appeared around him. The power of a saint-grade immortal was released from his body. You demon! Heavenly Dharma was shocked. He never thought that his opponent had hidden his strength. However, he soon realized that there was something strange about his opponent. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly operated the power of his Yuan spirit and turned it into a purple Tao sword. He then shot it towards heavenly Dharma who was sitting cross-legged in the sky like a real Buddha. The purple Tao sword soared for tens of thousands of feet and emitted a powerful sword aura that caused the world to lose its color. It cut through the void and countless Buddhas were destroyed by the sword light. This was the power of a saint-grade immortal. It was extremely powerful. Even though it was shot out 100 feet away and was suppressed by the outside world, it still displayed terrifying power. The myriad Buddha power was torn apart by the Yuan spirit Tao sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at heavenly Dharma who was among the Buddhas. This sword strike made even heavenly Dharma's heart palpitate. The power of this supreme immortal Tao technique was too heaven-defying. If he was in the outside world, he would not be a match for this demon. However, this was the second level of the holy palace set up by the Buddhist Lord. There was a sealing power here that suppressed all techniques and the power of the Yuan spirit Tao sword. Swoosh! A golden Buddhist sword rushed out from the back of heavenly Dharma's head and turned into 1,000 feet long golden light that met the Yuan spirit Tao sword. Clang! The sword light formed by the golden Buddhist sword collided with Gu Fei's Yuan spirit Tao sword. A metallic sound was heard and the extremely sharp sword aura shot out in all directions. Countless black holes appeared in the void. The golden Buddhist sword that Heavenly Dharma struck out blocked Gu Fei's Yuan Spirit Tao sword. However, the golden sword light collapsed and the Buddhist sword was knocked away. Gu Fei's Yuan Spirit Tao sword also dissipated in the void. Buddhist sacred weapon? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. He had already expected that this Baldi had a saint-grade Buddhist weapon. How could a Heavenly Dharma sage not have a saint-grade Buddhist weapon? Moreover, there were many Buddhist sacred weapons. The ancient Buddhas of the past had left behind sacred weapons. Most of the Buddhist sacred weapons were kept in the Heavenly Buddha sect. As a Heavenly Buddha sect's demisage, how could he not have a Buddhist sacred weapon? Buzz! The golden Buddhist sword that was knocked away vibrated. Heavenly Dharma used his supreme Buddhist power to guide it back into his hand. On the Buddhist sword, a Wan Buddhist seal appeared faintly and a saint-grade sword aura rippled out from it. The saint-grade ripples from the Buddhist sword could not be suppressed even in this part of the world. This Buddhist weapon was most likely a Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist great sage. Humph, you're not the only one with a sacred weapon. Gu Fei sneered. Then, a golden saber light rushed out from his body. The saber light wrapped around a golden saber and a saint-grade sword aura spread out. This was Gu Fei's spoils of war from the battle in the land of the buried saints. It was a saint-grade golden saber. The golden battle saber emitted an extremely sharp murderous aura, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This was a murderous saber that had slain countless experts. Sacred weapon. Heavenly Dharma felt a headache when he saw that Gu Fei had also taken out a sacred weapon. What was this guy's background? Not only did he break into the Heavenly Buddha sect, but he also entered the sacred palace set up by the ancient Buddhas, and he even has a sacred weapon on him. The power of a saint-grade saint filled this part of the world. Both sides had used their own trump cards. A great battle was inevitable. Who would win and who would lose was still unknown. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1394. Gu Fei and Dharma Tian were facing each other. One had to admit that the cultivation and strength of a quasi-saint was too strong. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint, possessing unimaginable strength and divine abilities. Bzzz. Fatian sat cross-legged high up in the sky. A Buddhist sword floated above his head, emitting vibrating noises and ripples of saint-level Buddhist energy. Dharma Tian was like an ancient Buddha descending into the world, using the power of the great Tao of Buddhism to strengthen himself. At this moment, the sealing force of this part of the world couldn't suppress him anymore. With Dharma Tian's cultivation and strength, he should be able to enter the third layer of the Holy Palace, but he didn't try to open the path there. Meet God, kill God, meet Buddha, kill Buddha, Gu Fei murmured to himself. Immortal energy surged from his body and the Tao marks on his saint-tier puppet clone were all stimulated. An indomitable aura radiated from his body. He pointed his sword at Dharma Tian as his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, like two sharp blades of light, sweeping towards Dharma Tian in the sky. Merciful Buddha, Dharma Tian chanted the name of Buddha. Buddhist energy surged from his body, filling every inch of space in the sky. It was the complete opposite of Gu Fei's soaring killing intent. Mercy my ass, eat my blade. Gu Fei roared as his aura rose to its peak. He then slashed out with all his might. Boundless martial energy surged towards the golden saber in his hand. Swish! A beam of golden light shot out from the golden battle saber. The saber chi from the golden battle saber pierced through the heaven and earth, breaking through the layers of Buddha chi and slashing towards Dharma who was sitting cross-legged in the sky. The entire world trembled under Gu Fei's attack. The golden saber was a holy weapon. Under Gu Fei's full power, the golden saber emitted terrifying waves of energy. A saint's might appeared between heaven and earth. Bzzz. The Buddhist sword hovering above Dharma's head also emitted an endless amount of sword light. A vast amount of Buddhist energy frantically gathered towards the Buddhist sword. Then, the Buddhist sword transformed into a ray of golden light and rushed down from the sky. The Buddha sword also emitted the fluctuations of a sage, and the aura of a Buddha sage filled the sky and earth. Clang! A metallic clang resounded through the 9 heavens. The unparalleled saber light emitted by the golden saber clashed with the sword light formed by the Buddhist sword, causing the entire void to collapse. Even with the sealing power laid down by the Buddhist lord, it was difficult to suppress the power of a saint. It should be known that the Buddhist lord had laid down the 9 Buddhist palaces to train the disciples of the Buddhist sect. If there was a son of Buddha who was guided to the heavenly Buddha path and passed through the 9 Buddha palaces, he would be able to become a saint. The second level of the Buddha palace could not trap a sage. In other words, the power of a sage could penetrate the void of the second level of the Buddha palace and enter the higher level. Kill! Gu Fei held the saber in his hand and soared into the sky, defying the heavens and killing towards Dharma Tian. The golden saber light lit up the entire sky, and the power of a sage exploded, shaking the earth. Dharma Tian could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up, and his entire body emitted a boundless Buddha light. His entire being emitted a powerful and dangerous aura. It was as if he had turned into a victorious fighting Buddha. He caught the Buddha sword that was flying back to him, and with every step he took, there would be Buddha runes appearing under his feet, and he rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! The golden saber and the Buddha sword clashed fiercely again. The saber light and the sword chi shot out in all directions, piercing through the void. The two figures quickly separated, and in the next moment, they clashed again. The powerful Buddha energy and martial Tao true energy filled the sky, and the two experts fought fiercely. Both of them had the power of a sage, and the sealing power of the second level of the Buddha palace could not suppress such power. The void around Gu Fei and Dharma Tian turned into chaos. Wherever the two of them passed, the void was constantly cracking and shattering. Swoosh! Gu Fei's saber slashed on Dharma Tian's left shoulder, almost cutting off his left arm, and the Buddha's sword also left a bloody hole under Gu Fei's thigh. The two of them completely disregarded their own injuries and fought crazily. Golden Buddha blood flew everywhere, and bright martial body blood dripped down from the sky. Both of them were injured to different degrees. You have cultivated the Buddha sect's Vajra body? Gu Fei was more and more shocked as the battle went on. Dharma Tian's Buddha body was too strong, and it could actually fight with his mighty martial body. Moreover, Dharma Tian's chi and blood were extremely strong. One should know that when it came to the strength of the body, the human clan martial body was definitely the best in the world. This was because the human clan martial body had unlimited potential to improve as one's cultivation increased. This was something that even innate divine beasts could not compare to. Although the divine beasts' bodies were also extremely strong, it was an innate talent that was very difficult to improve. However, the ancient Buddhist lord had also created a body refining technique, which was the Buddha sect's Vajra body. Legend has it that when this body refining technique was cultivated to the highest level, one's body would be so strong that it could even compete with the undying martial body. Gu Fei knew that he had met his match this time. This opponent had cultivated the Buddha sect's Vajra body, and he was also a sage to be. His body was so strong that it could actually compete with his saint-level puppet avatar. Clang! Gu Fei blocked Dharma Tian's sword, then punched his left fist towards Dharma Tian's chest. A ball of black light appeared on his left fist, like a black sun appearing between heaven and earth. An extremely strong mysterious Yin energy exploded from his left fist. This punch was enough to freeze thousands of miles. Even Dharma Tian did not dare to take it head-on and was immediately sent flying. At this time, in Gu Fei's inner world, his real body was sitting cross-legged on top of a mountain peak. He was using the anti-void secret technique to connect his aura with the saint-level puppet avatar's aura. In this way, it was like Gu Fei's real body was fighting against Dharma Tian. He could feel the slightest changes on the saint-level puppet avatar. The power of heaven and earth continuously spread out from his puppet avatar. Within a radius of 100 zhang, he was like a supreme god that could control everything. However, Dharma Tian had also cultivated his inner world. He was also using the power of heaven and earth to fight against Gu Fei. A golden world appeared and disappeared around Dharma Tian. The vast power of heaven and earth kept colliding with Gu Fei's inner world. A world also appeared around Gu Fei's saint-level puppet avatar. The power of heaven and earth was vast. He wanted to pull Dharma Tian into his inner world, but his opponent's inner world resisted the power of heaven and earth that was produced by his own inner world. Boom! Dharma Tian struck out with her left palm, and a Buddhist seal with the character of 10,000 appeared in the center of her palm. A vast Buddhist power surged out from her palm, blocking the dark yin chill that was coming at her. The golden Buddhist light was frozen by the yin cold chi that was coming from Gu Fei's fist. The power of his martial body had transformed into the power of yin and yang. Inside his body, yin and yang coexisted and evolved the profound meaning of the Great Path. This was a path that Gu Fei had explored himself. It was different from the others. He first cultivated the 5 elements and then cultivated yin and yang. He went against the flow and his body had already produced a wisp of chaotic qi. The 5 elements turned into yin and yang turned into chaotic qi. This was Gu Fei's path of transformation. If he could cultivate the chaotic martial body, then he could become a martial saint. Gu Fei was an orphan. He was brought to Taishan Mountain by his master when he was a child and entered the Celestial Gate to cultivate. He only had one goal, and that was to become the most powerful existence in the world. He wanted to become an immortal martial saint. The golden Buddhist power was frozen and then collapsed. Gu Fei's punch was unstoppable. The entire void was like a fine porcelain, and countless cracks appeared in the space. Dharma retreated tens of thousands of feet. He used the Buddhist steps, and lotuses appeared with each step. His speed was extremely fast, but even so, a layer of white frost appeared on his body. What a powerful yin power! Dharma could not help but be frightened. His whole body was cold, and he had to use the Buddhist power in his body to fight against the yin cold chi that was attacking him. In just an instant, the cold on Dharma's body was driven away by the Buddhist power in his body. Die! Gu Fei used the void steps. With just one step, he was in front of Dharma. He jumped up high and held the blade with both hands. He came down from above and slashed at Dharma's head. Under Gu Fei's full strength, almost all of the golden saber's power was unleashed. A terrifying saber aura spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire area. This was a domineering slash. The powerful blade chi directly tore through the void. Wherever the blade light passed, the void was silently annihilated. This slash was enough to cut through everything. Gu Fei's essence, qi, and spirit were all reflected in this slash. His aura rose to its peak in an instant, and the power of the saint-level puppet avatar was almost completely activated. This slash was already comparable to the power displayed by a sage. Dharma's expression changed. The golden blade had not yet fallen, but he already felt great danger. He had a feeling that he would die from this slash. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's golden blade was about to fall, the golden world behind Dharma emitted a powerful force of heaven and earth. Then, the void where Dharma was began to shatter. Dharma's body was swallowed by the black hole formed by the shattered void. Trying to escape. Gu Fei was shocked to see this. His opponent was running away without a fight. This baldy seemed to have opened up a passage to the void. A powerful force of heaven and earth came from the collapsed black hole. Open for me. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The entire world shook along with his roar. His saber didn't stop and continued to slash downwards. Swoosh! It was as if a part of the world had been cut open. The golden saber seemed to have cut open a layer of cloth, and it actually cut open a 300-meter-long hole in the wall between the second layer of the Holy Palace and the world behind the black hole. This is, a strong force of life surged from behind the 300-meter-long knife mark. Behind the knife mark was a world full of life and spiritual chi. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1395. Gu Fei and Dharma Tian were fighting in the second layer of the Saint Palace. Both of them had used their saint-level powers, and the second layer of the Saint Palace couldn't withstand such power. Swish! Gu Fei's aura was unstoppable. He slashed out with his saber, creating a 300-meter-long hole in the void of the second layer of the Saint Palace. A heaven and earth, Gu Fei was shocked when he sensed the aura of life coming from the saber scar. He knew that he had entered the residence of the ancient Buddhist Lord. The place where the eternal Buddha Lord resided had a universe within it. It was refined by the eternal Buddha Lord into a place for the sons of Buddha to train. Gu Fei was also very daring. He actually barged into such a place with Mahakala. At this time, Dharma Tian had already entered the heaven and earth behind the saber scar. Boom! As soon as he entered the heaven and earth, Dharma Tian's body emitted an unimaginably powerful Buddhist aura. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards him. Dharma Tian's quasi-saint cultivation was no longer suppressed and had fully recovered. Buzz! The Buddhist sword in Dharma Tian's hand vibrated. Under the control of his quasi-saint cultivation, the sword emitted a Buddhist saint aura that could shake the heavens. Swish! Dharma Tian was like the incarnation of the victorious fighting Buddha. He directly slashed at Gu Fei, who was still in the second layer of the Saint Palace. A golden saber light instantly pierced through the heaven and earth behind the saber scar towards Gu Fei. This was the full power of Dharma Tian's quasi-saint cultivation. The Buddhist sword's power was almost completely stimulated and displayed a great divine might. The golden sword light directly tore through the void and destroyed everything. Its power was so great that it was comparable to Gu Fei's earlier heaven-shaking saber. What? Gu Fei felt the danger. Without thinking, he used the void steps and retreated 100 miles with a single step. He did not want to fight against heavenly Dharma head-on, because he had just unleashed a heaven-shaking blade strike. He was in a state where he had used up all his energy and had yet to gather any new energy. It would be difficult for him to gather enough energy to fight against the sword light. Under such circumstances, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The golden sword light rushed up and cut through the void of the second holy palace. The power of this sword was even more terrifying than that of Gu Fei's blade. A large crack that was thousands of feet long appeared in the void of heaven and earth. Oh no! After unleashing that sword strike, Heavenly Fa seemed to have thought of something. His expression instantly changed. He wanted to attack again, but at this time, Gu Fei had already ascended into the sky and rushed into the spatial crack. Behind the 1,000-foot crack was a world full of vitality. After Gu Fei entered this world, the first thing he did was to absorb the spiritual qi of this world. This part of the world was simply a barren land that had yet to be developed. The spiritual energy here was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. The Buddhist Lord's methods were simply too shocking. He was actually able to open up a seemingly endless and desolate world like this. Only an existence of the extreme Tao could do something like this. Roar! A roar was heard from a mountain in the distance. A strange beast the size of a small hill rushed out from the mountain and flew far away. The forest was instantly thrown into chaos. A powerful baleful qi was emitted from the strange beast, causing the other beasts in the forest to flee for their lives. A wild beast of immortal emperor realm? Gu Fei was shocked. He had just entered this world, but he had already encountered a wild beast of this level. He had no choice but to be cautious. Wang! At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. A ray of golden light shot towards Gu Fei like lightning. Wherever the golden light passed, the void was annihilated, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. This big baldy, immortal qi lingered around Gu Fei's body. 9 rays of immortal light danced around him. He waved the golden saber in his hand to block the incoming golden light. Clang! The golden saber in Gu Fei's hand collided with the golden light. He felt a great force coming from the golden saber, causing him to fly backwards uncontrollably. The golden saber almost flew out of his hand. Bam! Just as Gu Fei was flying backwards, a golden light emerged in the sky. A golden Buddha's hand slapped down from the sky. On the palm of the Buddha's hand, a swastika could be vaguely seen. Heavenly Buddha hand. The majestic voice of Heavenly Dharma was heard from afar. It was him who attacked Gu Fei. His attack was so swift and fierce that even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He didn't expect this big baldy to have such a strong performance. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei was getting stronger and stronger. He struck out with his palm. The immortal Tao energy instantly condensed into a huge hand, meeting the descending Heavenly Buddha hand. Boom! The two huge hands collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering sound. It was as if two ancient divine mountains were violently colliding with each other. A circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Rumble, the two giant hands collapsed and a destructive power swept out in all directions. The entire world seemed like it was about to be turned upside down. The vast and mighty remnant power caused the surrounding mountains to collapse and the earth to tremble. This was the collision of saint-level power. It startled all the wild beasts in the area. Roars of beasts came from afar, but not a single wild beast dared to come out. The aura of Gu Fei and Heavenly Dharma was enough to frighten the strongest wild beasts in the area. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so abundant that even the most common wild grass would become a spiritual herb under the nourishment of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, let alone the birds and beasts in this area. Gu Fei didn't have time to carefully explore this desolate place before he started fighting with Heavenly Dharma. Both of them used saint-level power, but this area was very stable. Even saint-level power couldn't penetrate it. The third holy palace? This was also Heavenly Dharma's first time entering this desolate world. However, the ancient records of the Heavenly Buddhist sect had detailed records of the ancient Buddhist lord's residence. The ancient Buddhist lord's holy palace was a universe inside. It wasn't like what it looked like from the outside. There were 9 layers of holy palace, and each layer contained Buddhist treasures left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord. The third holy palace was a land of wild beasts. This was the world of wild beasts. In the depths of this desolate world, there were even terrifying king beasts in slumber. If the most powerful savage beast in the wilderness were to be alarmed, even a sage would be shocked if he were to come personally. Countless years had passed, and no one knew how powerful the savage beasts in the wilderness were. But at this time, Heavenly Dharma couldn't care less. He attacked with all his strength. It was as if he had transformed into the Buddha of war. A Buddhist sword attracted the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. This big baldy was extremely ferocious. This big baldy was definitely one of the strongest opponents he had encountered since he started cultivating. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1396. Rumble. Golden energy soared into the sky as Heavenly Dharma revealed his avatar. It was as if a Buddha of war had descended upon the world. The Buddhist sword of exorcism in his hand pulsed with golden light, and as the sword light swept out, the mountains on the ground were reduced to dust in an instant. Vajra's real body, Gu Fei was shocked as well. His opponent was a demi-saint, and in this wild world where spiritual chi was abundant, he seemed to have infinite power. As soon as the avatar appeared, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles was devoured. The ethereal Buddha figure also became more solid, as if it was about to walk out of the void. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei's entire body shone with divine light of the immortal path, and the void around him undulated like water. All the golden sword light attacking him turned back and slashed at Heavenly Dharma. Swoosh! The sword light tore through the air, and black spatial cracks appeared in the void. This was the power of a saint, and such an attack was no different from that of a saint. Roar! Heavenly Dharma roared as he sent out beams of golden sword chi, shattering all the sword light. He then stabbed at Gu Fei with the Buddhist sword in his hand. Simple and direct attacks were often the most effective. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal secret art. No technique could touch him, and when the sword from the Vajra's real body pierced into the rippling void around him, it began to tremble as well. This, Heavenly Dharma felt that the Buddhist sword in his hand was being reversed by a strange force, and was stabbing at his body. He gripped the Buddhist sword with all his strength and fought against the strange force. Turn! Gu Fei shouted, and the power of chaotic reversal erupted. The void around him seemed to be completely reversed, as if the universe had been turned upside down. Buzz! The Buddhist sword thrusting towards Gu Fei suddenly let out a deafening hum. Then, with a swoosh, it actually turned around and slashed towards Heavenly Fei's neck. Is this the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Heavenly Dharma was shocked. The Buddhist sword he held with all his strength was actually reversed by his opponent. This kind of divine technique was simply too incredible. Everything is like a dream. Then, his body became blurry and indistinct, as if he was about to become one with the void around him. The Buddhist sword sliced through his neck, but there was no golden Buddhist blood splattering. The incomparably powerful Vajra body also dissipated in the void, and everything became unreal. What? Gu Fei felt that he couldn't sense Heavenly Law's existence anymore. Heavenly Law's shadow was right in front of him. What kind of Buddhist divine power was this? Bam! Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his back. A Buddha's hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slammed into his back. He felt a great force coming from the palm, and his body flew forward involuntarily. What's going on? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He did not know how his opponent had broken through the chaotic energy around him and was actually able to send him flying. Void negation. After Gu Fei steadied himself, he immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void negation secret art. Immortal energy exploded from his body, and then he disappeared. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei disappeared, a Buddhist sword suddenly pierced through the void, turning the place he was at into a land of chaos. This time, it was Heavenly Dharma's turn to be dumbfounded. His opponent seemed to have escaped into the void, which was a great threat to him. Swoosh! Heavenly Dharma's indistinct figure shone with Buddhist light. A vertical eye appeared on his forehead, and he opened his Buddhist eye. When Heavenly Dharma opened his Buddhist eye, Gu Fei had already appeared behind him. Gu Fei then took out his primordial sword of Tao and slashed at Heavenly Dharma's indistinct figure. The primordial sword of Tao specialized in attacking primordial spirits. Even though Heavenly Dharma had used a Buddhist divine art to connect his essence, energy, and soul with the void around him, he could not help but be shocked. The primordial sword of Tao was extremely fast, and it instantly slashed through Heavenly Dharma's illusory figure, forcing Heavenly Dharma's sword out of its special state. Heavenly Dharma was heavily injured, and his primordial spirit was shaken. Both his body and soul were greatly impacted, and the primordial sword of Tao had almost destroyed his primordial spirit. 3 pure ones in one breath. Gu Fei's secret arts were endless. He drew upon the spiritual qi of the world to form 2 Tao bodies, whose cultivation and strength were not much different from his own. 3 Gu Feis appeared in the void and surrounded Heavenly Dharma. They then attacked Heavenly Dharma at the same time, their martial true force surging. Gu Fei's powerful attack caused the entire void to crumble. The 3 pure ones in one breath was too heaven-defying. It was as if there were 3 Gu Feis attacking Heavenly Dharma at the same time. Saint-level power erupted, shattering the void around them as they tried to obliterate Heavenly Dharma. Bam! Heavenly Dharma barely managed to block the attack of the 2 Tao bodies formed by Gu Fei, but he was unable to block the attack of Gu Fei's true body. Gu Fei's fist landed on his chest. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking immediately came from Heavenly Dharma's body. Gu Fei's punch was extremely ferocious, and the power of extreme yang erupted. Even with Heavenly Dharma's Vajra true body, he could not withstand it. He coughed up golden Buddha blood and flew thousands of feet away before he could stabilize himself. However, Gu Fei did not want to give him a chance to breathe. In an instant, he caught up to Heavenly Dharma, who was flying backward, and slashed at Heavenly Dharma's waist with his saber. This was a saint-level golden saber. If Heavenly Dharma was hit by it, he would definitely be split in half. Clang! Heavenly Dharma used the Buddha sword to block the saber, but Gu Fei's saber slashed down from the sky, smashing a huge mountain below. The birds and beasts below were frightened and scrambled to escape. Gu Fei's true body slashed Heavenly Dharma down from the sky, but the two Tao bodies did not stay idle. They descended from the sky. One directly slammed down with a palm, while the other stomped down with a foot. A boundless amount of immortal Tao energy burst forth from these two Tao bodies. A power as such could seal up the entire void. There was no way for Dharma to escape. Boom! The earth shook as the power of the two Tao bodies smashed heavenly Dharma into the soil. The ripples spread out, causing the entire earth to shake. Swoosh! A golden light burst out from the ground in the distance. Within the golden light was a figure. It was Dharma Tian, who was holding the Buddhist sword. At that moment, Dharma Tian was no longer calm. He had to admit that he was no match for Gu Fei. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could be said to be invincible divine arts. They had disappeared for countless years, but they just had to appear in this generation. Could it be that a golden age was about to descend? Target =_blank. Chapter 1397. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, an invincible and supreme divine art. Gu Fei displayed the 3 pure ones, as if there were 3 Gu Feis attacking together, suppressing Dharma Tian. Kill. The 3 Gu Feis roared at the same time, causing the entire world to tremble. All the wild beasts in the area fled as the aura of martial saints filled the air. The one Qi turning 3 pure one's secret technique seized the fortune of heaven and earth. The 2 Taoist bodies that Gu Fei had conjured were not much different from Gu Fei's real body, and they displayed astonishing combat strength. Bam! One of the Tao bodies struck out with the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist. The right fist was Yang while the left fist was Yin. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined and a Tai Chi diagram appeared on the Tao body. The Yang fist crushed the void while the Yin fist froze the world. The 2 extreme forces shook the world, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. The terrifying fist force pressed down on Dharma Tian. Roar! Fa Tian let out a furious roar as the Buddhist power in his body surged. It was as if he had turned into a golden Buddha. His golden fist shattered the void as he threw a powerful punch at Gu Fei's Taoist body. Rumble, the 2 martial saints clashed together. The power of Yin and Yang clashed with the Buddhist power. The entire world shook and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out for thousands of miles. The residual power that was released formed a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The destructive storm that descended from the sky destroyed everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. Many mountains were reduced to dust, and many lakes evaporated. Some of the savage beasts that did not manage to escape in time were directly turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. The entire region was turned into a desert. All life within a 1,000-mile radius was obliterated. This was a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. A battle between martial saints was extremely frightening. Every move they made could destroy an area and shatter the heavens and earth. Existences below the martial saint level could not withstand such power. Once they were affected, they would be destroyed in both body and soul. Gu Fei's Tao body flew back. Dharma Tian was going all out. The power of a martial saint who was at the martial saint level couldn't be underestimated. The golden Buddha fist pushed Gu Fei's Tao body back. The Vajra true body is indeed extraordinary. When Gu Fei's true body saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Monk Feishan's entire body shone with golden Buddhist light, like an ancient golden arhat. He was extremely powerful. Dharma Tian took a punch from Gu Fei's Tao body head-on. Although he pushed Gu Fei's Tao body back, he was also affected and took a few steps back. Martial saint battle technique? Dharma Tian was shocked. His opponent's punch wasn't simple. It seemed like he had comprehended the profound meaning of yin and yang. His punch was able to attract the power of heaven and earth to press down on him. This punch contained the truth of heaven and earth. It was enough to show that this person had a glimpse of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had already built the foundation of the great Tao. Even if he couldn't become a martial saint in the future, he would definitely be a martial saint. Becoming a martial saint through martial arts. Just the thought of it made Dharma Tian's heart turn cold. One should know that in ancient times, none of the cultivators from the supreme martial ancestors' lineage were weak. Each of them was a terrifying existence that could fight against the heavens and earth. Successful cultivators were absolutely the nightmare of all cultivators. They were invincible in the same realm. Anyone who met such a person would be shaken. Swoosh! Dharma Tian knew that it would be difficult to suppress this devil today. He turned around and didn't hesitate. His body turned into a ray of Buddhist light and rushed towards the depths of this world. The third Buddhist palace was a wild world. Although there were powerful beasts here, there were also Buddhist treasures that belonged to the Buddhist Lord. As long as he could obtain that Buddhist treasure, Dharma Tian believed that he would be able to suppress this devil. Trying to escape. Gu Fei was displeased to see Dharma Tian trying to escape. His other Taoist body used the desolate steppes and traveled 100 miles with a single step to chase after Dharma Tian. On the other hand, Gu Fei's real body was using the void steppes. It was as if he was traversing through the void as he chased after them. His speed was even faster than his Taoist body. The other Tao body that was forced back by Dharma Tian also rushed forward. He used the saint-level puppet doppelganger to display the three pure ones. The power of the two Taoist bodies was also at the saint level. It was as if three sages had appeared in this barren world. Wherever they passed, the aura emitted by Gu Fei and his two Daoist clones scared all the wild beasts away. Even the wild beasts that were comparable to almighty cultivators were no exception. The speed of both sides was extremely fast. They could travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The speed of Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies was obviously much faster than Dharma Tian's Buddhist light. The distance between the two sides was gradually decreasing. Boom! When Dharma Tian saw that the situation was not good, he turned around and took out a Dharma treasure. A thunderclap sounded from his hand and a ball of golden lightning shot towards Gu Fei. The ball of golden lightning fire exploded in the air before it could hit Luo Yunyang. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, causing the void to collapse. The ball of lightning fire suddenly turned into a golden sea of lightning and engulfed Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. In just an instant, he had entered a golden sea of lightning. Bolts of golden lightning bombarded him from all directions. Along with the golden lightning, there was also a terrifying Buddha fire. The Buddhist treasure that Dharma Tian had used had turned into such a void. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched out, wanting to break open the void. Boundless lightning and fire dissipated under his fist, causing the entire void to tremble. At this time, his two Tao bodies also attacked. Very soon, the sound of something cracking could be heard in the void. The Buddhist treasure that could turn into a sea of lightning cracked. Break for me! Gu Fei's real body roared angrily and slashed forward with his saber. A dazzling saber radiance rushed out from the golden saber and tore the void apart, destroying the entire sea of lightning in front of it. Boom! With a loud bang, the already cracked Buddhist treasure was finally broken into millions of pieces by Gu Fei's saber. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies rushed out, but Dharma Tian had already disappeared. Damn it, each of these baldies is more cunning than the last. Gu Fei was filled with hatred. He was truly displeased and unwilling to let the monk escape. Damn it. But there was nothing he could do. If a sage-to-be with a sage-to-be with a sage-to-be Buddhist weapon wanted to escape, there were not many people in the world who could stop him. Gu Fei quickly calmed down. He put away his two Tao bodies and chose a direction to fly forward. Not long after, he came to a lake surrounded by mountains. Spiritual qi gathered here and there seemed to be a dragon vein hidden under the ground. It was impossible that there were no wild beasts in such a place. But Gu Fei was bold and skillful, so he directly landed on the ground. Wow! Just when Gu Fei's feet touched the ground, the sound of water suddenly came from the lake in front of him. Then, a green shadow rushed out of the lake. Roar! The beast let out a roar and directly opened its mouth to devour Gu Fei. A gust of fishy wind blew in Gu Fei's face, causing him to frown. It was a green Jiao dragon with 3 heads. The middle head was large, while the 2 heads on the sides were slightly smaller. "You're courting death." A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then, he pointed with his finger. A ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger. Poof! The largest head in the middle of the green serpent immediately turned into a mist of blood. Plop! The azure flood dragon's huge body fell from the sky and fell into the lake. The lake water was immediately dyed red, but the azure flood dragon did not die because it still had 2 other heads. This flood dragon was the king of wild beasts in the nearby area. It was extremely powerful, but in front of Gu Fei, it was as weak as an ant. The flood dragon was badly injured. Gu Fei's attack scared it out of its wits. It directly swam towards the bottom of the lake. This human was too scary. Gu Fei did not continue to kill the flood dragon. Instead, he allowed it to escape. Although this flood dragon was the king of wild beasts in the nearby area, its strength was only equivalent to an immortal emperor or Shen king. Such an existence was not worthy of Gu Fei's attention. It should be known that Gu Fei's real body had already reached the Daoist severing realm. After driving away the flood dragon, Gu Fei's saint-grade puppet avatar sat cross-legged on a big rock by the lake. Then, he opened his inner world and his real body walked out. Gu Fei also released He Tian and put away the saint-grade puppet avatar. "Boss, this place is..." He Tian knew that they had broken into a barren land. However, this place was definitely not a barren land because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was too thick. "I don't know where we are either." This was an unknown world. It was like the reappearance of an ancient desolate world. However, there was definitely no second desolate world in this world. This was most likely a world that was refined by humans. Could it be that the ancient legend is true? He Tian seemed to have thought of something, and the light in his eyes kept flickering. What legend? Gu Fei's interest was piqued. In ancient times, some people said that the place where the ancient Buddha lived was a trial ground for the Buddhist sections. Only after going through such a trial could the almighty of the Buddhist sects become saints. Erebus thought about it for a long time before saying this. A Buddhist trial ground? Gu Fei was taken aback. This Millennium Buddha Lord was too monstrous. He actually used such a method to train the Buddhist disciples in his sect. If I'm not mistaken, we are now in the wild world of the Third Holy Palace. He Tian said after looking at the surrounding environment. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1398. He Tian's background was mysterious. Even now, Gu Fei still couldn't figure out this guy's background. This guy seemed to know many secrets of ancient times. They entered a training ground refined by the ancient Buddhist lord, the savage world of the third-level Buddhist palace. This place was full of danger, with wild beasts running amok. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The wild beasts here followed the most primitive law of survival. Entering this place, even the Arhat could die. The cultivation world was cruel. Although Buddhists were particular about mercy, there were times when they had to kill. In the Buddhist sects, there were also guardian Vajras who could fight in all directions. In the lake surrounded by mountains, there was an emperor-level flood dragon. However, this flood dragon wasn't a threat to Gu Fei and the others. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on a large rock by the lake. He breathed in and out spiritual energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth constantly gathered towards him. After going through a series of battles, his cultivation level had long been stabilized. When the yin and yang true force in his body flowed, there was a faint sound of thunder. In his dantian, where yin and yang met, the yin and yang forces intertwined. A finger-sized mass of primordial qi was floating. Although this mass of primordial qi was only the size of a finger, every time it breathed in and out the yin and yang qi, Gu Fei's dantian would emit waves of thunderous sounds. The momentum was terrifying. This was the yin and yang transforming into primordial chaos. After Gu Fei successfully severed his Dao, his martial body had undergone a transformation. His martial Dao true force was also transforming, and the yin and yang essence energy began to evolve into primordial chaos. Gu Fei had embarked on a different path to become an expert. This path of Gu Fei was different from the indestructible martial body. The indestructible martial body, Gold Blood Qi, was a martial artist who only cultivated the power of the metal element. As time passed, the yin and yang essence energy in Gu Fei's body continued to breathe in and out. A yin-yang Tai Chi diagram appeared on his body, gathering spiritual energy from all directions and cleansing his body. This, from afar, when He Tian saw this scene, his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei also cultivated the power of yin and yang. However, Gu Fei's power was fundamentally different from his. Although they were both cultivators who cultivated the power of yin and yang, He Tian felt that the power of yin and yang cultivated by Gu Fei was purer and more primitive compared to his. "Boss, you're a freak." He Tian sensed the vast and boundless yin-yang true energy fluctuations emanating from Gu Fei's body, and he couldn't help but be moved. After severing his Dao, just how powerful had Gu Fei become? A martial artist is invincible among his peers. This is definitely not a myth. He Tian knew quite a few secrets of the archaic era. He himself had once seen an imperishable martial artist brimming with golden blood energy tear apart a supreme devil. That scene was something that He Tian would never forget for the rest of his life. The imperishable martial artist's invincible spirit of dominating the 9 heavens and 10 earths still made He Tian's heart tremble when he thought of it, and he felt his blood boil. He Tian's cultivation had also reached a critical period of a breakthrough. He was already a half-step almighty and was only half a step away from severing his Dao. However, this half a step made him stagnate. The great era was coming, and experts were emerging in large numbers. He Tian felt great pressure. He knew that if he wanted to survive in this great era that was about to change the world, he had to strengthen his cultivation and strength. "I must succeed in severing my Dao before the great era comes." He Tian's eyes revealed an incomparably firm look. He had definitely experienced a lot of hardships. Originally, he had a body that would die 100 times, but he could still defy the heavens and be reborn. He did not hesitate any longer. He also found a place beside the big lake and sat down cross-legged. Then, he began to circulate the mysterious technique, inhaling and exhaling spiritual qi, and began to cultivate. At this time, Gu Fei was trying to speed up the transformation of the yin-yang true power in his body into the chaotic true power. However, he soon discovered that this method would not work. He was currently only at the first heavenly layer of almighty cultivation. If he wanted to quickly transform the yin-yang true power into the chaotic true power, he would have to increase his cultivation realm. He could feel that the mass of chaotic qi in his dantian, which was only the size of a finger, was floating in the endless yin-yang essence qi. It was constantly inhaling and exhaling immeasurable yin-yang essence qi. However, every time the mass of chaotic qi inhaled and exhaled the yin-yang essence qi, the amount of yin-yang essence qi that could be refined into chaotic qi was almost negligible. This transformation speed was simply too slow. Although Gu Fei had cut his Dao, he still felt a great deal of pressure. A great era was approaching, and no one knew what would happen. Right now, increasing his own strength was the most important thing. Gu Fei was originally an orphan. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he only had one goal, and that was to become a world-shattering powerhouse. For this goal, he had fought hundreds of battles, becoming stronger and stronger. He had never given up. The immortal ancestral dragon herb, Gu Fei recalled the stalk of immortal divine herb that had taken root in his inner world. If he were to consume that stalk of immortal divine herb, his cultivation and strength would definitely improve. However, the immortal ancestral dragon herb was the supreme sacred herb of the dragon clan. There was only one in the 9 skies and 10 earths. If he consumed it, it would become extinct. Moreover, Gu Fei didn't want to use the floral essence to increase his cultivation and strength. Only the power that he cultivated belonged to him. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei finally woke up from his cultivation state. The vast spiritual energy that had gathered around him was completely absorbed into his body the moment he opened his eyes. Phew! He let out a long sigh and stood up from the boulder. At this time, it was already night time. The sky was dotted with stars, and starlight sprinkled down from the sky. Could it be that this world is actually a real world? Gu Fei was truly shocked. It should be known that if an inner world had evolved to the point that it could evolve into stars, then it was not far from a real world. Even the inner world in his Dantian didn't have such a phenomenon. The ancient Buddha's methods were too shocking. It was just a training ground, but it had truly evolved into a wild world. Boss! He Tian's voice rang out from below the boulder. He had stopped cultivating and came to the bottom of the boulder. Seeing that Gu Fei had woken up from his cultivation, he walked up to him. How's the refinement of the invisible sword going? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and asked. He Tian was a little embarrassed. Gu Fei had lent him the invisible sword, but he found that it was almost impossible to refine the invisible sword. The invisible sword was a sacred weapon, and He Tian was only a half-step almighty. How could a half-step almighty be willing to refine a sacred sword into a sacred weapon that he could control? In this place, I still have to rely on myself if I want to stay alive. Gu Fei sighed. In this wild world, wild beasts ran amok. No one knew if there were terrifying beasts comparable to sages in the depths of this world. It should be known that this wild world had existed since the immemorial age. During the immemorial age, there were many experts, and at that time, sages had not gone extinct. While Gu Fei was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed something. There seemed to be an obscure aura at the bottom of the lake, as if something was lurking at the bottom of the lake. Gu Fei knew that this aura wasn't the green flood dragon that he had beaten up earlier. The green flood dragon had been scared out of its wits and had long since hidden away. Let's go down and take a look. Gu Fei directly jumped into the lake, then separated the water channel and quickly rushed towards the bottom of the lake. The surrounding lake water was all blocked by the chi aura emitted from his body. Boss, when He Tian saw Gu Fei suddenly jump into the lake, he couldn't help but jump in fright. He didn't think too much and hurriedly chased after him. There was a completely different world under the lake. It was bottomless, and the deeper they went, the colder the surrounding aura became. It was as if there was a profound earth vein below. When they first arrived at this place, Gu Fei could already see that there was a dragon vein hidden at the bottom of the lake. Could this be an ice dragon vein? Soon, they were thousands of feet deep into the lake. The surrounding lake water was already covered in ice. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a figure appear in the darkness ahead. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. How could there be someone here? They couldn't sense any fluctuations of life in front of them. The figure floated towards them, and soon, they saw this person, floating towards them. When Gu Fei's group saw this person, clearly, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was an ancient person sealed in ice. His clothes were ancient, and he looked extremely lifelike. This person seemed to be sleeping soundly, and there was even some color on his face. This was a young cultivator. It was unknown how long he had been sealed in ice. Just what kind of place is this? My Tian was also dumbfounded. He walked forward and arrived in front of the young cultivator who was sealed in ice. After sizing him up for a while, he took out the invisible sword and carefully cut off the thick layer of ice on the young man's body. Not long after, the thick layer of ice on the person's body was cut open. However, when He Tian wanted to check if there was anything on the person's body suddenly changed. After this ancient person came into contact with the air of the outside world, his originally plump body immediately shriveled. Then, his shriveled body continued to decay. His flesh, bones, and even his clothes and belongings were all rapidly decaying. In just a few breaths' time, the person turned into a pile of dust and dissipated in the void. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't expect this to happen. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The ancient person had disappeared before their eyes just like that. After a while, they turned around, but at this time, in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, a few figures silently appeared. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share, target equals _blank. Chapter 1399. In the depths of the lake, Gu Fei and He Tian encountered an ancient person who had been sealed in ice. When He Tian broke the ice on the ancient person's body, the ancient person turned into a pile of dust within a breath's time. Question mark. This is a human from the primordial era. He Tian said. The primordial human race had actually been sealed in ice at the bottom of this lake. Just what had happened back then? And what made Gu Fei and He Tian's hair stand on end was that in the depths of the pitch-black lake, several figures had appeared out of nowhere. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. Could the bottom of this lake be some kind of dangerous place? So many people had actually fallen down there. There were no signs of life coming from the depths of the lake. Those people were all corpses that had already lost their lives and had fallen for countless years. Gu Fei and He Tian were very careful. They were not in a hurry to descend. They opened up a domain and blocked the lake water around them. The bottom was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The green flood dragon had already hidden itself somewhere. It had almost been killed by Gu Fei and was scared out of its wits. Just what is going on? Gu Fei frowned. In the cold lake water, a dozen or so frozen corpses floated up. There were humans, foreign races, and even ferocious beasts among them. The frozen humans were dressed in strange ancient clothes, but they were all vivid and lifelike as if they were in deep sleep. There were also those who looked no different from humans but had a single horn on their head or a divine eye between their brows. They looked just like when they were alive. These people seemed to have been frozen in an instant. There were all kinds of postures, and all of their movements were frozen in an instant. He Tian knew many primordial secrets, but now, even he was moved. Perhaps the bottom of this lake really was a dangerous place. Gu Fei's group continued to descend. They broke through the thick ice on several ancient corpses, but without exception, all of them completely decayed in a few breaths' time. Even the items on these corpses rapidly decayed. Nothing was left behind. Even the peerless divine materials had turned into dust. They aren't immortal materials. They can't withstand the erosion of time. He Tian sighed. Even if they were engraved with Dao runes, these materials would slowly decay. It was only a matter of time. The deeper they sank, the more frightened Gu Fei and He Tian became. Around them, ancient corpses sealed in ice were sinking one after another. It was an extremely eerie scene. That is, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a weak aura appearing below them. By this time, they had already descended several thousand feet, but they still couldn't see the bottom of the lake. Is this a bottomless lake? The faint aura came from less than 500 feet below. It was so weak that Gu Fei wouldn't have sensed it if his senses weren't far more sensitive than others. What is it? He Tian noticed the change in Gu Fei's expression and was bewildered. Is there still life in this place? Gu Fei murmured. Although the aura was weak, he couldn't determine what it was. One had to know that spiritual medicines, immortal materials, and living beings all emitted certain auras, especially the aura of a saint. Even immortals and spirits couldn't withstand it. A strand of saintly aura was enough to collapse the void. If a saint appeared on the ground without concealing his aura, then all life in this area would be threatened. What? He Tian tensed up after hearing Gu Fei's words. Who knew what would appear in such a strange place? No one could relax in such a place. Buzz. A clump of starlight rose from the top of my Tian's head. That was his astral magical treasure, a godly weapon at the almighty level. Although it was damaged, it could still unleash great power. What are you so nervous about? Gu Fei found it funny to see He Tian acting as if he was facing a great enemy. However, Gu Fei also knew that caution was the only way to go further on the path of cultivation. It wasn't easy for them to reach this step. Those of the same generation as them had either died or disappeared. There weren't many people who could make it this far. Soon after, they knew what was emitting that faint aura. It was also an ancient corpse. This ancient corpse was also sealed in ice. Inside the transparent sea ice, there was a white-haired old man sealed inside. When Gu Fei saw this old man, he was stunned. This old man still had a trace of aura on him, unlike those ancient corpses that he had seen before that were sealed in ice. This person, He Tian, was also shocked. One should know that the frozen humans and foreign races were all existences from the immemorial era. This old man should also be from that era. This old man had been frozen for countless years and still hadn't died? This was too shocking. The other ancient people had already fallen. After breaking the ice, they would quickly decay. Even the peerless materials had lost all their essence and turned into dust. It was a miracle that the old man was able to survive. However, the old man was only left with a faint aura that was almost undetectable. Ordinary almighties would not be able to sense this aura at all. Even Erebus, who had the cultivation and strength of a half-step almighty, could only sense the aura emanating from the old man in the ice when he got close to him. This old man was definitely a terrifying existence from the immemorial era. Even though he had been frozen for countless years, there was still a faint trace of life. Should I break it and take a look? He Tian was a little tempted, but he also knew what would happen if he broke the ice on this old man. However, he was very curious about the consequences. Wait. Let me think. Now, Gu Fei felt like his head was about to explode. Was there really a connection between the two? Or could it be that this frozen ancient was the physical body of that existence? Was it possible for such a powerful person to end up with his physical body and primordial spirit separated? If everything was as he thought, then wouldn't the person who sealed this old man be extremely terrifying? Boss, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei's extremely solemn face. Did boss think of something? Did he know the origin of this old man? If Gu Fei didn't say anything, He Tian definitely wouldn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Gu Fei thought of the thing that was sealed in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. That day, not long after he entered the Heaven Realm, he came to the Eastern County City at the border of the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory. There, he stayed in the Hidden Moon Pavilion, participated in the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction, and obtained a stone man. It was a complete stone man, different from the broken stone man that Gu Fei obtained on the street of the Eastern County City. The stone man was imprinted with the Great Path divine patterns. Gu Fei obtained two things from these two stone men. Sealed in the broken stone man was a holy egg. It was an egg laid by an innate divine beast. The holy egg was imprinted with the Great Path divine patterns of the heaven and earth. This was a descendant that only a supreme divine beast could give birth to. The holy egg had a strong wave of life, but to hatch this holy egg, although it required an unimaginable amount of 5 elemental fire essence. However, this was not a problem for Gu Fei, because he had obtained a Fire Phoenix Divine Pearl and a True Dragon Divine Pearl in the land of the Fallen Phoenix and Lost Dragon. The Fire Phoenix Divine Pearl contained endless fire essence, which met all the conditions to hatch the holy egg. At this time, in the void of the mountain and river cauldron, a fire was burning. A divine pearl and a holy egg with Great Path divine patterns were floating. The holy egg of the innate fire element divine beast emitted a strong wave of life. Inside it, a powerful life was growing. And in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron, there was also a deep dark void floating. It was a divine pearl that looked like a golden sun, emitting endless waves of the power of the metal element. There was also an extremely strong wave of life coming from the metal element divine pearl. In the golden light, countless ancient patterns could be seen faintly. In the divine pearl, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was an old man. This old man was naked, and his appearance was shockingly similar to the old man sealed in ice outside. When Gu Fei approached the old man sealed in ice, the old man in the metal element divine pearl seemed to move. Gu Fei was the clearest about the changes in the mountain and river cauldron, because he had refined the chaotic origin embryo that was bred in the mountain and river cauldron. In a sense, the inner world between Gu Fei's eyebrows was derived from a part of the mountain and river cauldron. Is there really a connection between the two? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He knew very well that the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl was definitely a terrifying existence of the saint level. If the old man sealed in ice outside was really the physical body of the old man in the metal element divine pearl, then this was definitely the physical body of a saint. Even a saint was sealed in ice, and his primordial spirit was separated from his physical body. What terrible thing had happened back then? It should be known that the ancient saints were extremely powerful and absolutely invincible in the world. Except for the great saint of the extreme Tao, no one could kill and seal the ancient saints. Did a great saint of the extreme Tao take action back then? The more Gu Fei thought about it, the more shocked he became. Such a great secret of the world was not something he could understand. Even among the people back then, not many people knew exactly what terrifying thing had happened that caused the entire untainted land to collapse. The untainted land collapsed and turned into endless starry sky and heaven and earth. The 3 realms and 6 paths were just a general statement. In fact, there were many unknown worlds that had not been discovered by cultivators. In the world of cultivation, there was a saying that the untainted land was broken into 3,000 worlds. What should I do? Facing the old man sealed in ice, Gu Fei did not know what to do. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1400. The Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddhist lord was actually a training ground. All the arhats who entered the heavenly Buddhist path could enter the Buddhist palace to cultivate as long as they successfully severed their Tao and became a Buddhist almighty. However, for thousands of years, other than those who entered the second Buddhist palace, no one else could enter the third Buddhist palace and above. When Gu Fei and Heavenly Dharma fought in the second Buddhist palace, they accidentally broke through the heaven and earth void's barrier and entered the third Buddhist palace. The third Buddhist palace was a desolate land. There were tall mountains and dense forests, and wild beasts roamed freely. It was a desolate land that was rarely visited by humans. After Gu Fei and He Tian entered this desolate land, they found a place to stay temporarily. However, who would have thought that the bottom of the lake where they landed was actually an extremely strange place? The lake surrounded by mountains was actually a bottomless lake. At the bottom of the lake, there were actually ancient frozen corpses floating in the water. It was eerie and terrifying. What shocked Gu Fei the most was that he actually saw an existence that shocked him to the extreme. It was an old man sealed in ice. This old man actually looked shockingly similar to the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl that he obtained that day. The metal element divine pearl was suppressed in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. This was because the metal element divine pearl gathered an endless amount of metal elemental energy and sealed an ancient saint. The ancient saint's aura could even pass through the seal and come out from the metal element divine pearl. Without a doubt, the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl was definitely an earth-shattering existence. Once he broke out of the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boss, He Tian saw that Gu Fei's expression changed several times as he stared at the old man sealed in ice. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Did Boss really know of this old man's existence? However, this was absolutely impossible because this old man was definitely a human from the primordial era. How could Boss know someone from the primordial era? He Tian shook his head. He really couldn't understand why Gu Fei would have such a rich expression when he saw this old man. There must be some connection between the two. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Then, he took out the cauldron of mountain and river and held it in his hand. The fist-sized cauldron emitted an ancient aura. The patterns on the ancient cauldron were extremely ancient. Mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, insects, and fish appeared on the body of the cauldron. It was as if everything in the world was included within it. This ancient cauldron was the number 1 cauldron in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Once the mountain and river cauldron appeared, it would suppress heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, possessing tremendous power. Boss, why did you take this thing out? He Tian was shocked when he saw Gu Fei taking out the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient cauldron was an extreme Tao ancient weapon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Gu Fei would not use it. I want to confirm something. As Gu Fei spoke, he began to activate the mountain and river cauldron. Streams of pure martial path true power rushed out from his hands and entered the mountain and river cauldron. Are you sure about one thing? Erebus was baffled by what he heard. Soon, the sound of wind and thunder came from the mountain and river cauldron. Rays of golden light rushed out from the mouth of the cauldron. A layer of primordial chaos chi appeared on the surface of the fist-sized cauldron. The birds, beasts, insects, and fish on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life. They were emitting traces of soul power. This was the aura of primordial beasts. The beast souls on the body of the cauldron seemed to be awakening. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, there were countless beast souls of primordial beasts. The beast souls of primordial beasts had already fused with the mountain and river cauldron. The beast souls were also one of the divine abilities of the mountain and river cauldron. This, He Tian felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. This aura almost made him fall to the ground. Saint. Saint aura? He Tian's soul trembled when he felt the aura. This was a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. The aura coming from the mountain and river cauldron was too shocking. At this moment, more and more golden light rushed out from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. It became more and more dazzling. A vast metal elemental power came out from the mouth of the cauldron. What is that? Even though He Tian had a divine weapon to protect himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The aura coming out from the mountain and river cauldron was too terrifying and powerful. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He had to use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the thing in the cauldron. Under the suppression of the power of the mountain and river cauldron, the terrifying aura coming out from the mountain and river cauldron immediately weakened. The primordial chaos chi interweaved in the void and sealed the metal elemental power. Soon, a divine pearl that looked like a golden sun rose from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The golden light coming from the divine pearl illuminated the surroundings. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand vibrated. The primordial chaos chi spread out from the mountain and river cauldron and sealed the heaven and earth void, trapping the divine pearl inside. What? When He Tian saw this divine pearl that shone with boundless golden light, he was immediately stunned. He cultivated the yin-yang divine eyes, which allowed him to see through the void. He saw the old man in the divine pearl of gold. How can this be? He Tian was shocked. Everything he saw was so unbelievable. On the metal divine pearl, layers of ancient formation patterns were faintly discernible, revealing the fluctuations of the saint level. The seal of a saint, however, He Tian was not surprised. On the metal divine pearl, there were ancient formation patterns of a saint. An immemorial saint had sealed the old man in the metal divine pearl, condensing the metal elemental power into a divine pearl and sealing the opponent. With such cultivation and strength, the saint who made the move in the immemorial era was definitely a metal great saint. Cultivating the power of the 5 elements could also become a saint. The path to becoming a saint was not the only one, and the power of heaven and earth was not the only one. The 5 elements, yin and yang, chaos, and all kinds of power could be cultivated to the peak. Although Gu Fei had already used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to seal the metal divine pearl, the saint aura emitted from the metal divine pearl still spread out. This pressure made He Tian not dare to approach. Is it really like this? Suddenly, Gu Fei's heart trembled because he saw the old man sealed in the metal divine pearl move. Although it was only a slight movement, who was Gu Fei? He immediately sensed that something was amiss. At the same time, the faintly discernible aura coming from the old man who was sealed in ice and floating in the lake seemed to have become a little stronger. This change confirmed Gu Fei's conjecture. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. An Empyrean saint was actually sealed in such a way. The physical body and primordial spirit were separated. The physical body was sealed in the 3rd Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord, while the primordial spirit was sealed in the metal divine pearl and hidden inside the golem. The golem was obtained by Gu Fei in the heavenly realm, but the old man's physical body appeared in the depths of a large lake in the 3rd Buddhist palace. Could it be that the ancient Buddhist Lord sealed this old man? However, Gu Fei quickly rejected this idea. The power that sealed the old man's primordial spirit was not the power of the ancient Buddhist Lord. How could these things appear in the place of the ancient Buddhist Lord? This was truly perplexing. Who was the ancient Buddhist master? It was impossible for him not to know that there was such a place in his Buddhist palace. Since he knew about this place but still allowed it to exist, what was the ancient Buddhist Lord's idea? Boss, stop. Suddenly, He Tian's shout woke Gu Fei from his contemplation. At this time, the primordial spirit in the metal divine pearl had already changed. Wisps of black gas began to emit from the primordial spirit. A fiendish aura spread out from the metal divine pearl, as if an ancient true demon was about to awaken from its slumber, causing people's hearts to palpitate. At this time, black gas also appeared on the body of the frozen old man, and the aura on his body gradually became stronger. This person is a demon? Gu Fei felt the demonic power. He was inexplicably shocked and then hurriedly used the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi immediately wrapped around the metal divine pearl and then sank into the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The power of the mountain and river cauldron could shock the heavens and crush everything. Even the metal divine pearl was no exception. The power of the metal divine pearl was sealed. When Gu Fei sealed the metal divine pearl in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron, the changes on the body of the frozen old man in front of them also disappeared. This old man can't be that fierce person from the primordial age, right? He Tian seemed to be frightened. He seemed to think of something and his face became extremely ugly. What's wrong? After sealing the metal divine pearl, Gu Fei asked He Tian, why did the old man's body show signs of demonization? It was really hard to understand. This person is probably the primordial age demon. We can't let him out. If we let him out, it will be a disaster. He Tian thought for a while before saying such words. Primordial age demon? Gu Fei was shocked. Although he didn't know about the primordial age demon, because it was too long ago, just hearing the name was enough to make him shocked. In the primordial age, there was a madman who cultivated both immortal and demonic cultivation. He wanted to open up a new path of cultivation. He Tian told him what he knew. It turned out that in the primordial age, there was a madman of the human race who obtained the cultivation method of the demonic path. However, he cultivated the immortal path, so he had a crazy idea. That madman began to cultivate the demonic scripture he obtained, but very soon, he encountered a problem. The power of the immortal path and the demonic power clashed in his body. Sometimes, the power of the immortal path would gain the upper hand, and sometimes, the demonic power would suppress the power of the immortal path. The power of the immortal path and the demonic power used his body as a battlefield. When the power of the immortal path suppressed the demonic power, this madman was an immortal god. However, once the demonic power in his body suppressed the power of the immortal path, this madman would turn into a fierce demon. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1401. The Millennium Ancient Devil was one of the most talented human beings. He wanted to cultivate both immortal and demonic cultivation to create a different cultivation path. But in the end, this primordial human expert became a human devil. Sometimes he was an immortal, and sometimes he turned into a demon. This caused quite a commotion during the primordial era. The Millennium Ancient Devil was an extremely dangerous person because he could not control the immortal and demonic power in his body. He did not know when he would turn into a demon. When he turned into a demon, the Millennium Ancient Devil would lose all reason and only know how to kill. Blood would flow like a river wherever the demon went, and all living things in the area would be slaughtered. But when the Millennium Ancient Devil turned into a demon and slaughtered in all directions, a great figure attacked him. That battle was earth-shattering, and a part of the primordial era was turned into a land of calamity. No one knew the result of that battle, but that extremely dangerous person, the Millennium Ancient Devil, disappeared, never to be seen again. That great figure was gravely injured and dying. Some people said that the Millennium Ancient Devil was killed by that great figure, but others said that the great figure sealed the Millennium Ancient Devil. No one knew which was true and which was false. The great figure that attacked the Millennium Ancient Devil passed away not long after. That great figure was injured by the Millennium Ancient Devil in that battle. After returning, he only lived for about 200 years, but his injuries were too severe. I didn't think that this savage's body would be sealed here. The more He Tian thought about it, the more his heart palpitated. The Millennium Ancient Devil could not come out. If he did, the entire human world would be in trouble. No one could fight against such an existence. Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that this old man with his primordial spirit sealed in the metal divine pearl and his body sealed in ice at the bottom of the lake would have such a great background. What do we do now? Gu Fei was confused. According to what He Tian said, this Millennium Ancient Devil was definitely an unimaginably terrifying savage. Even the great figures of the primordial era could only seal him and not kill him. This, He Tian fell into deep thought. The Millennium Ancient Devil was an extremely dangerous person. If his primordial spirit and body were to merge, the Millennium Ancient Devil might come back to life. Once the Millennium Ancient Devil came back to life, Gu Fei and the others would be the first to suffer. Maybe I can use this monster in the future. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a long time, then activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron and swallowed the old man who was floating in the lake water in front of him into the mountain and river cauldron. Boss, you, seeing this, He Tian was dumbfounded. Even in the primordial era, where experts were everywhere, the eternal human devil was definitely an extremely dangerous person. This kind of extremely dangerous person, anyone who saw it would be too late to hide, but Gu Fei actually put the body of that fierce person into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was very careful. He sealed the metal element divine pearl and the old man's body in two different places in the mountain and river cauldron, not allowing them to touch each other. The inside of the mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own. The space inside was frighteningly large, almost boundless. It was as if a real world could fit inside. After doing all this, Gu Fei and He Tian continued to sink towards the bottom of the lake. It was pitch black below, and they couldn't see the bottom at all. Gu Fei used the power of his domain to block the lake water within a radius of 300 meters around him. Could it really be a bottomless lake? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be moved. This lake was not simple, and there were constantly frozen corpses floating in the water. Soon, they sank another 3,000 meters. Along the way, they couldn't feel any signs of life at all. The deeper they sank, the more intense the yin qi became. The yin vein of the earth's yin qi gathered, and perhaps it would give birth to something incredible. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to be careless, and they both tensed up. What is that? Suddenly, He Tian asked Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei also discovered something strange. In the endless darkness below, there was a faint flash of blood light. Although it was very far away, a trace of a strange aura still came over. There was definitely a shocking secret hidden at the bottom of this lake. A demonic aura. Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions changed. They could feel the aura of a demon from that ball of blood light. This was not a good thing. There's a demon in the Buddhist palace refined by the Millennium Buddha Lord? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't believe it. After all, Buddhas and demons were mortal enemies, irreconcilable enemies. Throughout the ages, all the major Buddhists had taken it upon themselves to slay demons. Who knew how many demons the Millennium Buddha Lord had released from purgatory? Gu Fei and He Tian were on high alert. As they continued to sink, the ball of blood light grew brighter and brighter, emitting a demonic bloody light. That is, when Gu Fei and the others got closer, they discovered that the ball of blood light was just a pile of crushed flesh and bones sealed in ice. A demon was turned into meat paste? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This demon was definitely an incredible existence. Even though it had fallen for countless years, its flesh and bones still had remnants of its demonic nature. It was a false alarm. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to sink. After an hour, they finally reached the bottom of the lake. The ball of starlight above He Tian's head lit up the surrounding space for thousands of meters. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, blocking the terrifying cold air that was surging over from all directions. Gu Fei and He Tian discovered that the bottom of the lake was actually covered in white bones. They could even see the pitch-black bones of demons and other beasts. Aside from the cold air, there was also an aura of death at the bottom of the lake. Where did that green flood dragon hide? He Tian muttered to himself. The green flood dragon that Gu Fei had injured was not at the bottom of the lake. It was probably hiding somewhere. What really moved Gu Fei and He Tian was that there were many broken buildings at the bottom of the lake. It seemed to be a settlement, but it had sunk into the ground. Boss, there's something wrong with this place. He Tian felt a little uneasy. The Yin vein of the earth was definitely not inhabited by humans. The cold air of the earth could freeze everything. It was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just observed carefully. Soon, he found the right direction and headed towards the source of the Yin vein of the earth. The source of the Yin vein of the earth was definitely a place that was blessed by heaven and earth. Perhaps it could nurture something different. Gu Fei wanted to go there and take a look. He Tian had no choice but to follow behind Gu Fei and head towards the source of the Yin vein of the earth. The Yin vein of the earth gathered the cold air of heaven and earth. It could freeze everything. At this time, the cold air around Gu Fei's body surged. The surrounding lake water was blocked by the cold air. There was no lake water at the location of the Yin vein of the earth. The Yin vein of the earth was like a real dragon swimming underground. Gu Fei was very careful. The bones under his feet did not disappear at all along the way. He Tian was getting more and more uneasy. He seemed to sense that something was about to happen. He took out the invisible sword that Gu Fei had given him. A ball of starlight lit up the sky. This was a divine weapon of an almighty being. It had an incomplete Dao pattern imprinted on it. Although it was only an incomplete Dao pattern, it could still be used to resist the surrounding cold air. Gu Fei had already severed his Dao. His physical body was so strong that he did not need any divine weapons to protect him. The surrounding cold air could not affect him at all. Swish! Just as they were approaching the source of the Yin vein of the earth, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the darkness in front of them. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian to become nervous. What is that? Although Gu Fei had cultivated the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, he still couldn't see clearly. The speed of the black shadow was too fast. There are no signs of life. Could it be that it's not an undead creature? He Tian's face revealed a shocked expression. To be able to disappear in front of his eyes, the black shadow was definitely not simple. It might even be able to threaten him. I don't know. Gu Fei couldn't be sure because he didn't sense any death aura from the black shadow. What kind of existence was it? He was very curious. However, he didn't know where that thing had hidden itself. When Gu Fei and the others advanced for another 3 kilometers, another black shadow appeared in their vicinity. This black shadow also flashed and disappeared with extreme speed. This, Gu Fei and He Tian knew that they might be in trouble. They seemed to be targeted by something that made them feel a sense of danger. Swish! Just when Gu Fei and He Tian were about to continue forward, a huge black hand suddenly appeared above their heads. It seemed to have sealed off an area and was about to grab them. The terrifying existence that was hiding in the dark had finally made its move. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and sent out a palm strike. Bang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the black hand, issuing a muffled explosion. The vast and mighty energy fluctuations shook the entire earth Yin vein. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei remained unmoving like a mountain. The black hand that was about to grab them crumbled in the air. However, at this moment, a black divine spear shot out from the front and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched the black divine spear that was piercing through him. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist collided with the black divine spear. The black divine spear was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist. There was actually such an expert in the earth Yin vein. However, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't sense any signs of life. They didn't know what was attacking them. Gu Fei's physical body was incomparably strong. After sending the divine spear flying with a punch, he immediately disappeared. The next moment, the void in front of them suddenly splattered with a large amount of blood. A corpse fell out of the void. Target =_blank. Chapter 1402. Gu Fei and He Tian had finally reached the bottom of the lake and were searching along the Yin vein of the earth towards the source of the Yin vein. Just as they were about to reach the source of the Yin vein, they encountered an inexplicable attack. Swoosh! Gu Fei struck with lightning speed, slashing down an unknown creature in the air. A large amount of blood sprayed out from the Yin vein of the earth. The blood wasn't frozen by the Yin vein of the earth, and it splattered everywhere. Every drop of blood emanated an even colder aura. Arcane Yin creature. That's an extremely cold constitution. I didn't think I'd see one here. When He Tian saw the creature that was slain by Gu Fei, he was incomparably shocked. Within the Yin vein of the earth, the frigid qi of heaven and earth had condensed. Even they could feel a bone-piercing chill. The blood of an ordinary creature would have been frozen by the extreme cold the moment it splashed out. It wouldn't have flowed freely on the ground like this. Gu Fei's figure materialized in the air. He just used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Dao, the anti-void secret art, to kill a creature hidden in the air in an instant. This was a humanoid creature, but it wasn't a human. This was because this creature had an incomparably malevolent dragon head. Even though it had been killed by Gu Fei, this creature's corpse was still emitting a fiendish aura. The blood of creatures like this is cold, and they can hide in the air, making them extremely difficult to find. Mahakala said these words. This type of creature with the coldest physique was already extinct in the current world. Even in the archaic era, it was still a rare race that was rarely seen. However, if these creatures cultivated to a certain level, they could freeze thousands of miles with a single breath of cold air. It was incredibly powerful. A single drop of blood from such creatures could freeze immortal gods. Fortunately, Gu Fei and He Tian weren't immortal gods, but existences that surpassed immortal gods. They could resist the extreme cold here. 2 more of these creatures have escaped into the source of the Yin vein of the earth. Gu Fei sensed the existence of 3 of these terrifying creatures, but he could only kill one of them with his cultivation and strength. The other 2 had escaped. What? When Erebus heard this, he was shocked. There were 2 such creatures? The Yin vein of the earth was incredible to have given birth to 3 of them. This was a creature born from the cold Yin energy of heaven and earth. It could be said to be an innate life form that was blessed by the heavens. It possessed extraordinary talent and constitution. However, in front of Gu Fei, these innate life forms could not withstand a single blow. He killed one of them and scared off the other 2 innate life forms. The heavens and earth needed 100,000 years to nurture life. It was not something that could be nurtured in a short period of time. This great earth Yin vein had definitely been formed for millions of years, maybe even millions of years. Such a long period of time was even longer than the immemorial era. The recorded history of the human race was only a few 100,000 years old. This was because even the oldest records of the human race only existed for a few 100,000 years. However, some humans didn't think so. Some thought that there was a gap in the history of the human race. The history of the human race shouldn't be just a few 100,000 years old. The immemorial era recorded in the ancient records was a period that happened a few 100,000 years ago. This great earth Yin vein had already been formed since ancient times. After a long period of evolution, this great earth Yin vein had given birth to a life form. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. The Buddhist Lord's 3rd Buddhist palace was definitely not simple. This desolate world shouldn't have been created by the Buddhist Lord. One had to know that the Yin vein of the earth existed even before the Buddhist Lord's enlightenment. This desolate world already existed before the Buddhist Lord's enlightenment. The fact that Gu Fei could kill a life form born from the heaven and earth made He Tian's heart palpitate. However, He Tian soon felt relieved. Although the life forms born from the heaven and earth were born from the heaven and earth, they didn't necessarily have heaven-defying physiques and strength. One had to know that the human race was also born from the heaven and earth. Life forms with innate physiques needed strength, just like humans, to become strong through cultivation. It wasn't a miracle that Gu Fei could kill a life form with innate physiques. Come, let's kill our way in. He Tian knew that the source of the yin vein of the earth had most likely given birth to something else. His eyes flashed with excitement. Buzz! The star artifact above Mahakala's head shone with starlight, shielding him within. Then, he strode forward, and the cold air around him was repelled by the power of the stars that spread out from the starlight. The power of the starlight illuminated the heaven and earth, making the void as bright as day. This guy was still holding the invisible sword, a sacred weapon. He was very cautious. One had to know that there were two terrifying life forms at the source of the yin vein of the earth. It wasn't without reason that He Tian could live to this day and survive all kinds of calamities. People who were cautious at all times often lived longer than ordinary people. Gu Fei and the others continued forward for a few miles. The void in front of them suddenly opened up, and they entered a huge cave. The cold air here was so thick that it was almost liquid. Under the illumination of the starlight, they could see many skeletons scattered on the ground nearby. Among these skeletons, there were human bones, and there were also bones of the foreign races. Gu Fei and the others even saw a pitch-black skull. What's going on? Is this also a battlefield? Gu Fei and He Tian were bewildered. This was a secret from the primordial era, and it was impossible for them to know about it. Perhaps even the Buddhist masters throughout the ages wouldn't know about it. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the darkness in front of them. In front of them, cold and gloomy air gathered. Even the starlight of the starlight floating above Erebus' head could not penetrate it. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked when they saw the black fog in front of them. It was a kind of extreme yin cold fog that had been condensed in the yin vein of the earth for countless years. The black fog didn't flutter. Instead, it gave people a feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian both felt a great pressure. Roar! A deep roar came from the black fog, making people's scalps go numb. Target =_blank. Chapter 1403. Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to suppress the space and devour the lunar frigid mist. The lunar frigid mist, which was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain, was continuously sucked into the cauldron. In the end, even the two terrifying creatures hidden in the lunar frigid mist were devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river. In front of the divine weapon of the great path, even the creatures born from the heavens and the earth were definitely not enough. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to completely destroy the two creatures that were devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river. After the lunar frigid mist was completely devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river, a divine pearl appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a pitch-black divine pearl that emitted waves of lunar frigid qi. All the lunar frigid qi in the huge cave originated from this divine pearl. Lunar divine pearl? At this time, He Tian appeared again. He could not help but exclaim when he saw the divine pearl floating in the space in front of him. He did not expect that the lunar frigid vein would give birth to such a heaven-defying item. This lunar frigid vein was formed before the primordial age. Not only did it give birth to living creatures, but it also condensed an endless amount of lunar qi into a divine pearl. Swoosh! He Tian was the first to make a move. He directly reached out and wanted to take the floating golden divine pearl away. However, the lunar frigid qi emitted by the divine pearl was too powerful. Before the hand that He Tian had conjured could grab the lunar divine pearl, it had already dissipated in the space. What a terrifying treasure of the heavens and the earth! He Tian did not dare to go forward. The frigid qi emitted by the lunar divine pearl was something that not many cultivators of the severing path could withstand. It was difficult for cultivators of the heavens to move such a primordial treasure. Gu Fei wanted to use the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to take the divine pearl. However, this time, he could not move the lunar divine pearl. The cauldron of mountain and river displayed its power. The space around it collapsed and was swallowed by the cauldron. However, the celestial Yin pearl remained as still as a mountain. No matter how hard Gu Fei tried to activate the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, it was all in vain. The fragment of the great path within the divine pearl was a saint-level spirit treasure. Unless Gu Fei could draw out the extreme power of the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to use the mountain and river cauldron to take away this spirit treasure. Boss, this, He Tian, who knew the ins and outs of Gu Fei, saw that Gu Fei was unable to take away the lunar immortal pearl even after using the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Damn it! Gu Fei was unwilling to accept the fact that the lunar heavenly pearl was a heavenly material and earthly treasure. It was definitely a peerless divine material. By itself, it could already emit endless cold air and freeze thousands of miles. How can I return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Gu Fei did not give up. He continued to use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to devour the lunar immortal pearl. However, at the same time, he took out his saint-level puppet clone. When his primordial spirit entered the saint-level puppet clone, it was like another Gu Fei. However, this was a saint-level aura and power. The saint-level puppet clone was extremely powerful. The saint-level clone took the mountain and river cauldron and sat cross-legged on the ground. It began to use its saint-level power to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. An even more terrifying power surged out from the mouth of the cauldron. This power was much stronger than the previous one. This time, the lunar immortal pearl was finally affected by the mountain and river cauldron. The saint-level puppet clone's power continuously surged towards the mountain and river cauldron. Swoosh! At this time, He Tian once again retreated from the large hole. The saint-level power was not something he could resist. He was just a half-step cultivator. A wisp of saint-level power was enough to kill He Tian thousands of times. Rumble, a deafening sound came from the large hole. Gu Fei used all his strength to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The lunar immortal pearl gradually moved towards the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. This was not an easy task. The terrifying waves from Gu Fei's saint-level puppet clone were like moving 100,000 primordial divine mountains. It took a lot of effort and energy. Gu Fei's real body stood behind the clone. The saint-level clone was full of immortal Dao power. 9 rays of immortal light appeared on its body and circled around it. Time passed. After a full 6 hours, the lunar immortal pearl finally approached the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. It was about to be sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! At this time, a muffled sound came from outside the large hole. Someone was fighting with He Tian but was stopped by He Tian. A powerful wave of Buddhist power spread out. Yin-yang reincarnation. Mahakala let out a loud roar and unleashed his own great art. All sorts of sceneries appeared around him, as though a world was evolving. Everything in the world grew from nothingness, and then went downhill from extreme prosperity. The power of yin and yang intertwined to form reincarnation. The sudden explosion of reincarnation power completely enveloped a golden figure. A large amount of Buddhist qi was destroyed. A Buddhist expert has discovered this place. At this time, Gu Fei was at a critical juncture. He used all his strength to control the mountain and river cauldron. The lunar immortal pearl was moving very slowly. If he relaxed, he might be able to break free from the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buddha deliverance. A calm and dignified voice sounded. Then, the Arhat started chanting Buddhist scriptures. He actually dispelled the resentment in this place and wanted to deliver He Tian. The yin-yang reincarnation power was broken. A golden Buddha figure walked out. This, He Tian was shocked. He never expected that the opponent would be able to break through his great technique so easily. This person actually appeared in the 3rd level of the Buddha Palace of the Millennium Buddha Lord. To be able to enter the 3rd level of the Buddha Palace, this Arhat was definitely weaker than Lawless. Furthermore, this person was definitely a super antique. Because in the past thousands of years, no one could enter the 3rd level of the Millennium Buddha Palace. Swish! The son of Buddha stretched out his hand and a huge golden hand immediately appeared in the void, grabbing towards Mahakala. The vast Buddhist energy that came out from the hand sealed the surroundings. He Tian was extremely shocked. The moment the opponent made a move, he had severed all his escape routes. It made him feel as though there was no way to dodge. This Arhat was comparable to Lawless. He was so powerful that it caused one's heart to palpitate. Even if He Tian had a supreme divine weapon or even a sacred weapon, the formless sword, it would still be hard for him to withstand it. The time that He Tian obtained the formless sword was very short. It was impossible for him to refine it or use this sacred weapon. Just as the golden Buddha palm was about to destroy Erebus in both body and soul, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and blocked the golden Buddha palm. Target =_blank. Chapter 1404. The arrival of the Earth Fire Dragon caused Gu Fei and He Tian to feel immense pressure. The earth vein in front of them had already turned into a sea of fire. The surrounding rocks, which were as hard as divine iron, were burned red by the fire. Some places even showed signs of cracking and melting. The terrifying temperature had dispersed the cold air in the yin vein of the earth. Only the huge underground cave around Gu Fei and He Tian was emitting a frigid aura. Even the endless fiery aura could not disperse the frigid aura in the cave. Gu Fei and He Tian were at the place where the fire energy and the cold air converged. The two forces of yin and yang intertwined, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to feel as though they were in a world of ice and fire. At this time, Gu Fei's real body did not appear. Rumble, at this time, the huge underground cave behind Gu Fei's clone emitted the sound of wind and thunder. The entire cave was shaking. You guys, the Earth Fire Dragon seemed to be taken aback. Two terrifying divine lights shone out of the sea of fire and swept towards Gu Fei and the others. Swish. At this time, He Tian's figure flashed. He decisively used his divine weapon to protect himself. A divine light that looked like a huge star appeared above his head and he retreated into the cave behind him. Lowly ants. How dare you covet the lunar pearl? You deserve to die. The Earth Fire Dragon's powerful divine sense emanated from the sea of fire. A monstrous ferocious aura spread out in all directions. The entire depths of the earth shook. Cracks appeared on the incomparably hard rocks in the surroundings. Humph. It's hard to say who's the ant. Gu Fei said. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Die. The Earth Fire Dragon was extremely arrogant. He was a natural Earth Fire Dragon. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was his territory. All the wild beasts in this area had to lower their heads to him. Bang! A gigantic crimson dragon claw grabbed out from the sea of fire. The power of fire was vast and mighty, and the dragon claw was covered in crimson scales. There was an endless amount of fire surrounding it. The dragon claw tore through the void. Everywhere it passed, a few black claw marks appeared. Although it was a casual attack, the combat strength it displayed was enough to make Gu Fei serious. This was a connate beast. It was a life form born from the endless fire essence of the earth. This life form was nurtured by the heaven and earth. It was born with great magical power. Buzz! A deafening sound rang out in the void. Gu Fei didn't retreat. He took a big step forward and punched towards the dragon claw. A terrifying force shook the void. This was an invincible fist intent. The moment he punched out, Gu Fei's aura instantly rose to its peak state. A terrifying fluctuation surged out from Gu Fei's body. 9 rays of immortal light condensed around his body, as though a peerless immortal lord had descended. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided fiercely with the mountain-sized dragon claw. The violent force spread out in all directions, and the surrounding rocks were instantly turned into dust. Bang! Bang! Pung! Gu Fei took 3 steps back. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. Pain radiated from his right fist. Good heavens! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This saint-level puppet had already been refined by the ancient great saint of the human race to the point that it looked like a real person with flesh and blood. This fierce dragon actually made him feel pain. Could it be that this dragon's body could actually contend against a saint physique? Of course, a saint-rank immortal body couldn't be compared to a saint-rank martial body, but it was still incomparably powerful. Gu Fei's punch just now could even blow up an immemorial god mountain. At this time, the earth-fire true dragon in the Sea of Fire was even more shocked than Gu Fei. This puny human was actually able to block its claw. It was truly inconceivable. When did the fleshly body of the human race become so powerful? This area of 10,000 miles was the territory of the earth-fire true dragon. There were quite a few humans here, but this earth-fire true dragon had killed more than one human before. The third layer of the Buddha Palace was a desolate world. In this vast world, savage beasts could be seen everywhere. Such a world shouldn't have been refined by the ancient Buddhist lord. However, that ancient Buddhist lord was truly incredible. He actually refined this desolate world into the third layer of the Buddha Palace. It became a trial ground for the Buddhist sons who entered the heavenly Buddha Tao. This trial ground was incomparably dangerous. The Buddhist sons who entered this place had to face this cruel world. If they wanted to survive, they would have to fight against the countless savage beasts in this world. A savage beast king comparable to a sage? Gu Fei's gaze became incomparably sharp. Like two resplendent divine weapons, he swept his gaze over the peerless ferocious beast in the Sea of Fire. In the Sea of Fire, there was a scarlet fire dragon that was over 1,000 feet long. This trial ground of the Buddhist Tao was truly perverse. It even had a savage beast of this level. This was simply sending these Buddhist sons to their deaths. No wonder that middle-aged monk had to retreat. Facing such an existence, even a quasi-sage would have a headache. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from the cave behind Gu Fei. Very soon, he felt that the cold air surging out from the cave was starting to weaken. Success, Gu Fei couldn't conceal his joy. However, the expression of the earth-fire true dragon in front of him changed. He knew that the lunar god pearl that was born from the earth vein source was going to be taken away by his opponent. Damned human race, the earth-fire true dragon roared, igniting boundless earth true fire. It pounced towards Gu Fei ferociously. The entire void was crushed by the immense force. Kill. Gu Fei's battle intent was boundless. His long hair fluttered wildly as he charged towards the earth-fire true dragon and clashed with it. Boom. Bam. Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously. Immortal Tao energy and earth fire clashed. The entire earth vein was shaking as though it could collapse at any moment. Gu Fei's Saint-class clone displayed his supreme combat strength and intercepted the earth-fire true dragon. Roar. Terrifying dragon roars rang out continuously. The surrounding rocks tumbled down. Cracks spread out in all directions. The earth-fire true dragon roared again and again as it tried to charge into the cave behind Gu Fei. However, it was forced back time and time again by Gu Fei. Boom. Finally, the earth-fire true dragon spat out a dragon pearl. It was a dragon pearl that emitted boundless flames. It contained the purest heaven and earth fire pearl. The moment the fire dragon pearl appeared, the entire void was burned to the point of collapsing. The surroundings of the fire dragon pearl turned into a chaotic void. Buzz. Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, a surge of sword chi exploded from his body. Thereafter, a purple-gold sword chi rushed out from his body and turned into a purple-gold divine sword. He grabbed the purple-gold divine sword and pointed it at the earth-fire true dragon. As soon as the purple-gold divine sword appeared, the earth-fire true dragon immediately felt a sword chi fluctuation that made its heart palpitate from the ancient sword. Of course, the earth-fire true dragon didn't know that the purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was an extreme sacred sword that could make all cultivators go crazy. It instinctively felt fear. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated, and strands of purple-gold sword chi circulated on it. Roar. The Earth Fire True Dragon felt threatened by the purple gold divine sword. It roared angrily and attacked first. The Fire Dragon Pearl immediately seemed to have turned into a ball of divine sun as it charged towards Gu Fei. The entire earth vein finally collapsed after the Fire Dragon Pearl smashed into it. Endless soil, sand, and stones were melted into ashes by the mighty fire from the Fire Dragon Pearl. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the divine sword in his hand, and an unparalleled sword chi immediately spread out from the divine sword. The sword chi wave blocked all the surging earth fire. At this time, other than the huge cave behind Gu Fei, the entire Tai-Yin earth vein collapsed under the attack of the Earth Fire True Dragon. The endless cold air was evaporated by the power of the earth fire. Swish! Gu Fei stabbed forward with his sword. This was the simplest sword move, but the simplest sword move was often the most powerful sword move. The purple gold sword light that shot out from the purple gold divine sword directly broke through the heavy earth fire and hit the Fire Dragon Pearl. The Fire Dragon Pearl that was smashing towards Gu Fei like a divine sun immediately trembled when it was hit by the purple gold sword chi. It almost fell from the sky. How is this possible? The Earth Fire True Dragon suffered a huge impact. Its thousands of feet long body trembled. The Fire Dragon Pearl was the Life Dragon Pearl that it had condensed. When the Life Dragon Pearl was hit, it would also be injured. The Earth Fire True Dragon didn't know that this was the result of Gu Fei showing mercy. Gu Fei didn't want to destroy the Fire Dragon Pearl. The Life Dragon Pearl that the Earth Fire True Dragon had condensed was definitely a treasure. Swish! Gu Fei immediately extended his hand and used the Supreme Immortal Dao technique to form a primordial spirit hand. A palm the size of a small mountain grabbed towards the Fire Dragon Pearl. He wanted to take away the Fire Dragon Pearl. The Fire Dragon Pearl contained the purest earth fire essence in the world. It could be used to refine a saint-tier killing weapon. As long as this Dragon Pearl was taken out, an area would probably turn into a sea of fire. Everything would be burned into ashes, and both body and soul would be destroyed. Even Gu Fei was tempted by the Fire Dragon Pearl and wanted to collect it. However, this Fire Dragon Pearl was the Life Dragon Pearl of the Earth Fire True Dragon. How could it be taken away so easily? Seeing that the situation was not good, the Earth Fire True Dragon immediately rushed up, then opened its mouth and swallowed the Fire Dragon Pearl into its body, then turned into an existence with a dragon head and a human body. Holding a spear, it rushed towards Gu Fei. Swish! The divine spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Gu Fei's head. Its speed was extremely fast. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1405. Gu Fei was fighting the Earth Fire True Dragon underground. He used the purple gold divine sword, an extreme sacred weapon. With a slash, he almost cut off a fire spirit pearl that the Earth Fire True Dragon spat out. Phew! The Earth Fire True Dragon sensed danger and transformed into a human with a dragon head. With a divine spear in his hand, he pierced through the void and stabbed at Gu Fei's head. Swoosh! The divine spear pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left. This was a divine spear that was completely red in color. There was true fire essence chi circling it and it emitted a terrifying saint-level wave. This was a sacred weapon. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei faced the Earth Fire True Dragon head-on. With a thrust, the tip of the sword turned into a ball of purple gold divine light and pierced through the divine spear. Clang! With a metallic clang, the tip of the purple gold divine sword collided with the sacred spear in the Earth Fire True Dragon's hand. The Earth Fire True Dragon only felt that his hands holding the divine spear shook violently. A powerful force came from the divine spear, causing him to retreat more than 10 steps. However, Gu Fei was as still as a mountain as he charged at the Earth Fire True Dragon with an awe-inspiring might. The purple gold divine sword was an extreme sacred weapon after all. Although it did not emit an extreme aura or power, it still displayed a terrifying might in Gu Fei's hands. The Earth Fire True Dragon was dumbfounded. His opponent's combat strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Especially the divine sword in his hand, it could actually restrain a sacred weapon. Swoosh! With the purple-gold divine sword in his hand, Gu Fei slashed out a sword that made the heavens and earth lose their color. In an instant, the purple-gold divine sword soared tens of thousands of feet, as if it had transformed into a purple-gold divine dragon. Roar! The earth-fire true dragon roared again and again. It raised a sea of fire, wanting to swallow Gu Fei into it. The layers of fire constantly destroyed the sword light that Gu Fei slashed out. However, it was all in vain. Gu Fei's purplish-golden sword light was extremely sharp. It broke through the layers of fire chi and directly slashed at the earth-fire real dragon in the sea of fire. Buzz! The earth-fire true dragon shook the divine spear in its hand, blocking the unparalleled sword light. The entire void undulated like transparent water waves. Clang! The saint weapon in the terraflame dragon's hand collided with Gu Fei's sword light. With a metallic sound, the spear in the terraflame dragon's hand was sent flying. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. Although the saint-grade puppet doppelganger was only a doppelganger, it still displayed frightening combat strength. How is this possible? The dragon-headed earth-fire true dragon was stunned. There was no doubt that the opponent was powerful. It couldn't believe that someone could actually go head-on with the divine weapon, the red dragon spear. Could the divine sword in that person's hand be the legendary Extreme Daoist sacred sword? The terraflame dragon was shocked. The red dragon spear in its hand was a saint weapon left behind by a great sage of the dragon race. No wonder the opponent dared to covet the lunar pearl. Rumble! At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder came from the huge cave behind Gu Fei. A powerful wave of energy came from the cave. Damn it! The terraflame dragon knew that something extremely unfavorable was happening at the source of the yin vein of the earth. Someone in the cave was using a powerful divine sense to obtain the lunar pearl. However, Gu Fei guarded in front of the dragon. No matter how powerful the terraflame dragon was, the result was the same. It was still intercepted by Gu Fei. The terraflame dragon was furious. It desperately activated the dragon yuan in its body, and a steady stream of dragon yuan flowed into the divine spear in its hand. The blood-red light emitted from the red dragon spear became more and more intense. With a strong physical body and the great saint-grade sacred weapon, the red dragon spear, the terraflame dragon and Gu Fei engaged in a life-and-death battle. The divine spear in its hand kept going head-on with the purple-gold divine sword. The mighty wave of energy caused the entire earth to boil. The ground was undulating, and mountains were collapsing. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles could feel it. On the ground, countless birds and beasts were fleeing for their lives. Saint-grade energy, in the depths of this desolate world, a black figure sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain woke up from his meditation. He then looked towards the source of the wave of energy. And in the depths of this desolate world, a monk in white walked out of a temple. Those two fellas, the person who walked out of the ancient temple was the great monk, Fa Tian. Fa Tian could not help but frown when he sensed Gu Fei's aura. In other areas of the desolate world, several powerful divine senses also swept towards the place where Gu Fei and the others were. The battle between Gu Fei and the terraflame dragon had alarmed experts from all sides. Boss, it's a success. At this moment, He Tian's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Then, a loud sound came from behind him, and the entire earth vein collapsed in an instant. He Tian and Gu Fei's real bodies had collapsed the cave and escaped from the extreme yin cold vein. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he heard this. With the lunar pearl, he had gained a great killing weapon. However, once this killing weapon went out of control, it would be a disaster. I'll fight you to the death. The terraflame dragon's heart was bleeding. Its millions of years of scheming had been destroyed by these people in front of it. The lunar pearl had been taken away by these people. It was born from the essence of earth fire in the endless depths of the great earth world. It had a physique of extreme yang. If it could obtain the lunar pearl, it would be able to complement yin and yang, evolve the great Tao of heaven and earth, and break through its current cultivation shackles to become a saint dragon. Roar! The Terraflame dragon roared in anger. It was close to going crazy, and a violent aura erupted from its body. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and its entire aura suddenly soared. Swoosh! The Terraflame dragon's real body instantly disappeared into the void. Then, several blood-colored figures appeared in the void. There were a total of 10 blood-colored figures that emitted terrifying fluctuations, and they fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. This was a secret technique of the dragon clan, the blood clone. Each blood shadow clone had a cultivation and strength that was close to the real body. This secret technique could be said to be heaven-defying. Rumble, the 10 blood-colored figures fiercely pounced towards Yifutian, and the entire void seemed to collapse from this unimaginably powerful force. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This secret technique seemed to have the same effect as the 3 Pure Ones secret technique, but the secret technique displayed by the Terraflame dragon was even more bizarre and bloody. Kill. Without hesitation, Gu Fei displayed an indomitable and powerful aura. He charged forward with his sword, and the purple-gold divine sword in his hand bloomed with dazzling purple-golden sword light. Buzz! The purple-gold divine sword vibrated, and 10 purple-golden sword lights rushed out, piercing through the 10 blood-colored figures. The extremely sharp sword chi directly tore the void between the heaven and earth. However, a strange scene appeared. The extremely sharp purple-golden sword lights actually pierced through the 10 blood-colored figures, but the 10 blood-colored figures did not dissipate. Seeing such a scene, Gu Fei could not help but be secretly shocked. He must not let these 10 blood-colored figures pounce on him. He knew that if these 10 blood-colored figures pounced on him, his saint-level puppet avatar would probably have to change owners. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly retreated, breaking through the layers of rocks and soil. In an instant, he was 10 miles away. Under the ground, there was a terrible collapse, directly affecting the ground. Above the ground, it was as if there was a giant dragon passing through the ground. Mountains collapsed, rivers stopped flowing, and the topography of the ground was completely changed. All of this, Gu Fei could not care less. Some wild beasts that could not escape in time were directly crushed to death by the boulders and swallowed by the cracks in the ground. The speed of the 10 blood-colored dragon's shadows was extremely fast. Every dragon's shadow was faint and illusory, but Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. Even the sword light emitted by the purple-gold divine sword could not destroy it. This made Gu Fei secretly shocked. The secret technique displayed by the Earth-Fire True Dragon was too terrifying and frightening. The Earth-Fire True Dragon had no choice but to use this secret technique. This secret technique of the Dragon Clan was only used when fighting with one's life on the line. Even if it could kill the opponent, its vitality would be greatly damaged. Wherever the blood-colored dragon's shadow passed, all the sand, stones, and soil were directly and silently annihilated. I don't believe that I can't kill you. As Gu Fei retreated, he used the immortal Dao mystic art. A vertical purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. The vertical mark emitted a dazzling divine light, as if a divine eye was about to open. The power of the immortal Dao was condensing. Swoosh! The power of the immortal Dao condensed between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A purple divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a purple-gold sword. Buzz! The purple-gold sword vibrated and then turned into 10 purple-gold sword shadows. They pierced through the 10 blood-colored dragon shadows. The Essence Soul Dao sword could destroy everything. Swoosh! The speed of the primordial Soul Dao swords was unbelievably fast. The 10 sword shadows flashed across the void. The Earth-Fire True Dragon immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar, and the 10 blood-red dragon shadows dimmed all of a sudden. The fluctuations of the Earth-Fire True Dragon's Essence Soul were instantly weakened by more than half. The Essence Soul Dao sword specialized in attacking the Essence Soul, causing the Earth-Fire True Dragon's Essence Soul to be severely injured. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the Essence Soul Dao sword. This secret technique that was known to be invincible almost broke the Earth-Fire True Dragon's Dragon Blood Clone technique. Buzz. The power of the immortal Dao condensed between Gu Fei's eyebrows again, and the essence soul Dao sword appeared again. Roar. The earth fire true dragon sensed danger. Each of its scarlet dragon shadows emitted boundless true fire. Then, they split up and charged in 10 different directions. Where do you think you're going? Kill. Gu Fei roared angrily. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. The essence soul Dao sword instantly turned into 10 sword shadows, shooting directly at the 10 blood-colored dragon shadows that had turned into flames. The essence soul Dao sword pointed at scared the earth fire true dragon out of its wits. To see the first commercial free, please go to please share, target equals _blank. Chapter 1406. Gu Fei's saint-level puppet avatar displayed a supreme secret technique of the immortal Dao. It used the power of the spirit to form a Dao sword and slashed at the spirit, severely injuring the earth fire true dragon. Whoosh! The power displayed by the primordial soul Dao sword was so terrifying that the earth fire true dragon sensed danger and immediately tried to escape with fire. Swoosh! 10 true dragon blood shadows emitted dazzling divine flames and rushed out in all directions. Each flame was like the true body of the earth fire true dragon, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. However, Gu Fei didn't care about which one was the true body of the earth fire true dragon. Buzz! The void trembled, and the Dao sword that emerged from Gu Fei's glabella turned into 10 beams of sword light. They pierced through the void and caught up with the 10 flames in an instant. Roar! The earth fire true dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Wherever the sword light passed, 9 of the 10 fiery lights were instantly extinguished. Only one flame was not extinguished by the primordial soul Dao sword, but it was also dim as if it could be extinguished at any time. In the flame, there was a dragon's shadow wrapped around it. It broke through the void and disappeared instantly. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped. Gu Fei walked over, his eyes flashing and his body emanating a murderous aura. Just now, he almost killed the earth fire true dragon. However, the earth fire true dragon was protected by the sacred weapon, the crimson dragon spear. Although it was seriously injured, it didn't die. The battle under the ground caused terrible turbulence. The bottom layer collapsed, and the topography on the ground changed completely. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, the lake evaporated, and the rivers stopped flowing. This area became a chaotic place because of the collapse of the lunar earth veins. Countless lives were lost in this disaster. Even some extremely powerful wild beasts were affected and fell in this area. Gu Fei broke through the bottom layer and rushed out from the ground. Roar! He roared at the sky, his voice shaking the sky, and the entire area shook. The aura of a sage spread out, causing the beasts in all directions to be frightened. A sage has appeared? This is the power of a saint. A few incomparably powerful divine wills swept over from afar. Some incomparably powerful existences were alarmed and immediately released their divine wills to investigate. Such existences were not afraid of anyone. This was because such an existence was infinitely close to the sage level, and could also use the power of the sage level. I need to get my hands on the Buddhist treasure in the 3rd level of the Buddha Palace as soon as possible. In the depths of the wildlands, inside an ancient temple, Heavenly Monk was searching for something. When he sensed Gu Fei's aura, his expression turned extremely solemn. The wildlands was different from the 2nd level of the Buddha Palace. There was no suppressive force set up by the ancient Buddhist lord to suppress one's cultivation base. Here, all the cultivators could freely unleash their cultivation base and power. However, very quickly, Heavenly Law Monk walked out of this ancient temple as if he had gained nothing. Then, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Gu Fei had obtained the extreme Yin pearl that had been nurtured in the extreme Yin earth vein for tens of thousands of years. This was a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth that could be refined into a saint weapon. The extreme Yin pearl was a rare divine material. Although it wasn't an immortal divine material that would make an extreme saint jealous, it was still a divine material that could be used to refine an extreme saint weapon. Underground veins were not rare, but the extreme Yin earth vein was absolutely rare. Even if a dragon vein appeared in an area, it would be difficult to condense a extreme Yin earth vein. The extreme Yin earth vein was even rarer than the peerless dragon vein. Thousands of miles away, Gu Fei's true body and He Tian stood on the peak of a mountain. At this time, a figure appeared in the distant sky. Swoosh! The figure took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. This person had the same appearance as Gu Fei, but his aura was completely different from Gu Fei's. This person who looked exactly like Gu Fei was surrounded by immortal qi and a faint immortal light. This person was Gu Fei's saint-grade puppet doppelganger. Gu Fei directly put the puppet doppelganger into the inner world in his dantian. Congratulations on obtaining a rare divine material, boss. He Tian was extremely envious. It should be known that it was extremely difficult to obtain an extreme Yin pearl even in the primordial era. Even in the primordial era, only the Taiyin saint level had obtained an extreme Yin pearl. In the primordial era, the Taiyin saint was also a great figure that shocked all heroes. Once the extreme Yin pearl appeared, it would freeze thousands of miles, and its ferocious power would shake the primordial era. This extreme Yin pearl should not be the one in the hands of that fierce person in the primordial era. At this time, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron. The fist-sized ancient cauldron floated above his palm. Vast primordial chaos qi emanated from it, and it exuded a boundless ancient aura. Wisps of cold qi seeped out from the mouth of the cauldron. This is indeed a heaven-defying treasure. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. Even under the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron, the cold qi from the extreme Yin pearl was still able to seep out of the cauldron. Boss, what should we do next? He Tian asked. They had entered the Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddha Lord to retrieve the Buddhist treasures left behind by the ancient Buddha Lord. However, they had no idea where the ancient Buddha Lord had hidden the Buddhist treasures there. Apart from the 2 decent Buddhist treasures in the first Buddhist palace, they didn't gain anything else. Gu Fei and the others had gained nothing in the second Buddhist palace. Find that big monk and blow up that big bald head of his. Gu Fei said. Heaven Dharma was truly despicable to attack them in the second Buddhist palace. That big monk is a quasi-saint Buddha. He Tian was shocked when he heard this. One should know that Heaven Dharma's cultivation was only a step away from the sage realm. He was the strongest existence in the world. Such an existence was not someone they could provoke. If they encountered such an existence, it would be too late to avoid it. Why would they find trouble with them? This is the trial ground of the Arhats, but it can also be our trial ground. Gu Fei thought for a moment before saying this. In the desolate world, the laws of heaven and earth were the closest to the primordial era. In such a world, the chances of a cultivator comprehending the Tao were many times higher than in the outside world. The great Tao of heaven and earth in the desolate world was not unfathomable. Many Arhats would have a breakthrough in their cultivation and strength after entering the desolate world. Although they could not become sages, they could still become experts below the sage realm. Boss, you are going to... He Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was still a half-step almighty. He was only half a step away from severing the way. Severing the way in this untainted land was undoubtedly the best choice. If he cut his Tao here, he would definitely be stronger than other almighties of the same level. Let's go. Let's meet the experts here. Gu Fei said as he kept the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and flew towards the depths of this world. In this world, there was no lack of powerful beasts. Gu Fei needed to improve his strength because the great era was coming. Only with powerful strength could he survive in this huge storm that would sweep through the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying wave suddenly exploded in a certain area of the desolate world. A monstrous evil aura swept across a radius of 10,000 miles. A terrifying savage beast emperor was startled. Lowly human tribe, how dare you barge into my territory? You deserve to die. An earth-shattering roar shook the whole world. This savage beast emperor could actually speak the human language, which really surprised Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Fei and He Tian found this savage beast emperor. They wanted to conquer the desolate world and use the savage beasts in the desolate world as their whetstones. Rumble, a green beast claw the size of a mountain fell from the sky towards Gu Fei and He Tian, who were standing on the peak of the mountain. It was like the claw of the heavens, smashing the void between heaven and earth. This was a savage beast emperor whose cultivation and strength were around the fifth heaven of Almighty's. Its combat strength was unparalleled. The huge green claw had not really clawed down, but the energy storm that came from the huge claw caused the surrounding mountains to collapse. Humph! Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. His battle intent was like a rainbow. He had no intention of retreating. In fact, he had never thought of retreating. He directly soared into the sky from the mountain peak. Kill! He roared angrily. His long hair danced in the wind as he punched with all his might. Blazing earth chi exploded from his fist. His fist seemed to have turned into a divine sun, illuminating the whole world. At this time, it was evening. Gu Fei's fist became the only thing in the world. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the huge green claw that came down from the sky. The fist force of the extreme yang exploded in an instant, shaking the world. The huge green claw was directly penetrated by Gu Fei's fist. Red beast blood splattered everywhere. Gu Fei's entire body passed through the huge claw with unparalleled strength. Bam! The huge green claw was shattered by Gu Fei's fist force and fell from the sky. A large amount of blood splattered from the sky, like a bloody rain. Roar! A huge roar came from a valley. Bam! 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 Heavy footsteps caused the whole area to shake along with the footsteps. A huge monster walked out of the valley. It was a devil ape that was even bigger than a mountain. This was a devil ape with green fur all over its body. The eyes of the devil ape shot out a green light that was more than 10 miles long, sweeping towards Gu Fei in the sky. Lowly ant, you have angered me. The devil ape spoke in human language. Its entire body was covered with a murderous aura that swept across a radius of 10,000 miles. That extremely powerful murderous aura shocked in all directions. Even the world lost its color. At this time, the right claw of the devil ape was dripping with blood. Its flesh and bones were rapidly regenerating. Soon, the palm of the devil ape was completely healed. Humph, this big guy doesn't even know that death is at hand. At this time, He Tian had already soared into the sky and hid far away. In a battle of this level, he could only watch. He was not qualified to intervene. To see the first commercial, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1407. The third Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddhist lord was a barren land. Wild beasts could be seen everywhere here, and even some ancient species could be seen. Such a training ground was definitely a treasure land for Gu Fei. He could fight to his heart's content here and improve his cultivation and strength through battle. The path of martial arts was not like other cultivation systems, where one needed to meditate and condense one's spirit. Fighting was also an essential cultivation method for warriors. Warriors cultivated body techniques and fought bloody battles in all directions. They were the most terrifying warriors in the world. For warriors to succeed in their cultivation, they had to experience all kinds of battles and walk through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This desolate world was the most ideal place for cultivation. Gu Fei wanted to fight in this place, to sublimate himself in battle, and to transform himself in battle. The first one Gu Fei and He Tian found was a demonic ape with the cultivation and strength of a fifth heaven almighty. It was a terrifying demonic ape with green fur all over its body. Roar! The demonic ape roared angrily at the sky. The entire world shook with its roar, and the surrounding mountains crumbled and collapsed. The mountains only reached the demonic ape's waist. The demonic ape was like a demonic mountain, standing tall on the ground and emitting a terrifying aura. Lowly human, you can die now. The demonic ape spoke in human language. It stretched out its mountain-sized palm and slapped at Gu Fei. A violent gust of astral wind immediately swept towards Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. He did not say anything. At this time, there was nothing better than his fist to express his fighting spirit. His fist spoke for everything. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei punched forward with his right fist. The fist force of extreme yang surged from his fist, and the dazzling astral wind lit up the entire world. At this time, it was evening, and the sky was already dark. Gu Fei had cultivated the yin-yang true force. His right fist was yang, and his left fist was yin. He drew out the yin-yang true force, manifesting the yin-yang great Tao. When he punched out with his yang fist, the ferocious power caused the void to collapse. Boom! Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the demonic ape's huge hand, producing an earth-shattering bang. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Cracks in space, like pitch-black lightning, instantly spread in all directions. This part of the world was shaken by such power, causing countless cracks to appear. Gu Fei was sent flying. The strength of the devil ape was incomparably strong. The cultivation of the almighty fifth heaven was not a joke. This kind of strength was enough to force Gu Fei back. At this time, Gu Fei was fighting in all directions with his real body and did not use his saint-level puppet avatar. At this time, the devil ape was extremely shocked. Although the human in front of it was strong, he was only at the almighty first heaven. With the strength of the almighty fifth heaven, he was only able to send him flying. How is this possible? How can there be such a person in this world? The devil ape was really stunned by Gu Fei. Although the almighty realm was divided into 9 heavens, every heaven was like an insurmountable layer of heaven. It would be effortless for a second firmament almighty to kill a first firmament almighty. However, the battle strength that Gu Fei displayed at this moment had broken this unchanging rule. He was an expert at the 5th heavenly layer who defied the heavens to fight against almighties. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei stabilized his retreat in the void. Although he was sent flying from the blow just now, he did not suffer any impact. All the more reason why I can't let you live. The devil ape's words were extremely cold. Gu Fei's limitless potential made it feel threatened. It wanted to kill this genius. The devil ape opened its mouth and inhaled at Gu Fei. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged and a force that could devour the sky was released from the devil ape's mouth. Rumble, the entire world shook as if it was about to be devoured by the devil ape. Even the clouds in the sky floated towards the devil ape. It was extremely terrifying. Icebound world. Gu Fei shouted and punched with all his strength with his left fist that contained boundless power of extreme yin. A monstrous power of extreme yin exploded from his left fist. The power of extreme yin froze heaven and earth. The power of extreme yin that spread out from Gu Fei's fist froze a part of the void. Even the air froze. The power of extreme yin surged towards the devil ape. A part of it was devoured by the devouring force that came from the devil ape's mouth. A thin layer of ice immediately appeared on the devil ape's body. The cold entered its body and was hard to dispel. This made the devil ape feel that its blood and chi were about to freeze. The devil ape was shocked. The opponent's fist force was too strange. How could the power of extreme yang turn into the power of extreme yin in an instant? Bam! The devil ape shattered the thin layer of ice on its body and quickly retreated. The devil ape also felt danger from the extremely cold and yin fist force. It was not willing to face it head-on. Kill. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His killing intent soared to the sky as he rushed towards the devil ape. He executed the yin-yang reincarnation fist and displayed the profound meaning of yin and yang on his fists. The devil ape, which was bigger than a mountain, was forced to retreat step by step. Gu Fei's attack was so sharp that even the devil ape was secretly shocked. Gu Fei and the devil ape began to fight. Gu Fei used the void steps and displayed his extreme speed. Soon, the devil ape's huge body was left with many fist marks by Gu Fei. The fist force of the yin-yang reincarnation fist was like a mountain. Although Gu Fei's fist was small, the devil ape still suffered a great impact when it hit its body. A trace of green blood seeped out from the corner of the devil ape's mouth. Roar! The devil ape roared angrily. Its voice shook the sky. Its body, which was bigger than a mountain, began to emit endless green demonic light as it shrank rapidly. At the same time, a long black stick appeared in the devil ape's hand. Soon, the devil ape shrunk to the size of a human. Then, it swung the black stick in its hand out of nowhere and began to fight against Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not use any weapons. He fought against the devil ape with the black stick with his bare hands. His palms clashed against the black stick in the devil ape's hand repeatedly. This person's physical body, the devil ape, was shocked to the extreme. It was fighting against the human with a weapon in its hand. Yet, the human before it possessed a physical body that was comparable to a sage weapon. Bam! Gu Fei was unstoppable. He punched out once more, causing the entire heaven and earth to crumble. The fist force of the extreme yang forced the devil ape to retreat, not daring to face it head-on. However, Gu Fei possessed the fastest speed in the world. It was extremely difficult for the devil ape to dodge his attack. Even though Gu Fei only had the cultivation of a first heavenly layer almighty, he was challenging the green devil ape today. The devil ape had the cultivation and strength of a fifth heavenly layer almighty. Using such a powerful existence as a whetstone for Gu Fei, boom! Boom! Gu Fei grew bolder as the battle progressed. His fist force shook the heaven and earth. Even the void was pierced through. The devil ape was horrified as it retreated step by step. The devil ape swung the black stick in its hand, constantly blocking Gu Fei's attacks. The violent vibrations caused the devil ape's palm to crack. Bam! His fist landed on the devil ape's long stick. The long stick vibrated and nearly flew out of the devil ape's hand. Fresh blood seeped out from the spot where the devil ape held the long stick. The devil ape was sent flying hundreds of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. The violent power caused the devil ape to suffer a great impact. It roared in anger as its body was covered in blood. However, Gu Fei didn't have it easy either. When he sent the devil ape flying, the devil ape stepped on his chest. The power of a fifth heavenly layer almighty caused Gu Fei's chest to cave in. Gu Fei's body was severely injured. His sternum was shattered. A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was sent flying thousands of feet away and almost fell from the sky. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Yin-yang true force surged in his body. Endless life force gathered at the wound on his chest. Very quickly, his shattered sternum was completely healed. Martial artists walked the path of becoming a sage. They were unwilling to abandon their bodies and condense their martial bodies. The potential of an almighty martial body was absolutely limitless. Its combat strength was absolutely heaven-defying. The recovery speed of an almighty martial body was astonishing. Again. After Gu Fei healed his injuries, he rushed over from afar again. He attacked the devil ape, causing it to be incomparably shocked. This was an evenly matched battle. The shockwaves from the battle intimidated the surroundings. Upon sensing the shockwaves, the savage beasts in the vicinity immediately fled far away. Gu Fei and the devil ape didn't have any deep enmity. However, this was a life and death struggle. Both of them used their life and death techniques in an attempt to kill each other. Pfft! The devil ape's black rod pierced through Gu Fei's shoulder. The strength of a fifth heavenly layer almighty was not a joke. Gu Fei's martial body was injured. However, just as the devil ape's black rod pierced through Gu Fei's shoulder, Gu Fei's right fist shattered half of the devil ape's body. Roar! The devil ape roared angrily. As it flew backward, its entire body was emitting a green demonic light. Its shattered flesh and blood were rapidly growing back. Its flesh, tendons, and bones were reconstructing. In just a few breaths, the half of the devil ape's body that had been shattered had completely recovered. It was as if it had never been injured. At the devil ape's cultivation level, ordinary injuries could not truly threaten its life. Only by destroying its primordial spirit could it be truly killed. Gu Fei's eyes were bloodshot. This was the most tragic battle he had fought since his debut. His long hair danced wildly and his body was stained with blood. His fists caused the void to tremble. His invincible aura made the devil ape's heart palpitate. This was the undefeatable mentality of an expert. Even if the opponent was incomparably powerful, they would still fight endlessly. They would risk their lives and never admit defeat. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1408. The battle between Gu Fei and the demonic ape was extremely fierce. After all, it was a demonic ape with the cultivation and strength of a fifth heaven almighty, while Gu Fei was only a first heaven almighty warrior. There was such a huge difference in cultivation. If it was an ordinary first heaven almighty cultivator, he would have been killed by the demonic ape countless times. Only a physique like Gu Fei's could compete with it. In the end, Gu Fei's chest was pierced by the demonic ape and he had to retreat. He didn't use any divine weapons and fought completely with his own cultivation and strength. His martial path battle skills shook the heavens and the earth as he fought with the demonic ape. Even He Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked. He rarely saw such a fierce battle, which made his heart palpitate. The improvement of one's cultivation and strength couldn't rely on external objects, only one's own efforts. Therefore, Gu Fei didn't use the saint-level puppet doppelganger, nor did he use any divine weapons. All kinds of martial path battle skills were displayed to his heart's content, which benefited Gu Fei a lot. He had already reached the point of perfection in the use of power. The demonic ape was also seriously injured, and its body was almost destroyed by Gu Fei. However, the demonic ape suppressed Gu Fei in the end, forcing Gu Fei to retreat. Boss, Gu Fei carried his injured body and flew away. He Tian, who was watching the battle from the side, hurriedly chased after him. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the injuries on Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body was covered in bloodstains. His battle robes were already tattered and stained with blood, hanging on his body. That was a battle robe woven from the silk of divine silkworms, impervious to fire and water, yet it was destroyed. Gu Fei didn't say anything. On his chest, there was a bloody hole that went from the front to the back. Droplets of blood that looked like agate were dripping from his body. After successfully severing the Dao, Gu Fei's martial body had transformed and become even more powerful. Even his blood had a trace of divinity and contained the essence of martial arts. Gu Fei stopped 1,000 miles away and entered a valley. Not long after Gu Fei and the others entered the valley, a few mysterious figures appeared outside the valley. These mysterious figures lingered outside the valley for a while before leaving. Gu Fei and He Tian were very careful. They did not approach the devil ape unprepared. After all, this was a trial for Gu Fei, not a suicide mission. He wouldn't challenge a savage beast that was too powerful, because it was too impractical. With the cultivation and strength of Gu Fei's real body, challenging the existence of the ninth heaven was no different from courting death, let alone the guy at the sage-to-be level. In this wild world, there were incomparably powerful savage beast emperors and even supreme savage beasts that were comparable to sage-to-be. Gu Fei was not willing to provoke such existences. Erebus had set up an absolute killing array around the valley. From the outside, the valley didn't seem to be out of the ordinary. However, as long as someone walked into the valley, the killing array would be triggered. With He Tian's current cultivation of a half-step almighty, the killing formation he set up could definitely kill an almighty expert. He sat in the valley and waited for the arrival of those people. The battle between Gu Fei and the demonic ape had alarmed many people. Some of the more powerful savage beast emperors had even targeted them, making them feel threatened. At this moment, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a big rock in the valley. He was circulating his secret art to heal his injured body. On the ground around him, there were many supreme-grade crystals that contained a huge amount of essence of the world. Gu Fei wanted to recover his combat strength as soon as possible. The surrounding spiritual energy of the world was attracted by him and gradually gathered towards him. The surrounding vegetation grew vigorously and bits of green life essence seeped out from the vegetation and entered his body. The divine crystals on the ground also began to emit streams of essence of the world. The whole valley was filled with all kinds of divine lights. Under the nourishment of the huge amount of essence, Gu Fei's injured body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, a colorful ball of spiritual energy wrapped Gu Fei. This ball of spiritual energy was like a cocoon, and Gu Fei was the pupa in the cocoon. He emitted a strong life force and was waiting for the moment to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. He Tian's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. He had been with Gu Fei for a long time and knew how Gu Fei had grown up step by step. The path of a warrior was destined to be full of hardships and dangers. The aura in the valley was blocked by the formation. Even the divine light that was released when the spiritual energy was condensed could not penetrate outside the valley. No one knew what was going on in the valley. He Tian's attainments in combat techniques had reached an unimaginable level. The killing formation that he had set up could block the prying of powerful existences. No one could predict what was going on in the valley. Gu Fei was healing his injuries in the valley at ease. In this area, there was no savage beast emperor stronger than the demonic ape. This was the territory of the demonic ape and no other savage beast emperor was willing to step into it. As long as it was not a supreme savage beast emperor of the sage-to-be, Gu Fei and the others had nothing to worry about. A supreme savage beast emperor had not appeared in the wildlands for tens of thousands of years. It was hard to say whether there were any supreme savage beasts left in the wildlands. Is there really someone here to die? At this moment, He Tian suddenly sensed something. He stood up from the ground and looked out of the valley. His eyes emitted two sharp rays of divine light. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing the entire valley to tremble. A vast amount of demonic energy rippled in from outside the valley. A great demon that had cultivated to a high level was attacking the grand array. Swoosh! He Tian's figure disappeared on the spot. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded in the mountains. A terrifying big demon set off a monstrous demonic aura. It displayed the great power of the demon clan and attacked the killing formation that He Tian had set up. On the ground and in the void, ancient formation patterns appeared. Each of the formation patterns was giving off a dazzling brilliance and triggered the power of heaven and earth. It was a wild beast with a pair of wings on its back and a dragon's head. Its body was covered in blue-black scales. This wild beast was a demon cultivator and its body was filled with demonic power. Boom! This big demon controlled a small pitch-black mountain and continuously bombarded the formation in front of it. The aura emitted from the small mountain shocked the surrounding wild beasts. On top of the small black mountain, there was a trace of Saint-Tier energy ripple. It's not a Saint-Tier weapon but it contains a trace of Saint-Tier energy ripple. Could it be a quasi-Saint-Tier weapon? He Tian's figure appeared in the sky above the valley. Lowly ant, come out and meet your death. That great demon sent out a powerful spiritual will. In this desolate world, be it savage beasts or demonic beasts, all of them viewed humans as ants. Especially those wild beasts and demonic beasts who had cultivated to a certain level, they all had a sense of arrogance. This guy, He Tian recognized this big demon. Gu Fei wanted to conquer everywhere and that devil ape was the first target that they had chosen. Before this, they had already found out the background of devil ape. This greater demon was one of the devil ape's capable generals. Devil ape was severely injured and couldn't chase after Gu Fei. However, it could send its capable warriors to kill Gu Fei and He Tian. Come in if you have the guts. Stop squeaking over there. He Tian stood in the sky above the valley and looked at the big demon outside the formation disdainfully. This wild beast looked down on him and he looked down on it in return. Roar! The big demon was enraged when it heard He Tian's words. Its whole body surged with demonic energy as it controlled the small black mountain to attack He Tian. However, the small black mountain couldn't even get close to He Tian. Ancient runes appeared in the void in front of He Tian, interweaving into an unfathomable power that blocked the small black mountain that was smashing towards him. Wang! The small black mountain trembled as rays of black light circled around it. Ancient demonic runes appeared on the surface of the black mountain and a strand of Saint's aura began to erupt. Rumble! Many of the ancient runes in the void were destroyed by the strand of Saint's aura emitted by the black mountain. The void was collapsing as dark spatial cracks extended into the distance. This, He Tian couldn't help being startled. Without a doubt, this little black mountain was a quasi-saint artifact. It contained the fluctuations of a saint-tier artifact, and the power it displayed was many times greater than the divine artifacts of almighty experts. But who was He Tian? He was a formation grandmaster. He operated his mystic art and carved out ancient runes in the void, using them to supplement the runes that were destroyed by the Black Mountain. As a result, the power of the grand formation immediately increased. What? The big demon outside the grand formation was shocked to see this scene. The opponent could actually set up a formation in the void. Such a method was truly shocking. Fight! The big demon gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence at the small black mountain. The blood essence that the big demon spat out was completely absorbed by the small black mountain. The ancient demon runes on the small black mountain immediately released a dazzling demonic light. An unimaginably powerful wave of demonic energy was emitted from the small black mountain. The entire heaven and earth trembled and all the wild beasts within 1,000 miles were trembling in fear. Saint's aura? He Tian felt the fluctuation. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his calm. The small black mountain could actually emit a saint's aura. Lowly ant, go to hell. The big demon used all his strength to control the small black mountain. The small black mountain soared high into the sky and became as huge as an ancient divine mountain. It shrouded the entire area and smashed down towards the valley below. Rumble! The heavens and the earth shattered and the void was annihilated. The saint-level energy that descended from the Black Mountain obliterated the ancient runes one after another. It was unstoppable. As long as the Black Mountain was suppressed, not only would He Tian's killing array be in danger, even He Tian and Gu Fei would be in danger. He Tian was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. The great demon's attack posed a great threat to them. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1409. Rumble, a black mountain that looked like a primordial divine mountain came crashing down from the sky. The entire heaven and earth were collapsing and the void was being crushed, displaying great power. Directly below the black mountain was the valley where Gu Fei and He Tian were. The great demon wanted to destroy the valley where Gu Fei and He Tian were connected. Quasi-holy weapon, He Tian was extremely nervous. This black mountain was refined from the 9 heavens black god stone. It was a rare divine material that could be used to refine saint-level divine weapons. This black mountain contained a trace of saint-level power. It was a true quasi-holy weapon and had the potential to become a true holy weapon. Its power was so great that it could move mountains and drain seas. Swoosh! An almost transparent divine sword appeared in He Tian's palm. This was a flying sword that was only half a foot long. It seemed like it could disappear into the void at any time. An extremely weak sword chi was emitted from the divine sword. This was the holy weapon that Gu Fei had given to He Tian to use, the invisible divine sword. He Tian had not refined this divine sword yet. However, at this time, even if he had not refined this divine sword and could not completely control it, he had to give it a try. Humph. You are dead. The great demon with a pair of wings on its back, a dragon head, and a body covered in scales sneered. It was the demonic ape's capable general and had a powerful cultivation that was comparable to the first heaven of the Almighty. In this untainted world, the laws of heaven and earth were not much different from the ancient untainted world. When one's cultivation reached the sovereign realm, one could touch the great Tao of this world while cultivating. When cultivators of the sovereign realm cultivated here, they could often hear the divine voice of the great Tao in the world. It was as if there was a supreme being chanting sutras in their ears. It was impossible for one's cultivation not to increase when cultivating in such a place. In this desolate heaven and earth, there was absolutely no lack of almighty-level savage beasts. Whether it was in the heaven realm or the human realm, almighty-level savage beasts were peerless experts. This was the difference. If the wild beasts of this world were to come out, it would definitely cause a great disaster. However, unless these wild beasts became peerless venerables of the extreme Tao, they would never be able to break through the seal laid down by the Buddhist Lord. The savage beasts of the wildlands were blessed by the heavens and were incomparably powerful. The Black Mountain was a quasi-saint weapon. It emitted a terrifying divine might that enveloped the entire valley below. A destructive force descended from the mountain, shattering everything. Let's fight. He Tian had no choice but to force himself to circulate his mystic arts, wanting to activate the almost transparent divine sword in his hand. At this time, the Black Mountain pressed down, and countless runes were collapsing. The killing formation that enveloped the entire valley was about to collapse. Humph. Just at this moment of crisis, a cold laugh came from the valley. Then, a silhouette shot up into the sky from the valley, emitting an extremely domineering aura. The great demon was taken aback. That person directly rushed towards the Black Mountain that was pressing down on him. Furthermore, he directly punched upwards with incomparably powerful might. This person was the human cultivator who had been fighting with his master. Bang! Blazing earth energy erupted like a volcano. Gu Fei, who had rushed out from the valley, ignored the terrifying power of the quasi-saint weapon and directly used his physical body to fight against the quasi-saint weapon. In front of the fist, the void that had already been torn apart by the power of the Black Mountain was instantly turned into a chaotic void under Gu Fei's punch. Boom! Gu Fei's fist directly hit the Black Mountain, causing an earth-shattering sound. The violent fist energy blocked the Black Mountain's downward momentum. The Black Mountain shook, and endless black chi surged out from it, enveloping the entire world and plunging it into absolute darkness. Break for me! In the darkness, Gu Fei's fist emitted an immeasurable amount of divine light. The martial path true force of the purest yang exploded on his fist, causing cracks to appear on the Black Mountain. What? The great demon controlling the Black Mountain was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to have such terrifying combat strength. Could it be that this human cultivator had fully recovered? Impossible, he was severely injured during the battle with his master. How could he recover so quickly? Rumble. Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly as the martial path true force in his body surged violently. The yin-yang true force circulated rapidly in his body, and thunderous sounds could be heard from his body. Bang! Another punch was thrown upwards. This time, it was the extreme yin energy that exploded on Gu Fei's left fist. The extreme yin energy froze the void and even the air froze. Kacha! Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the Black Mountain. Under the bombardment of the supreme yin energy, it was on the verge of collapsing and exploding. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the great demon was completely dumbfounded. That was a quasi-sacred weapon. This guy was too abnormal. What kind of physique was that? It could actually contend against a quasi-sacred weapon. This quasi-sacred weapon was a killing weapon obtained by the demonic ape. It was brought by the great demon to kill Gu Fei and He Tian. But now, the great demon was terrified. Boom! Gu Fei threw out a third punch. The extreme yang energy surged from his right fist. He executed the yin-yang reincarnation fist and displayed the profound meaning of the martial path. Under this punch, the Black Mountain that was covered in cracks was finally blasted apart. It shattered into countless pieces that shot out in all directions. Roar! The great demon roared and flew out while vomiting blood. The Black Mountain was destroyed by Gu Fei. Countless pieces shot out and pierced through the great demon's body like a beehive. A large amount of demon blood rained down from the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly caught up with the great demon that flew out. Then, he reached out and grabbed the great demon's throat, lifting it up like a dead dog. Who is an ant? In my eyes, you and your master are the ants. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He did not put this great demon in his eyes at all. In Gu Fei's eyes, the great demon's cultivation of the first heaven was not worth mentioning. Martial artists who were successful in their cultivation were invincible among their peers. They could even defy the natural order and fight against a savage beast king. Spare me, at this time, the great demon who was originally arrogant no longer had a temper. The arrogant expression was nowhere to be seen. There was only fear, and he wanted to beg for his life. When his life was threatened, the great demon no longer cared about dignity or disrespect. Now that he was scared out of his wits by Gu Fei, he only wanted to live. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and exerted force in his hand. Poof. With a bang, the great monster's dragon head immediately exploded. Even the primordial spirit in the dragon head could not escape. This great demon that came with a quasi-holy weapon at the first heaven was easily killed by Gu Fei. After killing this great demon, Gu Fei's face suddenly flushed red. His body swayed and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Boss, at this time, He Tian rushed over from afar. When he saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1410. Although Gu Fei had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret technique, which allowed him to rapidly heal his injured body and even reassemble his scattered soul. However, any secret technique required time. Gu Fei had just fought with the demonic ape and was severely injured. He used the Heaven Ascension secret technique's cocoon rebirth technique to heal himself. However, the time was too short and he was unable to fully recover to his peak condition. At this time, the demonic ape's subordinates charged over with their quasi-sage weapons. Gu Fei had no choice but to break out of the cocoon prematurely. Gu Fei's injuries were aggravated again. Set up the formation again. Gu Fei said to He Tian before rushing down to the valley below to use the Heaven Ascension secret technique to heal himself. Therefore, my Tian set up another supreme killing formation around the valley. This time, he carved out a corner of the formation's extreme Dao formation pattern. Although it was only a corner of the formation, it was enough to kill anyone below the sage realm. This time, He Xianxia had gone all out, and even a few rare divine materials in the world that he'd always been reluctant to use had surged out. He didn't want to make any more mistakes. The news of Gu Fei killing a great demon in a domineering manner quickly spread out in the surrounding regions. Some of the lurking savage beasts retreated. This human was simply too terrifying. No savage beast dared to approach the valley recklessly. Even the demonic ape emperor could not stop that human. Who is he? This human is different from the humans that entered the Manhuang for training. The demonic ape emperor is in big trouble this time. There were demonic apes and beasts in the area. Some people were whispering. The Manhuang was not peaceful. Some people were already eyeing the demonic ape emperor. The law of the wilderness was that the weak were prey to the strong. The stronger one's fist was, the more territory they occupied, and the more savage beasts and great demons they could gather. The demonic ape emperor's territory was only 10,000 miles wide. This area was really small compared to the entire Manhuang. Some savage beast emperors' territories were much larger than the demonic ape emperor's. Gu Fei's challenge to the demonic ape emperor had already attracted the attention of the other savage beast emperors and demonic beast emperors. These barbaric beast emperors, who were comparable to almighty beings, had sent out their own spies. Gu Fei used his fists to explode a quasi-sacred weapon and killed a great demon of the almighty realm. Such combat strength had truly shocked those beasts and demon beasts that were spying on him in the dark. Very soon, there were no more savage beasts and demonic beasts peeping outside the valley. All the savage beasts and demonic beasts had retreated. No one wanted to court death. He Tian didn't pay any attention to those guys in the dark. After he finished setting up the great killing formation, he found a place to sit down in the valley and began to circulate his mysterious art to cultivate. The wilderness was the most suitable place for cultivation. He Tian wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take that half-step. Lomi is dead? Within an abode, the Devil Ape Emperor sat on a throne, and a wild beast that was shaped like an azure phoenix and emitted a formidable aura was kneeling on the ground before him. That human, the Devil Ape Emperor, was shocked. That human had fought with it endlessly and both of them were severely injured. The Devil Ape Emperor knew that the human's injuries were even more serious than its own. That human shouldn't have the strength to kill Lomi, who had a quasi-sacred weapon. Could there be a problem? The Devil Ape Emperor's eyes were extremely sharp as it glanced at the wild beast below. The wild beast that was lying on the ground was terrified and its body was trembling slightly. Gu Fei's attack made the Devil Ape Emperor feel threatened and a little uneasy. The Devil Ape Emperor wasn't in a good state at this time. It didn't say anything and stood up from the throne. It turned around the screen and went to the back. Without the harassment of the savage beasts and demonic beasts, Gu Fei and He Tian could cultivate in peace in the formation. Within the valley, a colorful cocoon appeared once more. This cocoon was breathing in and out the spirit chi of the heaven and earth, flickering as the spirit chi from all directions gathered over. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal's way, the secret skill of heaven and earth, the secret skill of heaven and earth. It was a skill that could save one's life, and Gu Fei wasn't willing to use it casually. The secret skill of heaven and earth's rebirth could allow Gu Fei to make a full recovery in the shortest amount of time possible. Around 48 hours later, a series of god lights burst out from the valley. Every single god light was like a rainbow as they disappeared before one's eyes. The aura emanating from the valley weakened gradually as Gu Fei retracted his aura. Soon, the valley quietened down completely. Thereafter, a figure walked out from the valley. At this moment, He Tian was seated on a huge rock, emitting a black and white glow from his body. The powers of Yin and Yang were resonating within his body as a strain of Dao power emanated from his body. You're finally going to cut your Dao? When Gu Fei saw He Tian's appearance, he knew that He Tian's cultivation had broken through here, which was very surprising to him. He didn't alarm He Tian and retreated by himself. He then watched He Tian silently from afar. The heavenly tribulation during the process of cutting one's Dao was no joke. He Tian's aura grew stronger and stronger. Dazzling god light surged from the top of his head as Yin and Yang resonated and manifested the great path of heaven and earth. When it came to cutting one's Dao, no one else could help. He could only succeed by relying on himself. Rumble, muffled sounds of thunder rang out in the sky as the heavenly tribulation of severing the way rapidly took shape. Bolts of lightning began to appear high up in the sky. Each bolt of lightning that flashed could light up the world. Tribulation clouds rose, strong winds appeared, and silver snakes danced in the air. A pressure from heaven and earth shrouded the entire place. This was the power of heaven and earth, and it was all directed at He Tian. At this moment, the Yin and Yang chi that emanated from He Tian's body had completely submerged him. Rumble. A bolt of lightning the size of a mountain struck out from the tribulation clouds, tearing the void between heaven and earth. However, it was blocked by the peerless formation that enveloped the entire valley. The tribulation clouds rolled and pressed down from the sky. Even though Gu Fei was very far away, he still felt a great pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. Undergoing the heavenly tribulation here seems to be a little different. Gu Fei felt that the heavenly tribulation in the barbarian world was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation in the outside world. Even though He Tian had cultivated to the half-almighty realm, he didn't dare to come into contact with the heavenly tribulation. As long as He Tian could successfully undergo the heavenly tribulation in this place, he would definitely be stronger than the average almighty. Rumble. Another loud sound came from the sky. A bolt of lightning broke through the layers of devil chi and blasted the peerless killing formation in the valley, causing the entire formation to shake. He Tian's heavenly tribulation of cutting one's Dao had finally begun. Please go to see the first advertisement. Please share, target =_blank. Chapter 14:11. Chapter 14:19, a challenge to the demonic ape. Rumble, tribulation clouds rolled in the sky. The pitch-black clouds almost pressed down on the ground and enveloped the entire valley. Blinding lightning flashed continuously within the clouds. A terrifying might descended from the tribulation clouds, shaking the surroundings. This was the might of heaven and earth, and all living beings who sensed this might trembled. The essence of yin and yang gathered beneath the clouds. The power of yin and yang intertwined. He Tian was evolving his own great Tao. Yin and yang were reversing, and his aura was constantly rising. This guy, Gu Fei, couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the powerful aura coming from He Tian. This was definitely not the cultivation and strength of an ordinary half-step almighty. At this time, Gu Fei had already retreated out of the valley. His cultivation had recovered to its peak state. Even if the demonic ape came personally, he would be able to fight it. Gu Fei knew that the recovery speed of the demonic ape emperor was definitely not as fast as his. One had to know that the Ascension's secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, was a supreme divine art created by the supreme Tao ancestor. This secret art was a life-saving art of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Even if one's primordial spirit was scattered, one wouldn't truly die. The scattered primordial spirit could be reassembled. Gu Fei's mastery of this secret art was equivalent to an immortal body. No matter how injured he was, he would be able to recover as long as it wasn't the work of a sage. Who triggered the heavenly tribulation? In the demonic ape emperor's abode, the demonic ape emperor that was circulating demonic arts to heal suddenly opened its eyes and looked in the direction of the heavenly tribulation. Its gaze seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles and see the scene of the heavenly tribulation. How many years has it been since a heavenly tribulation appeared? Did someone successfully break through the shackles of cultivation and become a beast emperor? Many powerful existences in the wildlands were alarmed. Although they were in the wildlands, heavenly tribulations didn't happen often. Many powerful existences released their divine senses in the direction of He Tian's heavenly tribulation. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, and an extremely powerful wave of divine will spread out from between his eyebrows, frightening away the divine wills that had come from the depths of the wildlands. The existences that were watching in the dark were shocked. There was actually a Tao protector next to the person who was going through the tribulation. Moreover, this Tao protector's cultivation and strength were stronger than theirs. The strength of a cultivator's divine sense often determined the cultivator's cultivation and strength. The stronger the divine sense, the higher the cultivator's cultivation. However, when this law was applied to Gu Fei, it was an entirely different matter. Gu Fei was different from ordinary people. Although he only had the cultivation of a first-level almighty, the strength of his spiritual force was definitely comparable to a fifth-level almighty. Such a powerful spiritual force could indeed frighten off many existences that had a higher cultivation than him. Gu Fei was protecting He Tian. He wouldn't allow anyone to affect He Tian's breakthrough. This heavenly tribulation was extremely important to He Tian. As long as he could endure it, he would be able to successfully sever his Tao. After the battle during the day, Gu Fei's cultivation had also improved significantly. He had also touched the threshold of breaking through his current cultivation bottleneck. Comprehending the profundities of the martial Tao in a life and death battle and stimulating the potential of the martial body while hovering between life and death was a cultivation method. Warriors were born to fight in all directions. They were born to be warriors. A great era was approaching, and experts were emerging in large numbers. Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure. He had to improve his cultivation and strength as soon as possible so that he could compete with the experts from all sides. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. He was very careful. He secretly released the saint-level puppet doppelganger and hid it in the void. Even if there was a fifth-level almighty who wanted to harm He Tian, Gu Fei's saint-level puppet doppelganger could also kill them on the spot. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed like silver snakes in the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Many of the lightning bolts bombarded He Tian in the valley below. However, yin and yang qi intertwined around He Tian's body, forming a light shield that enveloped him. The lightning bolts that bombarded him from the sky were all blocked by the light shield. It was difficult to hurt He Tian at all. Boom! With a thunderclap, a lightning bolt as huge as a mountain struck down from the pitch-black clouds. The void between heaven and earth was torn apart by this lightning bolt. However, in the valley below the tribulation clouds, He Tian was experiencing something unimaginable to others. The huge lightning bolt descended from the sky, breaking through the layers of yin and yang qi, and directly bombarded the top of He Tian's head. He Tian could no longer maintain his composure. Buzz! A tremor sounded in the void. A ball of starlight rose from the top of He Tian's head. That was He Tian's almighty divine weapon. It contained endless power of the stars. The divine light emitted from the star bead illuminated the entire world. The huge lightning bolt was dispersed by the power of the star bead. He Tian had survived a tribulation, but his tribulation had just begun. The power gathered from heaven and earth was strong enough. Soon, endless lightning enveloped the entire valley, completely drowning He Tian in the valley. He Tian's mournful roar came from the sea of lightning. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void, closely observing the situation in front of him. However, he soon realized that although he had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, and everything in the world could not hide from his martial path Heavenly Eye, he could not see through the sea of lightning in front of him. Endless lightning bolts were wreaking havoc. This place was like a sea of lightning. This tribulation lasted for 24 hours. During this time, Gu Fei scared away more than 10 powerful beasts and demonic beasts. Unless it was a beast king or a demonic beast king, no one could threaten Gu Fei. The power of the tribulation began to dissipate. After being ravaged by the endless lightning for 24 hours, the entire valley was razed to the ground. Potholes could be seen everywhere. Everything within a radius of a dozen miles had become a scorched land. No one knew what He Tian had experienced in the sea of lightning. The tribulation was a punishment from heaven and earth. Only those who had experienced it would know its power. Roar! An earth-shattering roar shook the entire world. An extremely powerful aura surged forth from the front. Did he succeed? Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He Tian's success in severing his Tao meant that there was another almighty on his side. Moreover, it was a human clan almighty. A figure exuding a shocking murderous aura walked over from afar. This person was battered and exhausted. Not a single piece of his clothes was intact. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. If one did not look carefully, no one would be able to tell that this was He Tian, who had just finished his tribulation. He Tian finally took that half step. The aura of an almighty was released from his body. After sensing this aura, all living beings in the surrounding area trembled in fear. But soon, He Tian concealed his aura. After Gu Fei and He Tian met up, they immediately left this place. They could not stay here any longer. This place had already been targeted by several superpowers in the wild world. These people were afraid of Gu Fei's ferocious might, so they were unwilling to make a move. Gu Fei and the others found a temporary place to stay. It was the lakeside of a large lake. Gu Fei and He Tian appeared in the forest next to the lake. Boss, He Tian wanted to say something but stopped. He had a strange expression on his face. If you have something to say, just say it. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian. Even if this guy had succeeded in severing his Tao, in Gu Fei's eyes, He Tian's cultivation was still not enough. It was not a legend that a successful cultivator was invincible among those of the same level. Boss, how about we kill our way back like this? He Tian said. If they killed their way back while the demonic ape emperor was seriously injured, then the demonic ape emperor would definitely not be able to escape. One was a savage beast emperor whose cultivation and strength were comparable to a fifth heaven almighty, while the other was only a first heaven almighty. At first glance, the difference in strength between Gu Fei and the demonic ape emperor was like the difference between clouds and mud. However, Gu Fei had done something that others could not. He had defied the heavens and challenged an emperor among the almighty. What's the hurry? It won't be too late for us to attack after the demonic ape emperor recovers its cultivation and strength. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the forest and then adjusted his qi. He wanted to make use of this world to improve his cultivation and strength. No one knew what was happening in the human world. As long as he was stronger than others, he could make the world's most ferocious people not dare to provoke him. Wait for that guy to recover his cultivation. When He Tian heard this, he quickly understood Gu Fei's intention. Gu Fei was using the savage beasts and demonic beasts in the wildlands as whetstones. When he thought of this, He Tian felt his blood boil. He wanted to fight. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Gu Fei and He Tian woke up from their meditation. The wildlands was filled with spiritual energy. Cultivation would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Yes. It's time to meet the demonic ape emperor. Gu Fei stood up from the ground and casually patted his clothes. He then looked in the direction of the demonic ape emperor. Boss is finally going to attack. He Tian was extremely excited. If he could kill the demonic ape emperor, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of treasures. After all, the demonic ape emperor had been dominating this place for nearly 1,000 years. After a long time, the demonic ape emperor's collection was definitely extremely rich. Let's go. Gu Fei soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the demonic ape emperor. This time, he was very confident that he would be able to take down the demonic ape emperor. Soon, Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at the palace where the demonic ape emperor was. The powerful aura that emanated from Gu Fei's body caused chaos in the demonic ape emperor's cultivation place. Even the demonic ape emperor in the secret room was alarmed. It's you again. When the demonic ape emperor saw that the intruder was the same person from before, it couldn't help but be furious. It immediately rushed forward and attacked Gu Fei. Target =_ blank. Chapter 14:12. Gu Fei and He Tian attacked the demonic ape emperor again. Gu Fei's powerful aura caused the demonic ape emperor's training ground to be thrown into chaos. Roar! The demonic ape emperor was enraged. All the hair on its body stood up. Its blood-red eyes shone with a ferocious light. Despicable humans, you deserve to die. Rumble! The demonic ape emperor attacked Gu Fei directly. A huge hand grabbed at Gu Fei. The huge hand crushed the space in its path. Bang! Gu Fei punched out with his right fist. It was the most ordinary and direct punch. However, it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist smashed the mountain-like hand that was about to grab him, causing it to shatter in the void. Violent power spread out in all directions. The sky collapsed. The aftermath of the attack fell from the sky. The ground also shook. What? The demonic ape emperor was shocked and angry. These two humans were too despicable. They dared to provoke it. This shocked and angered it. Moreover, they seemed to have recovered in less than 2 days. How was this possible? Humph. Gu Fei did not say anything. In his eyes, the opponent was just a whetstone for him. He stepped forward in the sky and pressed toward the demonic ape emperor. At this time, the sky was clear and the air was cool. The fragrance of plants wafted in all directions. It was supposed to be a lively morning. However, it was very quiet now. The terrifying aura coming from the demonic ape emperor made all the wild beasts within a radius of thousands of miles tremble in fear. It was as if the end of the world was coming. The exchange just now was just a test. The real battle was about to begin. Whoosh! 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 3 figures rushed up from below. They were 3 humanoid wild beasts. The violent aura of wild beasts filled the sky. They were 3 almighty wild beasts that had cut the way. Wild beasts of this level were not rare in this wild world. This place was very suitable for cultivation. There were many almighty wild beasts that could sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. Human who doesn't know the meaning of death, come and die. A tiger demon walked out from behind the demonic ape emperor, and a gust of wind immediately appeared out of thin air, and then blew towards Gu Fei. The tiger's might was unparalleled. Scram! Gu Fei opened his mouth and a powerful sound wave formed a murderous sound, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void in front of him. Wow! The tiger demon seemed to have been hit by a huge hammer, and there was a hair-raising sound of bones breaking all over his body. The tiger demon, who had already severed his Dao, was sent flying thousands of feet away, with blood flowing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Then, he fell from the sky, dead. The demonic ape emperor and the other two primal beasts were astonished. This human in front of them was simply too powerful. He could actually cause a Dao-severing great demon to completely lose the ability to fight with a single shout. Although the terrifying sound wave was directed at the tiger demon, it still shook the minds of the demonic ape emperor and the other two savage beasts, causing them to receive quite a bit of impact. He killed a great demon with a single roar? He Tian, who was standing behind Gu Fei, was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. Boss's battle prowess seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Warriors sublimated in battles of life and death, and making breakthroughs while lingering between life and death. Battles were also a way of cultivation, allowing warriors to stimulate their limitless potential. Kill! The demonic ape emperor roared angrily, and directly displayed a great magic power, transforming into a terrifying demonic ape that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It reached out its huge hand and slapped down towards Gu Fei. This was the worldly Dharma idol that had drawn upon the power of heaven and earth. The demonic ape emperor's incomparably huge palm was like a world pressing down from the sky. This was the terror of cultivators who had severed their Dao. They could draw upon the power of the Dao and use the power of heaven and earth to attack existences below the level of Almighty. It was simply difficult to resist. Yin-Yang reincarnation. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He roared and directly displayed the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist that he had created. A ball of white light surged out of his right hand, while his left hand radiated with black light. It was as though two divine suns, one black and one white, had appeared in the world. Yin-Yang true force was vast and mighty, shaking the world and the void. Gu Fei seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of war, displaying an invincible aura. Boom! It was as though Gu Fei had two divine suns in his hands, soaring into the sky and shattering the void. The demonic ape emperor's huge palm was instantly blasted apart, and fresh blood sprayed in all directions. Arg! The demonic ape emperor was in so much pain that it broke out in a cold sweat. The ground beneath it cracked under its stomp, and the blood of Almighty dripped down from the sky. The two savage beasts behind the demonic ape emperor hurriedly dodged. One had to know that the demonic ape emperor was comparable to a fifth-layer Almighty. Its blood essence contained terrifying power, and a single drop could kill an immortal god. Even ordinary savage beasts would not dare to let such blood essence splash onto their bodies. Damn it! After the two savage beasts dodged the splattering blood, they each took out their own divine weapons and struck at Gu Fei. Swish! A savage beast with a human body but a crocodile head struck out with a divine spear. The moment the divine spear appeared, an extremely ferocious Yin wind was raised. The Yin wind howled, and trees on the ground were uprooted before being torn apart in the void. Swish! Gu Fei used the void steps as though he was traversing through the void. He charged into the Yin wind and punched out with his fist, shattering the divine spear in the Yin wind. The shock of that savage beast was no small matter. To think that the physical body of this human could actually go head-on against a powerful divine weapon. How was this possible? Before the savage beast could recover from its shock, Gu Fei had already appeared in front of it, grinning at it. This was the smile of a death god. The savage beast was scared out of its wits. Pooh! Gu Fei's fist directly pierced through the savage beast's body. Even though the savage beast had a layer of scales that were as hard as divine metal, it could not withstand Gu Fei's punch. The savage beast felt its life slipping away rapidly. The strength of Gu Fei's punch had already shattered its soul. The light in the savage beast's eyes gradually dimmed. Bam! With a shake of Gu Fei's fist, the savage beast's body was immediately turned into a bloody mist. Both its body and soul were destroyed. This was the most thorough way to die in the world. The other savage beast was also scared out of its wits. It immediately turned and fled. How could it fight against such a sick human? Advancing would only result in death. Gu Fei was just about to point out with a finger to kill the savage beast when He Tian charged forward. "Boss, leave this to me." He Tian had just succeeded in severing his Tao and became a supreme existence. He wanted to test his strength. This savage beast was a good opponent. Hearing this, Gu Fei ignored the savage beast and directly pressed towards the Devil Ape Emperor. At this time, the Demon Ape Emperor's right hand had already recovered. It took out a divine weapon, a bronze rod. Who? The Demon Ape Emperor smashed the rod towards Gu Fei's head. Ancient runes appeared on the surface of the bronze rod. They interweaved into mysterious Tao patterns and drew out a trace of the great Tao energy. The great Tao energy caused the combat strength of the Demon Ape Emperor to soar. Saint weapon? Gu Fei could sense an extremely powerful aura radiating from the bronze rod. When the Demon Ape Emperor smashed down, it had a terrifying aura that could shatter the heavens and earth. Swish! Gu Fei used the void steps and instantly disappeared from his original spot. Boom! When the bronze rod smashed down, the place where Gu Fei was instantly turned into a chaotic void. Everything was shattered, leaving nothing behind. Saint-tier power? The savage beast that He Tian wanted to kill had already chased him for 1,000 miles. At this time, he suddenly turned back and revealed a shocked expression. However, he quickly regained his composure and chased after the savage beast in front of him. Preposterous. Could this feathered beast have the bloodline of the primordial great rock? How can it be so fast? He Tian cursed. This savage beast was a huge bird. This bird's speed was truly extraordinary. With just a flap of its wings, it had already rushed hundreds of miles away. Although this speed couldn't be compared to Gu Fei's void steps, it was still extremely fast. Even He Tian couldn't catch up to this savage beast in a short period of time. He Tian and the savage beast soon disappeared from this world. Spherical heaven strike. The Demon Ape Emperor roared in rage. The bronze rod in its hand emitted an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation after being infused with its devil energy. Bang! The Demon Ape Emperor brandished the bronze rod with all its might and smashed it towards Gu Fei. It didn't use any fancy moves. It only used the most direct attack to kill its opponent with absolute strength. Wherever the bronze rod passed, the void would shatter and turn into primal nothingness. This was definitely a great killing weapon. Even a true sage would probably be shocked by it. The legendary extreme Tao divine weapon, spherical heaven's rod? Gu Fei was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. The bronze rod in the Demon Ape Emperor's hand was definitely not an extreme Tao sacred weapon. If it was, the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron in his body would have sensed it. It should be a replica of the spherical heaven's rod. Gu Fei's mind was spinning rapidly. He used the void steps and with every step he took, Tao patterns would appear under his feet. He dodged all sorts of attacks from the Demon Ape Emperor. He wasn't willing to clash head-on with a sacred weapon with his physical body. With a flip of his right hand, a black longsword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. An extremely sharp sword aura was emitted from the black sword. This was the Nine Heaven Stars sword. Gu Fei wielded the Nine Heaven Stars sword and started fighting against the Demon Ape Emperor. Keep the reply, this chapter is awesome. Third young master has been thinking of everyone recently. First floor, top bottom, make up 15 words. There is. There should be. Keep the reply. Sigh. Human. Keep the reply. Top bottom keep the reply. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 14:13. Boom. Gu Fei and the demonic ape sovereign continued to clash head-on. The two of them did not hold anything back in this life and death battle. Even the void between heaven and earth was shattered by them. Question mark. Clang. The black sword in Gu Fei's hand emitted a deafening cry that resounded through the 9 heavens. Sword chi surged thousands of meters into the sky, tearing the heavens and the earth apart, and it revealed great divine might. Endless black sword radiance slashed towards the demonic ape sovereign like a heavenly sword. Roar! The demonic ape sovereign's blood chi surged and shook the void with a roar. The nearby mountains crumbled and the region was in chaos. Countless living beings were killed by the terrifying sound wave. Even some of the savage beasts spectating the battle from afar were knocked over. Some of the savage beasts were even jolted to death by the sound waves. The other wild beasts were scared out of their wits and fled at once. Boom! The demonic ape sovereign exerted all of its strength and swung its rod forward, shattering the pitch-black sword chi. The demonic ape sovereign then charged towards Gu Fei with extreme ferocity. What? The demonic ape sovereign's aura was so powerful that even Gu Fei was shocked. Did this demonic ape sovereign fully recover? How was that possible? Gu Fei was very surprised. He had cultivated one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret art. That was why he was able to make a full recovery in less than 2 days. Not only did his cultivation and strength return to their peak, he even took a small step forward. This demonic ape sovereign's blood chi was extremely vigorous. Could it be that there was a secret art that could heal its wounds in less than 2 days? Clang! The demonic ape sovereign shattered the sword chi and arrived in front of Gu Fei. Its blood chi soared as it swung its rod down towards Gu Fei's head. Such an attack was direct and terrifying. When one's cultivation had reached such a level, all of one's moves had transformed from the ordinary into the magical. They were direct and effective, and they could display the greatest lethality. Humph! Gu Fei raised his sword to block. The 9 heaven stars' sword in his hand blossomed with endless sword light and collided head-on with the pure heaven copper rod. Kill! The magic ape emperor seemed to have gone crazy and was incomparably malevolent. It crazily urged the demonic energy within its body and actually pressed down on Gu Fei. The two of them were like meteors falling from the sky. Boom! The earth shook and a mountain below was smashed into pieces by the two of them. The entire land undulated like waves and a large crater appeared on the ground. An oppressive roar came from underground, and the entire world was collapsing. Gu Fei and the demonic ape emperor fought deep underground, and the entire ground was sinking. A battle of this level startled many powerful existences. This was a battle between higher beings, and Gu Fei and the demon ape emperor's auras spread out 30,000 miles. Many powerful beings came close and watched the battle from afar. Who is that human? He's actually able to fight endlessly with the demonic ape emperor. He doesn't seem to be from a Buddhist sect. This is the training ground of the Buddhist sections. How could this person enter? Some powerful existences were discussing. Their cultivation bases were at the Dao Severing Realm. These existences all knew what kind of place this was. This was a training ground set up by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The wild beasts in the desolate world were very depressed. Even though this place was vast, how could it compare to the 3 worlds and 6 Daos outside? The ancient Buddhist Lord had trapped these wild beasts in this desolate world. These wild beasts were actually like livestock that the ancient Buddhist Lord had reared. Many supreme existences among the wild beasts had tried to break the seal of the ancient Buddhist Lord. However, they all ended up in failure. For countless years, no wild beast could break the seal of the ancient Buddhist Lord. At this moment, a muffled sound rang out from beneath the ground. Then, the entire region began to tremble violently as terrifying cracks began to spread into the distance. 2 figures rushed out from the ground. Gu Fei and the magic ape emperor fought to the death without holding back. Both of them fought until the heavens and earth cracked. Both of their eyes were bloodshot as they fought like 2 crazy demons. Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed on the chest of the magic ape emperor, causing its entire chest to cave in. The sound of bones breaking made one's scalp go numb. Just as Gu Fei's fist landed on the demonic ape emperor's body, the heavenly copper rod in the demonic ape emperor's hand pierced through Gu Fei's body and lifted him up. Essence blood that contained a huge amount of spiritual qi spurted out from Gu Fei's wound. Sparkling like agate, it was glowing with a bloody light. Precious blood, the powerful existences among the wild beasts in the sky couldn't help but be moved when they saw the blood that spurted out from Gu Fei's body. This was precious blood that contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. This human was like a divine medicine in human form. His entire body was a treasure. If they could devour this human, they might even be able to increase their cultivation base. Roar! The magic ape emperor opened its mouth and sucked hard. It swallowed all the precious blood that spurted out from Gu Fei's body into its body to replenish its yuan qi. Preposterous. Gu Fei grabbed the bronze rod that pierced through his body and chopped with all his strength. A black sword light streaked across the void like lightning. Swish! An arm flew up. The right arm of the magic ape emperor was chopped off by Gu Fei's sword. If the magic ape emperor hadn't dodged quickly, it would have been chopped in half by Gu Fei's sword. Ah! The magic ape emperor roared and forcefully pulled back the bronze rod that was stuck in Gu Fei's body. Then, it directly retreated. It held the bronze rod in its left arm and fiercely stared at Gu Fei in front of it. These attacks were extremely fast. Both Gu Fei and the magic ape emperor suffered serious injuries. On the other hand, the demonic ape emperor was enraged because his injuries were even more serious than Gu Fei's. His right arm had been chopped off by Gu Fei. In a battle of this level, it wasn't easy to recover from injuries received. Gu Fei's sword qi attached to the magic ape emperor's wound, causing it to bleed non-stop. On the other hand, the magic ape emperor used the bronze rod in its hand to pierce through Gu Fei's body. The big hole in Gu Fei's chest was also flowing with blood. There was a kind of power attached to the wound. Roar! Roar! Gu Fei and the magic ape emperor roared and charged at each other again. This battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. The magic ape emperor was, after all, a fifth celestial stage powerhouse. With the cultivation and strength of a fifth celestial stage powerhouse, Gu Fei wanted to use his own strength to defy the heavens and kill the magic ape emperor. It was not an easy thing to do. In the end, Gu Fei was unable to kill the magic ape emperor. He had no choice but to retreat first because he felt the hostility from the other emperor beasts. The magic ape emperor was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Gu Fei was not in a good state either. His almighty martial body was nearly smashed by the bronze rod. His body was riddled with wounds and he was covered in blood. Swish! Gu Fei used the void steps and disappeared into the void. Those emperor beasts who were watching the battle wanted to attack, but it was too late. Gu Fei's speed was just too fast. A few emperor beasts secretly chased after him. Very quickly, Gu Fei returned to the valley. Not long after, several obscure auras appeared in the vicinity of the valley. Some terrifying experts had caught up to this place. Boom! Suddenly, a heaven-shaking killing intent surged out from the valley. Mysterious and ancient runes appeared all around the valley. A peerless killing array had been activated. Roar! A beast king with the body of a human but the head of a bull roared angrily. Beams of divine light rose from the ground and turned into peerless heavenly swords that slashed at the beast king. A saint-level killing formation? The emperor beast of the barbaric bull tribe that broke into the formation was scared out of his wits. He felt the terrifying aura of a saint level. Every sword light shattered the void and contained the power of the great Tao. The barbaric bull emperor struck out more than 10 magic treasures. However, under the peerless sword light, as long as it was not a holy weapon, no magic treasure could withstand it. All of them were chopped into pieces. Clang! The sword lights that were like heavenly swords emitted a sound that resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They instantly pierced through the barbaric bull emperor's body. Then, the formation gradually calmed down. The sky was still the same, and the earth was still the same. The barbaric bull emperor just stood there with his eyes wide open. His pupils had turned blood red. A light breeze blew by, and a bloody scar immediately appeared on the body of the barbarian bull king. Then, with a schwa sound, the whole body shattered into thousands of pieces and fell to the ground, badly mutilated. Those people in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air. All of them were dumbfounded. Some of them wanted to save the barbarian Ox Emperor, but before they could do anything, the barbarian Ox Emperor was killed. The experts who wanted to help were secretly glad. If they also went in, they would probably be killed on the spot by the peerless sword light formed by the formation like the barbaric bull emperor. What's the background of that human? The experts in the dark whispered. No one dared to enter the formation again. One should know that the barbaric bull emperor was extremely powerful. He was a king of the barbaric bull tribe. Even such an existence was instantly killed in the formation. Unless the legendary honorable beast came personally, no one would dare to barge into this formation. The aura emitted by the formation made their hearts palpitate. It was like an invincible saint beast was hiding in the valley. Very soon, the experts in the dark retreated. The valley was protected by the formation, so they could not force their way in. Only by retreating or coming with a saint weapon would they have the ability to break through the formation. Humph. You guys are smart. At this time, a figure walked out from the valley. This person was He Tian. He had put in a lot of effort and laid out a few corners of the extreme Dao formation. Not to mention the barbaric bull emperor, even if a quasi-saint came, he would not be able to bear the consequences. He Tian originally chased after the barbaric bull emperor. The barbaric bull emperor was also a Dao-severing savage beast. Moreover, it had the bloodline of an ancient barbaric beast, the Great Peng. It was extremely powerful. In the end, He Tian failed to stop the barbaric bull emperor. The barbaric bull emperor fled into a place that even he flinched. He had no choice but to turn back. In fact, He Tian had only returned to the valley for about an hour. When he saw that Gu Fei had returned with serious injuries, he was extremely shocked. He was worried that someone would chase after Gu Fei, so he guarded the valley. As expected, as soon as Gu Fei returned to the valley, someone broke into the formation. To see the first episode without ads, please go to please share target =_blank. Chapter 1414. In the wild world, danger lurked everywhere. Gu Fei and the demonic ape emperor fought endlessly, attracting the attention of all parties. Many powerful existences had already set their eyes on Gu Fei. However, the place where Gu Fei was located was enveloped by a great killing formation. Unless one was a saint, it was impossible to break through. Even the incomparably powerful savage beast emperor would be annihilated if he broke through. Several incomparably powerful existences followed Gu Fei, but after the barbaric bull emperor of the barbaric bull tribe perished in the great killing formation, no one dared to rashly break into the great killing formation. The aura of the extreme Dao remnant formation deterred all the powerful existences who were secretly watching. In the end, these existences had no choice but to retreat first. None of them had the confidence to break through this terrifying great killing formation. The great killing formation scared away those powerful existences who harbored evil intentions, allowing Gu Fei to rest in the valley. This time, he had still suffered serious injuries. He sat cross-legged on a large rock in the valley. Yin and Yang essence qi curled around his body. Strands of Yin and Yang astral qi flashed outside his body. His muscles and bones trembled. There seemed to be raging waves coming out from his body. His blood and qi were vigorous, running like thunder in his body. Gu Fei closed his eyes. His muscles and bones trembled. His flesh and blood were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On his bones, lines of the great Dao were faintly discernible. These were the Dao patterns that were branded on his bones. By branding the great Dao on his body, Gu Fei wanted to cultivate his martial body into an indestructible saint body. Later, strange sounds came from within Gu Fei's body. Even the void around him trembled along with these strange sounds. His entire body seemed to have fused with the great Dao of heaven and earth. Martial artists who are successful in cultivation are really scary. In the distance, He Tian saw the scene happening to Gu Fei's body. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The martial body contained a vast vitality. Gu Fei's injuries were quickly healed. After the battle, Gu Fei wanted to comprehend the results of the battle. In the battle of life and death, his potential was gradually stimulated, and the yin and yang essence qi in his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones became even greater. Strengthening the flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was a path that the indestructible martial body had to go through. Tao patterns were imprinted on the bones in order to make the body eternal. Gu Fei's martial body had reached an unbelievable level. It was enough to contend against ordinary sacred weapons, but he didn't try it. Facing a saint weapon head-on was not a simple matter. A divine weapon refined by an ancient sage could unleash a portion of an ancient sage's battle prowess. If he was not careful, Gu Fei's martial body would be in danger of being severed by the holy weapon. What a monster! He Tian stood in the distance for a full hour before leaving. The terrifying fluctuations coming from Gu Fei's body made his heart palpitate. Boss's blood and qi were exuberant to the extreme, far surpassing ordinary sages. No wonder he could defy the heavens and fight against the Emperor of the Fifth Heaven. He Tian had just severed his Tao and needed to consolidate his cultivation. He was a little impatient. Only by improving his cultivation and strength would he be able to survive in the coming great era. This time, Gu Fei and He Tian stayed in the valley for 3 days and 3 nights. From time to time, figures could be seen flashing outside the valley. The experts of the savage world had sent out spies to closely observe the movements in the valley. During these 3 days, something big happened in this region. A Man-Huang emperor killed its way into the territory of the demonic ape emperor and fought with the demonic ape emperor. The savage beast emperor was incomparably powerful. It took advantage of the devil ape emperor's serious injuries and attacked. In less than an hour, the savage beast emperor tore the devil ape emperor apart. Roar! The devil ape emperor let out an unwilling roar. Its primordial spirit wanted to escape, but the savage beast emperor's huge hand covered the sky and directly smashed the devil ape emperor's primordial spirit. After the savage beast emperor killed the devil ape emperor, it occupied the devil ape emperor's territory and took over everything of the devil ape emperor. It became the new master of this area. Many powerful ferocious beasts submitted to this savage beast emperor. And all of this, Gu Fei was unaware of. He was completely immersed in cultivation. The sound of the blood and qi in his body gradually weakened. Gu Fei's breath began to converge and he was about to wake up from his meditation. A divine light rushed out of his body and a strong sense of oppression spread out from his body. Swish! When the strange sounds from Gu Fei's body completely disappeared, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes and disappeared into the depths of his eyes. Gu Fei let out a long breath and stood up from the big stone. The harvest this time was not small. Gu Fei felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation had begun to loosen. There was a great hope for him to break through to the mighty realm. At this time, He Tian was also inhaling and exhaling Lingqi. However, when he sensed that Gu Fei had woken up from his cultivation, he stopped cultivating. Boss, He Tian walked over, and a powerful almighty aura emanated from his body. This was an aura that only true almighty existences possessed. Let's go. Let's find that devil ape emperor and fight again. Gu Fei knew that endless battles could gradually stimulate his potential. This would allow his cultivation and strength to improve rapidly. All right. He Tian nodded. He could also see that his boss had reached a state where his cultivation was about to break through. He was afraid that he would only need a big battle to break through his current cultivation realm. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out of the valley that was shrouded by the peerless killing array and looked in the direction of the devil ape emperor. What's going on? Gu Fei frowned. He realized that he could not sense the aura of the devil ape emperor. Could it be that the devil ape emperor knew that he was going to find it and had escaped? During the last battle, the devil ape emperor had already shown signs of exhaustion. Boss, could it be that the devil ape emperor ran away with its tail between its legs? He Tian said. His spiritual force was also very strong, but he could not sense the aura of the devil ape emperor. The sky was clear and the air was fresh. This was a rare morning. It was very calm. Near the valley where Gu Fei and the others were, there was not a single decent wild beast to be seen. Gu Fei once again arrived at the cultivation place of the Devil Ape Emperor. This was a historical site with incomplete saint-level formation patterns that had not been eroded by the merciless passage of time. This was a place of enlightenment for saint-level existences. In ancient times, ancient saints had cultivated here. The Devil Ape Emperor had not occupied this place for no reason. This historical site had not been destroyed during the two great battles. Gu Fei's expression changed when he arrived here. He sensed an extremely obscure aura hiding in the historical site below. Oh no. He Tian's expression also changed. He wanted to retreat, but at this time, 4 powerful figures appeared in the surrounding void and surrounded him and Gu Fei. Humph. You're finally here. A sneer rang out from the ruins below. Then, an old and clumsy figure walked out from the ruins below and ascended to the sky step by step. An old antique at the 6th heaven of Almighty? When Gu Fei saw this old man, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This old man had the appearance of a human, but there were 2 dragon horns protruding from his white hair. An old dragon, He Tian had cultivated the yin-yang divine eye and had also cut the path. He could see the true appearance of this old demon at a glance. This was a dragon that had cultivated successfully. I've already killed the Devil Ape Emperor. You will soon become my food, just like the Devil Ape Emperor. The old dragon's voice was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. His green eyes flickered with a demonic light. He had already locked onto Gu Fei and He Tian. Boss, let's retreat. He Tian felt a headache. The 4 wild beasts were already difficult enough to deal with. Now, there was an old dragon that had cultivated for countless years. How could they fight? Unless Gu Fei used a saint-level puppet, they would be in danger. Humph. You're afraid, aren't you? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. If he had encountered this old dragon before his second battle with the Devil Ape Emperor, he could only retreat. However, things were different now. The second battle with the Devil Ape Emperor had made Gu Fei half a step into the 2nd heaven of Almighty. With his current cultivation and strength, he could really fight with this old dragon. Who said I'm afraid? Although He Tian forced himself to stay calm, his eyes were looking everywhere. It seemed like he could leave Gu Fei behind at any time and run away by himself. You're still pretending when you're about to die. A wild snake stared at He Tian and flicked its tongue. Its murderous aura soared to the sky. This big snake stared at He Tian, which made He Tian's heart palpitate. This was because this was a wild beast that was at the 3rd heaven of Almighty. Although He Tian was stronger than the average Almighty, it did not mean that he could fight against wild beasts that were 2 realms higher than him like Gu Fei. Why are you talking to these guys? Hurry up and do it. A black bear the size of a small mountain could not bear it anymore. Its eyes revealed a murderous look. It could pounce on Gu Fei at any time and crush Gu Fei with its claws. The 4 wild beasts were each fiercer than the last. However, without the old dragon's command, the 4 wild beasts did not dare to act rashly. I want this kid. You 4 go and kill that black kid. The old dragon stared at Gu Fei and almost drooled. In his eyes, Gu Fei was like a human-shaped precious medicine that contained a huge amount of life essence. Boss, it's not good to eat alone. You should at least leave an arm for me. A white ape with piercing eyes jumped up and down and said. It did not take Gu Fei and He Tian seriously at all. In its eyes, Gu Fei and He Tian seemed to have really become their food. That's right. I want a leg, said a scorpion spirit who had been silent. The scorpion behind him moved quickly in the void and a blue light flashed. Humph. What a reckless idiot. Gu Fei glanced at the 4 wild beasts and a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes gradually became fierce and a dangerous aura was emitted from his body. To see the first episode without ads, please go to please share, target __. Chapter 14-15. Gu Fei and He Tian were ambushed. The demonic ape emperor had already been killed by the old flood dragon and became its food. The old flood dragon and the other 4 beasts were guarding the ancient ruins, wanting to kill Gu Fei and He Tian as well. It was especially so for Gu Fei. As a human martial body, his entire body was exuberant. His entire person was like a human-shaped treasure medicine. Old Dragon's eyes lit up as he looked at Gu Fei. The white ape, black bear, scorpion, and snake surrounding Gu Fei and He Tian were not weak. Each of them was filled with murderous aura. It was unknown how many creatures had been slaughtered to form such a terrifying murderous aura. Reckless. Gu Fei's face revealed a trace of a sneer. His whole body was surging with martial Dao true power. Yin and Yang Qi lingered on his body, and an illusory yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. The powerful aura made the 4 beasts palpitate. Even the old flood dragon was moved. This person was able to fight with the demonic ape emperor for 2 rounds and escape unscathed. It seemed that he was not simple. It seems that you have some skills, but it is still useless. Today, you are destined to become our food. The old flood dragon's whole body was surging, and an even more powerful aura burst out from his body. Humph. It is still a bit early to say these words. Gu Fei was calm and composed, causing these savage beasts to be unable to figure out his actual strength. Was he bluffing? Or did he really have an incomparably powerful cultivation and strength? You are only a first heavenly layer. I will kill you. The scorpion walked up and immediately attacked. A demonic blue light rushed out from behind him and then shot towards Gu Fei. Within the blue light was a scorpion hook. This scorpion hook pierced through the void and instantly stabbed Gu Fei's chest. It was about to stab into Gu Fei's chest at an extremely fast speed. No wonder this scorpion was full of confidence. This scorpion had the cultivation and strength of an almighty at the 3rd firmament. It was 2 realms higher than Gu Fei and was extremely powerful. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and allowed the blue light to stab into his chest. He did not even bother to dodge. This caused all the wild beasts to be stunned. What? The one who was the most shocked was this scorpion. No one knew better than him how powerful his scorpion tail was. His scorpion tail could not pierce through the body of this human. How is this possible? One had to know that this scorpion tail of his could even pierce through divine iron. How could it not pierce through the body of a human cultivator who was only a first heavenly layer of Almighty? Just as the scorpion wanted to retract its scorpion tail, Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the scorpion tail in his hand. Then, he pulled it hard. Roar! The scorpion roared and flew towards Gu Fei. Its scorpion tail was almost torn off by Gu Fei, which frightened it out of its wits. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out and hit the body of the scorpion. The expression on the scorpion's face immediately stiffened. Then, a pair of eyes that were flickering with a fierce light gradually dimmed. When the old dragon and the other 3 beasts saw this scene, they were dumbfounded as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Boom! The power of Gu Fei's fist exploded in an instant, and the body of the scorpion immediately exploded. Blood, flesh, tendons, and bones splattered in all directions. The scene was extremely bloody. The white ape and the black bear, who were closest to the scorpion, were splattered with beast blood. The warm beast blood woke the 2 beasts up from their shock. How is this possible? This scorpion was an ancient species, a fierce beast in this wild world. God knows how many creatures have died in its hands. But now, this fierce beast's physical body was destroyed by a human with a single punch. Even its primordial spirit could not escape. Both its body and soul were directly destroyed. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. It was so fast that the old dragon and the other 3 beasts did not even have time to react before the scorpion was killed. Roar! The old dragon roared angrily, and the whole world shook. The cultivation of a 6th heavenly layer almighty erupted. Transparent ripples appeared in the void around him, and the void became unstable. You deserve to die. The old dragon roared, and dark blood and qi swept across the world, shrouding the area. He was like a peerless demon, pressing towards Gu Fei. Go! Gu Fei punched out, blasting a path in the dark blood and qi. He then grabbed He Tian, who was next to him, and threw He Tian out. Boss, He Tian could not control himself, and directly flew hundreds of miles away. Only then did he stabilize his body in the void. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. Gu Fei and the old flood dragon were fighting fiercely. The void was shattering and the earth was cracking. Even the ruins that were protected by the ancient Dao patterns were affected by the shockwaves. The white ape, the black bear, and the giant snake wanted to retreat, but Gu Fei used the void steps and did not fight the old dragon head-on. Instead, he moved quickly in the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei was still fighting with the old dragon. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the giant snake and directly attacked it. The giant snake was scared out of its wits. It opened its mouth and desperately spat out a red bead at Gu Fei. Then, it turned around and fled. Boom! Endless blood light spread out from the bead, and a destructive aura spread between the sky and the earth. Such power made people's hearts palpitate. This human was so strong that it could not be imagined with common sense. Even the scorpion was killed by him in an instant. It was definitely not a match for him. The giant snake did not care so much. It actually wanted to self-destruct the inner core that it had cultivated for countless years. At the moment, it could only save its life. Roar! The old dragon's body was covered in dark blood and qi. He rushed from afar, wanting to save the giant snake. A dark hand grabbed at Gu Fei. He wanted Gu Fei to be busy and give up on killing the giant snake. However, Gu Fei was unstoppable. He punched at the giant snake with his right fist and blocked the old dragon's dark hand with his left fist. The power of yin and yang was vast. Bang! Gu Fei's fist power was like breaking dry weeds and smashed the red bead that the giant snake spat out. The power of yin and yang dispersed the terrifying power of destruction emitted by the red bead. No! The giant snake roared angrily. Its body turned into a cloud of blood mist and floated in the void. Even its spirit was destroyed by Gu Fei's fist power. Another wild beast was killed by Gu Fei on the spot. The white ape and the black bear were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled without thinking. Was this guy really a human? He was more of a beast than wild beasts. Just as Gu Fei was about to chase after the other two wild beasts, the old dragon finally arrived. The dark blood and qi were monstrous. The dark hand shattered the void and collided with Gu Fei's left hand. Bang! Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away by the old dragon's attack. The cultivation of a sixth heaven was not a joke. Moreover, the old dragon's body seemed to be abnormally strong. At this time, the old dragon looked at his palm and saw that a layer of white frost had appeared on his palm. A chill was drilling into his arm. The old dragon circulated the spiritual essence in his body. White steam rose from his palm and forced out all the chill that had invaded his palm. Good Lord! When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. The old dragon's qi were too vigorous. Could it be that the old dragon cultivated some evil skill? I'm going to eat you. Elder Jiao clenched his teeth. Two of his most capable subordinates were actually killed by this puny human. This caused him to go crazy with anger, and his eyes turned red. Roar! The old dragon opened his mouth and directly turned into a huge mouth. It swallowed the sky and the earth and swallowed Gu Fei. The huge mouth emitted a power that swallowed the sky, causing Gu Fei to fly towards the old dragon's mouth involuntarily. A cruel smile appeared on Gu Fei's face as he allowed the old serpent to swallow him into its body. Rumble, the void trembled and the big mouth closed. Gu Fei was swallowed into the old dragon's body. The dark blood and qi in the sky converged into the old dragon's body. Sounds of wind and thunder came from the old dragon's body. He wanted to use the great evil power to refine Gu Fei in his body. This was a treasure medicine in human form. He did not want to waste such a treasure medicine. The exuberant vitality in Gu Fei was definitely a treasure to the old dragon. After refining Gu Fei's qi and qi, the old dragon thought that he could raise his cultivation and strength to the 7th heavenly layer. Boss, when He Tian saw Gu Fei being swallowed by the old dragon, he could not help but be shocked and angry. Boss was so weak. How was it possible that he was swallowed by the old dragon in just a few moves? Haha. Congratulations, my lord. When the white ape and black bear saw Gu Fei being swallowed, they laughed and came forward to congratulate the old dragon. Scram! Elder Jiao roared at the two beasts, then sat down cross-legged in the void, fully activating the spiritual ether in his body. He had used this move countless times, and no one could resist it. In the end, they would all be completely refined by him. The white ape and black bear looked at each other and hurriedly retreated. Then, they stared at He Tian. These two guys, He Tian was taken aback, but he wasn't afraid. As long as the old flood dragon didn't make a move, he believed that he could still fight against these two wild beasts. This was because these two wild beasts were the weakest among the 4 wild beasts in terms of cultivation and strength. Gu Fei had just killed the 2 beasts with the strongest cultivation and strength. Swoosh! He Tian directly turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he was on the horizon. His speed was really incredible. Want to escape? When the white ape and black bear saw this, they immediately chased after him. Their speed was also extremely fast. When He Tian and the 2 beasts disappeared in the horizon, the old dragon, who was sitting cross-legged in the void and wanted to refine Gu Fei, suddenly changed his expression. Then, with a boom, his whole body exploded and his bones were crushed. Target =_blank. Chapter 14:16. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Download Indestructible Martial Saint to your phone to read. Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Novel name, Indestructible Martial Saint. Author, Liang Family. 3rd Young Master Type, Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Old Jiao was incomparably powerful. He swallowed Gu Fei into his body in one gulp. Then, he operated his supreme evil technique, wanting to completely refine Gu Fei who was in his body. The life force in Gu Fei's body was extremely vigorous. It was a great treasure for old Jiao's evil technique. After refining Gu Fei's blood essence, his cultivation base would definitely rise to another level. However, old Jiao's expression quickly changed. An endless amount of dark red evil power gathered towards his abdomen, wrapping Gu Fei in layers. Blood-red threads, like a blood-red cocoon, wrapped around Gu Fei. Countless threads on Gu Fei's body emitted a dark red evil light. The evil power was vast and mighty. However, he realized that his evil technique could not extract the life essence from Gu Fei's body. What's going on? Old Jiao was shocked. One should know that if he swallowed an ordinary expert, as long as the dark red evil power wrapped around that person, he would be able to completely devour that person's spirit. But Gu Fei's spirit was like a boulder. It could not be moved at all. Not a single bit could be extracted and turned into old Jiao's power. Old Flood Dragon circulated his evil technique with all his might. He even used the dark blood-colored inner core that he had cultivated. In the dark blood-colored sea of evil power, a dark blood-colored evil bead floated in the saint's cultivation record like an evil sun. Rumble. The blood-colored sea emanated a heaven-devouring power. An evil sun transformed into a black hole that began to devour Gu Fei's essence, energy, and soul. At this moment, both of Gu Fei's eyes were tightly shut as his body trembled slightly. Strands of essence, energy, and soul began to leak out. It seemed as though Gu Fei could no longer resist the devouring power. Wisps of essence, qi, and soul seeped out from Gu Fei's body, and were immediately assimilated by the blood-red evil force outside his body, and then devoured. This old flood dragon's cultivation method was too evil. It was actually stealing other people's Dao fruits. Elder Jiao was overjoyed, thinking that he was about to succeed. However, just when he thought that he could devour Gu Fei's essence, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! Two incomparably sharp gazes shot out from Gu Fei's eyes, piercing through the layers of blood-colored evil energy around his body. He was not unconscious at all. What? Elder Jiao's shock was no small matter. How was it possible that the other party did not lose his mind and fall into a deep coma? What shocked old Jiao even more was that an extremely powerful force had erupted from this human's body. Even the energy void within his body was shaking violently. It was the otherworldly Azura's battle soul sky-ripping zero. Roar! Elder Jiao sensed danger. He circulated the evil force in his body with all his might, wanting to suppress the vast and boundless energy fluctuations that erupted from Gu Fei's body. However, the force that erupted from Gu Fei's body was too powerful. It was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The void was collapsing, and in an instant, it engulfed the entire dark blood-colored energy space. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, Elder Jiao's body exploded from the mighty and unstoppable force that erupted from Gu Fei's body. The blood-colored energy void exploded, and a large pile of things fell from the void. Spiritual qi soared into the sky, and auspicious colors rose. These things were Elder Jiao's collection. A dark blood-colored phantom rushed out from the exploded flesh and blood. A wave of primordial spirit power emanated from the evil figure. This was Elder Jiao's primordial spirit. His body had exploded, but his primordial spirit managed to escape. It was quite impressive that his primordial spirit was not directly destroyed. However, Elder Jiao's primordial spirit was extremely weak, and it seemed that it could dissipate at any time. The bloody figure rushed into the sky and used the primordial spirit escape technique to escape. He didn't even want the collection that was destroyed by Gu Fei. However, there was no way Gu Fei would let the old flood dragon's primordial spirit escape. When he was in the old flood dragon's body just now, he clearly sensed what kind of evil cultivation method the old flood dragon was cultivating. It was the 9 reincarnations divine beggars list. This was a terrifying evil skill that relied on devouring other people's Dao fruits to infinitely increase one's own cultivation. As long as Elder Jiao's primordial spirit escaped, it would not take long for him to recover. Swoosh! Gu Fei walked out of the bloody mist. He traveled 100 miles with a single step and instantly caught up to Elder Jiao's primordial spirit. He then reached out and grabbed Elder Jiao's primordial spirit. As he grabbed Elder Jiao's primordial spirit, Gu Fei used his other hand to collect the large pile of divine materials that had fallen from the sky. Spare me! At this moment, Elder Jiao's life and death were at the mercy of Gu Fei. He only wanted to live and did not care about anything else. He actually humbly begged Gu Fei for mercy. Spare you? Didn't you want to refine me just now? Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. In the world of cultivation, the weak were prey to the strong. This was a rule that everyone had to abide by. Whoever had the harder fist could control the other party's life and death. It was as simple as that. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to become your slave and be at your beck and call, Elder Jiao said. Old Flood Dragon uttered such words. Becoming a slave of the human race was definitely an incomparably humiliating thing in this desolate world. The old Flood Dragon wanted to live, so it couldn't care less. City Beauty read the full text for free. Bam! Gu Fei simply ignored the pleading of the Elder Jiao. He clenched his hand and directly crushed the Elder Jiao's eyes. Then, he infused the power of primordial spirit into his inner world and into the bodies of the 3 undying emperors. There was a powerful force in Gu Fei's inner world. The leader of the 3 undying tribes was the Undying Emperor, whose cultivation base was equivalent to a 9th heaven immortal emperor. The cultivation and strength of these 3 undying emperors were expected to break through to the almighty realm and become undying emperors. Even so, this force was already strong enough to fight for Gu Fei. Once it appeared in the human world, it would definitely cause chaos in a region. After Gu Fei had done all this, he closed his inner world and looked towards the direction where He Tian had disappeared. He Tian had lured the white ape and black bear to a faraway place for a battle. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. In a mountain range in the desolate world, 3 incomparably powerful auras erupted. 3 experts were fighting endlessly in the depths of this mountain range. Boom! A divine light swept out from the depths of the mountain range. A mountain peak was immediately broken in half and fell down, causing a cloud of dust to rise in the surrounding area. Bump into waves in Jianghu. A golden fist completely condensed from energy struck out from the mountain range, smashing a huge mountain. The heaven and earth shook as if doomsday had arrived. You human cultivator, hurry up and accept your death. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer the pain of soul refinement. A sharp voice came from the mountain range, causing one's hair to stand on end. Monkey, why are you talking so much to this guy? I don't want to lose my fun so soon. Another simple and honest voice emitted a trace of killing intent. I'm going to extract his soul and suppress it in a latrine pit for 10,000 years. Haha. Loud laughter came from the depths of the mountain range. 2 terrifying fiendish auras surged out, seemingly suppressing another equally powerful aura. This was a battle between almighty realm experts. It was extremely intense. Humph. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. A third voice was heard. I can kill you alone. The sharp voice resounded. Then, a huge figure stood up from the depths of the mountain range. It was a white ape. Rumble, the white ape's body was filled with murderous aura. Every move it made could shatter mountains and trample the earth. The power it displayed was earth-shattering. Bam! The ape, which was as big as a mountain, directly slammed its palm down, shattering the void between heaven and earth. Even the chaotic chi was released. The full text of the Flower Master was free to read. Buzz! The void trembled. A yin-yang diagram rushed up from below the ape's big hand. It obliterated everything in all directions and directly crushed the ape's big hand. Roar! The ape let out a roar. The yin-yang diagram was like the existence of the Great Way, showing its unpredictable combat power. Yin and yang intertwined, forming a terrible killing technique. The yin-yang diagram quickly crossed the void like the trajectory of the Great Way. In an instant, the ape was cut in half at the waist, and its huge body transformed into the void. How is this possible? The white ape was shocked. The opponent had mastered a terrible killing technique. The yin-yang diagram was like the trajectory of the Great Way, and it was impossible to resist. Soon, a head flew into the sky. The white ape beast had been beheaded. The other big bear was scared out of its wits when it saw this scene. It immediately turned around and fled. In the wild world, escaping was not a shameful thing. The yin-yang diagram turned in the void and flew directly toward the black bear. The speed of the yin-yang diagram was extremely fast. The fate of the black bear had long been decided. Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Why are you running away now? He Tian's voice came from the yin-yang diagram. He turned into the yin-yang diagram, and the power of yin and yang intertwined, evolving the Great Way. This was the trajectory of the Great Way living in Silicon Valley. Swish! The yin-yang diagram flashed, and a large cloud of blood mist erupted from the black bear. A phantom that was no different from the black bear was extracted from the black bear's body and then submerged into the yin-yang diagram. With just one blow, the powerful black bear was beheaded on the spot. Even its primordial spirit could not escape. It was completely and utterly dead, and nothing was left. After beheading the black bear, the yin-yang diagram dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. All right. At this moment, an almost imperceptible ripple appeared in the void next to He Tian. Then, a figure walked out from the void. This person was Gu Fei. He had arrived long ago, but he did not show himself. With He Tian's cultivation, it was not difficult for him to kill these two beasts. Therefore, Gu Fei did not want to interfere in the battle between He Tian and the two beasts. Go! Just at this moment, an extremely powerful aura appeared in the distance. An unimaginable existence had arrived. Gu Fei and He Tian exchanged glances before tearing apart the void and escaping. As soon as Gu Fei and He Tian left, a fiery red figure descended from the sky on a fiery cloud. Watch the first no ads, please get the goods, please share it and recommend it to your friends. If you like Liang family's third young master's indestructible martial saint, if you haven't finished reading it, you can, keyboard, enter square root, keyboard recommended reading. Sword-wielding Song, the legendary mage, another world survival record playing game, ground and scrupulous special forces reborn, me for basketball, demon cultivation technique, the strongest abandoned young master, final evolution 80 years later, Shaolin abbot seeking help from devil general, knight genius, fortune teller. If you like Liang family's third young master's indestructible martial saint, please add indestructible martial saint for convenience in future reading. If you have any suggestions for indestructible martial saint, please send a message to the administrator. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1424, The Truth Track of the Great Way. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1417. To be continued, 89, free novel reading, to be continued, 89, free novel reading, boom. Endless fire swept down from the sky, enveloping the whole area in a sea of fire, burning the heaven and the earth. A terrifying silhouette emerged from the sea of fire. Everything within a radius of 12 miles was burned to ashes. Even the earth sank down and turned into magma. That terrifying existence had arrived, but Gu Fei and He Tian had already retreated. Roar! In the middle of the sea of fire, the primordial beast that looked like the vermilion bird roared at the sky. He couldn't sense any auras from Gu Fei and He Tian because they had already left. Swish! That ferocious beast did not stay for long. It soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of this region. The monstrous flames burned half of the sky red. In an ancient temple in the depths of the wildland, monk Fa Tian finally found a Buddhist treasure. It was a string of Buddhist beads. The string of Buddhist beads was dull and lusterless. It seemed as if it had lost all its spirit chi. However, monk Fa Tian knew that this Buddhist treasure had been sealed by someone. As long as the seal was broken, this Buddhist treasure would be able to display its true power. As long as the seal is broken, it should be enough to deal with those two fellows. Monk Fa Tian walked out of the ancient temple. He then soared into the sky and flew towards a secret place. Soon, he disappeared into the void. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at an unfamiliar place. This place was shrouded in mist. The spirit chi was so thick that it could not be dispersed. There were also the silhouettes of spirit beasts roaming about. He Tian couldn't help but feel apprehensive when he saw this scene. This place was probably occupied by an unknown and terrifying spirit beast. This was not a good thing. Gu Fei and He Tian carefully advanced forward. This was a valley. The area of the valley was not very big. However, the spirit chi was much thicker than other places. There was no danger along the way. When they passed through a peach blossom forest, a sudden breeze blew past. The plum blossoms danced in the sky. After that, an extremely obscure murderous aura appeared in the air. Swoosh! A long sword was silently hidden amidst the plum blossoms that filled the sky, piercing towards Gu Fei's glabella. As long as this sword pierced into Gu Fei's glabella, the Naiwan palace within Gu Fei's glabella would definitely be broken and he would be severely injured. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then, he raised his hand and used his fingers to catch the sword that was stabbing towards him. Then, he exerted force on his fingers and with a bang, the entire sword was shattered. Someone in the dark cried out in alarm and quickly fled far away. Trying to escape. He Tian pointed a finger and shattered the void. A beam of yin-yang immortal power shot out from his finger, piercing through the void and shooting towards the person in the dark. This was an attack at the almighty level. He Tian's finger power was incomparably sharp. However, He Tian's attack didn't seem to hit anything. The person who launched the sneak attack had already disappeared into the distance. Assassin? And he's a professional killer. Gu Fei frowned. How could there be assassins in this world? One must know that this was a trial ground created by the ancient Buddhist lord in order to train the younger generation of Buddhas. Boss, why didn't you continue attacking? He Tian was a little surprised. It should be known that Gu Fei's cultivation and strength were invincible among those of the same level. If Gu Fei continued to attack, he might be able to kill that person. They have already made their move, and they will continue to make their move. I will wait for them to find me. Gu Fei was very confident. He cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art, profound insight of the void. No one in the same realm could hide in front of him without being discovered. He Tian heard this and did not say anything more. They continued to walk through the peach blossom forest. Suddenly, they came to the front of a thatched cottage. They had never imagined that there was a thatched cottage behind the peach blossom forest. The hut was very simple, with walls made of withered grass and twigs, a bluestone road in front of the hut, and a small waterfall not far behind the hut. Waterfalls, springs, flowers everywhere, it's like a fairyland. Good place. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but nod, especially He Tian. He observed the general situation of heaven and earth and knew that this thatched cottage was built on top of an earth vein spirit cave. The spirit chi of the earth vein rose from the spirit cave, endless and inexhaustible. Cultivating in the thatched cottage would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. There was no dust in the thatched cottage. It was obvious that someone was living in it. Perhaps the assassin who suddenly attacked Gu Fei was cultivating here. This small valley was simply a paradise. There were no strong auras of wild beasts in the surroundings. Boss, let's stay here. He Tian said. No one knew better than him how extraordinary this valley was. With the yin-yang divine eyes, the general situation of heaven and earth would appear in his eyes. Gu Fei nodded and walked into the thatched cottage. He sat on a praying mat weaved from spirit herbs and began cultivating. After a series of battles, his cultivation had increased significantly. He felt that he could already break through to the second heavenly layer of Almighty Realm. He Tian didn't dare to be careless. He began to wander around the small valley and imprint ancient and profound formation patterns. He didn't even hesitate to expend Yuan Qi to set up a corner of the extreme Dao formation pattern. Just as He Tian was setting up the formation, the space above the valley where He Tian and Gu Fei had settled down shattered. A fiery figure walked out of the void. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in the air, shaking the surroundings and causing all beasts to tremble in fear. He escaped. The figure stood in the sea of flames. His appearance was very blurry, but the fiendish and violent aura swept through the heavens and earth. Humph. That person sneered and pointed downwards. A ball of fiery divine light flew out and bombarded the valley below. It was like a divine sun descending. Rumble. The entire world began to shake. Then, ancient and profound formation patterns began to appear in the surroundings of the valley below. The divine sun descended and the mighty power obliterated everything. Formation patterns were constantly being obliterated. The entire valley was collapsing. It was like the end of the world. In the end, only the formation patterns in 4 places continued to flicker with divine light. They emitted an indestructible divinity. Even the divine sun could not obliterate them. Extreme Tao formation pattern? The existence in the sea of flames was shocked. Could it be that some extreme expert outside had sent his descendant or disciple here to train? At the thought of this, even the powerful existence broke out in a cold sweat. Looks like I better not meddle in other people's business. The existence muttered and directly tore open the void. He stepped in and instantly fled far away, leaving this place of trouble. The peerless existence in the wilderness did not know that the outside world had changed drastically. It was no longer suitable to become a sage. Not to mention extreme experts, even sages were extinct. In this way, Gu Fei and He Tian had unknowingly escaped a calamity. At this time, in a small valley in the wilderness, He Tian was setting up a formation. Gu Fei was sitting in a thatched hut, trying to break through the shackles of cultivation. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's dantian. A primal divine light was circulating in the middle of his dantian. The vast yin and yang energy was intertwining. With the primal divine light as the center, the two extreme energies began to fuse and be refined into primal essence energy. However, this speed was very fast. It consumed endless yin and yang energy to refine a trace of primal essence energy. The light condensed from the primal essence energy was still very small. In his dantian, Gu Fei's yin and yang energy gradually contracted and expanded faster. He wanted to try to break through to the second layer of Almighty. He could not retreat. When He Tian returned from setting up the formation, he saw that Gu Fei had already entered a meditative state. His body was filled with yin and yang energy. The yin and yang energy intertwined and a yin-yang diagram appeared faintly on his body. Boss's cultivation technique, He Tian knew that Gu Fei walked the path of martial arts. It was not the immortal Dao or the divine Dao. However, the true energy that Gu Fei cultivated was somewhat similar to his yin-yang immortal energy. However, He Tian had to admit that the yin-yang true energy cultivated by Gu Fei was the purest. It seemed to be more powerful than his yin-yang immortal energy. He Tian watched for a while outside the thatched hut before turning to leave. He found a place to comprehend his own Dao. Severing the Dao of others to comprehend one's own Dao. This was the cultivation of almighty existences. There was no shortcut. Time passed. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this period, many powerful existences appeared outside the small valley in an attempt to snatch it back. However, the formation that He Tian had set up was no joke. One almighty human expert was completely trapped inside the formation when he stepped into it. Then, he was annihilated by the formation. As a result, the formation around the small valley deterred the invading experts. No one dared to barge into the formation because no one was willing to die. Some people started cursing outside the small valley. However, He Tian and Gu Fei ignored them. During this half a month, the yin and yang energy in Gu Fei's body contracted and expanded thousands of times. After 100,000 times, Gu Fei felt something in his body break. Rumble. The endless yin and yang energy in his dantian frantically gathered towards the primordial divine light. The yin and yang energy was rapidly transforming into yin and yang energy. Gu Fei felt as though all the energy in his body had been sucked out in an instant. Boom! A muffled sound came from his dantian. Then, his body shook violently. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had finally succeeded. His muscles and bones were thundering. The Dao patterns that were branded on his bone body had traces of primordial essence energy surrounding it. His martial body had become even stronger. The primordial essence energy in his dantian had become the size of a thumb. Gu Fei felt as though his body was filled with power. He could shatter the heaven and earth with a single punch. Keep the reply. To be continued. 89 Free novel read. Target =_blank. Chapter 14:18. After a series of battles, Gu Fei's cultivation and strength were on the verge of a breakthrough. After half a month of consolidation and refinement, his cultivation finally broke through to the second heavenly layer. Roar! Gu Fei stood up from the cottage and roared furiously at the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread in all directions, and the cottage was the first to bear the brunt of it. Boom! The entire cottage flew up in an instant. Then, everything turned into dust in the next moment, scattering into the surroundings. Transparent ripples of space spread outwards. The surrounding trees were affected, the waterfalls flowed in reverse, and the heavens and earth trembled. A single roar shook the mountains and rivers. Gu Fei's roar was definitely earth-shattering. It was even more terrifying than a regular sound assassination technique. It was enough to make a perfected immortal above the 9 heavens tremble. Boss succeeded in breaking through? In the distance, Erebus, who had been cultivating on top of a large rock, was so shocked by this roar that he fell off the rock. He was extremely shocked. What's going on? Outside the valley, the human experts who had blocked the entrance to the valley for over half a month were also shocked. The roar that came from the valley caused their blood to rumble. Brother Yi, who exactly did you provoke? A dark-skinned man's expression changed several times. The person who let out the roar from the valley was definitely a terrifying expert. Even the mountains and rivers trembled from the roar. An existence like that was not someone they could fight against. Brother Yi, I'll be leaving first. A young man in green clothes who emanated peerlessly sharp fluctuations of sword chi cupped his hands towards the other young man, and then he turned around and left. Li Qingyi, you, the young man who was addressed as Brother Yi, was both shocked and angry when he saw this. What's going on? They didn't even see the enemy's shadow, and they're already running? Brother Yi, farewell. The dark-skinned man also cupped his hands at the cultivator with the surname Yi. He then soared into the sky and turned into a ray of golden light. He charged into the distance and soon disappeared into the horizon. You, Cultivator Yi, absolutely didn't expect that a single roar from the person in the valley would scare away the 2 powerful helpers he had invited. Li Qingyi cultivated in the ancient Tao of the sword. A single strike of her sword could dominate the world, and she was one of the top sword cultivators in the wilderness. As for the dark-skinned man, he came from a clan in the depths of the wildlands. The clan was very low-key, and they didn't have many members. However, every member of the clan was an expert. A hunchbacked, black-clothed old man appeared behind Cultivator Yi and said, "Young master, with this old servant here, the person in the valley won't be able to cause any trouble." The old man was like a ghost. When he appeared, he did not make a sound. It was as if he had directly walked out of the void. Humph. These 2 fellows. The cultivator surnamed Yi was furious. These 2 people normally called him brothers, but as soon as they saw that the other party was powerful, they immediately ran away. This was too excessive. The moment the 2 of them ran away, the cultivator surnamed Yi had already decided to cut ties with them. He didn't want friends like these. After the roar, the small valley calmed down. The cultivator surnamed Yi and the hunchbacked old man didn't dare to enter because the entire valley was enveloped by a killing formation. This formation was capable of slaying existences at the almighty realm. Moreover, this formation emitted a terrifying aura. This was an aura that could make even almighty realm cultivators bow down. Although it was weak, it was enough to intimidate everyone. He Tian didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price to lay down an incomplete extreme Dao formation. Even the hunchbacked old man knew that he wouldn't be able to resist this power, so he didn't want to try. No one was willing to joke around with their own lives. At this time, Gu Fei sat down in the valley and began to circulate his mysterious technique. He wanted to stabilize his current realm. The blood in his body surged like thunder, emitting rumbling sounds. He Tian originally wanted to step forward, but after seeing this, he stopped and retreated. Just how powerful is a second-layer almighty realm cultivator? He Tian muttered to himself. He knew that the path of martial cultivation was to cultivate the martial body. The martial body was the source of all power. A successful cultivator would be invincible among the same rank. The current Gu Fei might already be able to fight against a 6th or 7th layer almighty realm cultivator. Cultivating without knowing the time, more than half a month had passed. The spiritual energy in the valley was very rich. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on top of a cave connected to the earth veins and breathed in spiritual energy every day. The newly born power in his body gradually calmed down and completely fused with his martial body. After stabilizing his realm, Gu Fei knew that he had to challenge even more powerful beasts. This was a kind of cultivation method, putting oneself on the edge of death to survive. Only in a moment of life and death could the hidden power in Gu Fei's body be stimulated. Those 2 still haven't left? Gu Fei stood up from the ground. He immediately sensed two powerful auras outside the valley. These two auras weren't concealed in the slightest. "Boss, you're finally out of seclusion." He Tian rushed over from afar and congratulated Gu Fei. The stronger Gu Fei was, the safer he would be. He wouldn't have to worry about being intercepted by his enemies. "Your cultivation has also improved a lot." With a glance, Gu Fei could see He Tian's cultivation and strength. He Tian's cultivation had also reached the peak of the first layer Almighty Realm. With this kind of cultivation and strength, he could only challenge existences of a higher level. "Boss, the two people outside the valley haven't left yet. Should we?" He Tian's expression became sinister. He didn't intend to let those two people go. "Let's go and take a look." Gu Fei's words were very concise and didn't waste any time. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure directly disappeared into the void as if he had escaped into the void of heaven and earth. It was impossible to determine which direction he went. Humph. Someone's going to be unlucky. He Tian smiled coldly and then flew forward. When he arrived above the entrance of the valley, Gu Fei was confronting the hunchbacked old man. Meanwhile, the cultivator with the surname Yi glared fiercely at Gu Fei. He was holding a magic treasure in his hand. The magic treasure emitted an obscure holy aura. Holy weapon? He Tian faced the cultivator with the surname Yi. A faintly discernible sword light circled around his body. It was the power that the invisible sword emitted on its own. "Your opponent is me." He Tian stared at the young cultivator in front of him. Yin and Yang celestial force intertwined around his body. A yin-yang diagram began to appear on his body, emitting a palpitating fluctuation. Great Tao phenomenon? The cultivator surnamed Yi was extremely knowledgeable. With a single look, he could tell that this human had cultivated out a phenomenon of the Great Tao. This was truly unbelievable. One had to know that even people with a higher cultivation state than my Tian would find it hard to activate their own phenomenon of the Great Tao. Scared? If you're really scared, I think you should just end it yourself. He Tian was very confident. This cultivator with the surname Ye's strength and cultivation were not weak. However, he was nothing compared to Han Han. If Gu Fei were to make a move, he would definitely be able to kill him in an instant. Scared? I, Yi Wuji, have never known the word scared ever since I was born. The cultivator with the surname Yi was infuriated by He Tian. This guy actually dared to look down on him. How detestable. He immediately made a move and sent out a net, trying to capture He Tian. Swoosh. The net enveloped a part of the void, making it difficult for Mahakala to evade. Since it was difficult to evade, then there was no need to evade. With a thought from Mahakala, a nearly invisible sword light flashed through the void. The sword light wasn't obvious, but the power it displayed was even more shocking. He Tian had been cultivating in the valley for less than 2 months. During this period of time, he had been refining that invisible sword day and night. Today, he could finally use this sword and unleash its full power. The net that shrouded down from the sky was torn open by that sword light. He Tian shot up into the sky and charged through the hole. Yi Wuji was both shocked and angry at the sight of this. His net was weaved out of the most precious sky worm silk. Ordinary treasures wouldn't be able to break through it. Swoosh. After He Tian broke free, he immediately retaliated against Yi Wuji. Streaks of nearly invisible sword light shot towards Yi Wuji, wanting to kill him. Yi Wuji was a human from the wildlands. He came from an ancient family. It was said that this family had once produced an extreme powerhouse. Although the wildlands was a trial ground created by the Buddhist Lord, there weren't only descendants of the Buddhist Lord in this trial ground. There were also other humans. These humans originally lived in this part of the wildlands. Later on, they were sealed here by the Buddhist Lord and couldn't leave the wildlands. The wildlands was a world of wild beasts. Even Monk Fatian and the others weren't willing to provoke the powerful kings of wild beasts. Legend had it that there was a king of wild beasts that was only half a step away from becoming a beast venerable. However, such a king of wild beasts had never appeared in the wildlands before. At this time, He Tian and Yi Wuji started fighting. Their cultivation levels were about the same. This was an intense and dangerous battle. Rumble, Yi Wuji extended his hand and summoned a torrential river. The torrential river water rushed towards black sky, and even the void collapsed from the pressure of the river. This, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of divine ability was this? He did not dare to be careless. His hands danced in front of him, and the power of yin and yang surged out from his hands. The entire void in front of him was shaking. Yin-yang shift. The monstrous river that was rushing towards He Tian was immediately moved to the side, rushing past He Tian. Then, He Tian soared into the sky, his entire body turning into a yin-yang diagram as he spun and flew towards Yi Wuji. Target equals _blank. Chapter 14:19. The owner of the valley, Yi Wuji, who had been forced away by Gu Fei and He Tian, stood guard outside the valley. He finally encountered Gu Fei and the others. Both sides did not speak much and immediately began fighting. Rumble, the black-clothed hunchbacked old man's aura continued to rise. The void around him trembled and transparent spatial ripples spread outwards. A powerful aura spread across the world, causing the nearby mountains to crumble. The savage beasts within a radius of several thousand li trembled in fear. This hunchbacked old man's cultivation was truly astonishing. Even Gu Fei frowned. A ninth heavenly layer almighty? With such cultivation, even in the heaven realm, he would definitely be an overlord. And the aura exuding from Gu Fei's body was not weak either. The yin and yang true force on his body was vast and mighty. His long hair fluttered without any wind. His entire person gave off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Although the aura exuded from Gu Fei's body was not very fierce, it displayed an aura of supremacy in the world. Good fellow, not simple indeed. The black-clothed hunchbacked old man felt the aura exuding from Gu Fei's body and was secretly shocked. This person seemed to be cultivating the martial Tao created by the martial ancestor. A martial artist's physique was definitely one of the most terrifying physiques in the world. This made the hunchbacked old man have no choice but to be cautious. A successful martial artist was invincible in the same realm. This was not a legend, but a reality. The two did not immediately attack, but their auras had already locked onto each other. As long as the other revealed the slightest flaw, they would immediately launch a lightning-fast attack. At this level of cultivation, as long as one's essence, energy, and spirit were all raised to the peak realm, and then suddenly attacked with all their strength, there was a chance that a terrifying attack that surpassed one's own cultivation would erupt. This was a life and death battle. Sometimes, victory could be decided in a single move. And while Gu Fei and the black-clothed hunchbacked old man were confronting each other, He Tian and Yi Wuji were engaged in a fierce battle. The two of them moved quickly in the void, each displaying their powerful battle prowess. He Tian displayed the yin-yang grand Tao. His body turned into a yin-yang Tao diagram as he rushed towards Yi Wuji. The power of yin and yang surged, evolving the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was the path that the great Tao had taken. He Tian had activated the power of the great Tao, causing Yi Wuji to be incomparably shocked. This was a manifestation of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao was difficult to resist, so Yi Wuji had to retreat. At the same time, he displayed his own Tao. Eternal clear sky. Yi Wuji shouted, and then he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the entire world underwent an unbelievable change. Rumble, a blue sky appeared between the heavens and the earth. Above it, streams of primordial energy descended. The blue energy rose and the turbid energy sank. It was as if a primordial world was evolving. This was a type of Tao trace that could draw upon the power of the great Tao to attack the opponent. This Yi Wuji was also an extraordinary expert. One had to know that Tao traces were not that easy to cultivate. Humph. So what if it's the blue sky? I will break it all the same. From the yin-yang Tao diagram, He Tian's divine sense fluctuated. His body turned into a Dao diagram as he soared into the sky, directly meeting the descending blue sky. This was a battle between Dao traces. The yin-yang Dao diagram broke through the layers of primordial energy and directly collided with the blue sky. The yin-yang Dao diagram trembled, and the blue sky violently shook. The collision of the two Dao traces seemed to be inextricably entangled. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. And on the other side, Gu Fei and the black-robed hunchbacked old man also attacked. The black-robed hunchbacked old man was very calm and didn't attack first. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He displayed an invincible aura and directly attacked. His right hand turned into a giant golden hand that emitted a world-destroying fluctuation as it slammed towards the black-robed hunchbacked old man. This was the first time that Gu Fei had successfully broken through the shackles of his cultivation. As a second-layer Supreme Elder, this was the first time that he fought against someone. As soon as the heaven-covering hand appeared, the giant golden hand immediately enveloped the entire world, locking down the void. It gave off a feeling that there was no way to escape. A powerful force descended from the giant golden hand, shattering the void and obliterating everything. Wherever the giant hand passed, nothing was left behind. It really is a martial arts battle skill. The black-robed hunchbacked old man came from an ancient family in the wild world. His knowledge was extraordinary and he recognized the origin of the cultivation method that Gu Fei cultivated. Shua! The old man's figure suddenly blurred. Then, the void in front of Gu Fei fluctuated. He felt danger and all the pores on his body opened up. This guy, Gu Fei's expression changed. He directly retreated, retreating more than 10 miles in an instant. And where he originally stood, a black-robed hunchbacked old man appeared. An art of assassination? Gu Fei frowned. This old man was very dangerous. Instead of retreating under his heaven-covering hand, he did the exact opposite and instantly appeared before Gu Fei. In this way, Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand lost its target with the form displacement transposition. Shua! The hunchbacked old man's figure once again disappeared. This old man was proficient in the art of assassination. It was as if he was walking in the void, eerie, dangerous, and impossible to defend against. Oomph! Gu Fei snickered. Did he think that he could defeat him just like that? A purplish-gold vertical mark appeared between his brows. Then, a purplish-gold divine light shot out, as if a supreme divine eye had opened. This was the martial path heavenly eye that Gu Fei cultivated. With the martial path heavenly eye, all illusions could be seen through. Gu Fei successfully captured the black-robed old man's movement trajectory and threw a simple punch. Bam! The black-robed old man was knocked out of the void by Gu Fei's punch. He was both shocked and enraged. How was this possible? Could it be that Gu Fei had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye? At this moment, the old man's art of assassination was no longer effective against Gu Fei. Die! Gu Fei displayed the yin-yang reincarnation fists. His fists exuded a power that shook the heaven and earth. One punch was enough to shatter an entire region. The black-robed old man flickered in and out of existence in the void. Even Gu Fei found it hard to sense his movement trajectory at first glance. A 9th-level existence was extremely difficult to deal with. Gu Fei felt that it was very taxing. One should know that his opponent was an unimaginably experienced assassin. His art of assassination was enough to make others stay away from him. Coward, Gu Fei continued to defend against the old man's attacks. The old man didn't even try to fight him head-on. This made Gu Fei feel powerless but powerless. Rip! One of Gu Fei's sleeves was ripped off by the black-robed old man. If he hadn't dodged in time, his arm might have been ripped off as well. Preposterous, Gu Fei was both shocked and enraged. In the next moment, he used one of the 9 esoteric arts of the immortal Dao, the anti-void secret art. He also escaped into the void and launched a counterattack against the black-robed old man. What? The black-robed old man was truly shocked. He never expected that his opponent could also use an art of assassination against him. 2 figures flickered in and out of existence in the void. Their movements were so fast that one couldn't even see their shadows. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds came from the void. The heaven and earth trembled. Gu Fei and the black-robed old man fought endlessly. Neither could suppress the other. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1420. Holy weapon. Gu Fei stared at the old man's right hand. It was a black glove with black light circulating on it and ancient runes engraved on it. In today's world, it was impossible for a sage to appear. Therefore, all the holy weapons were created by ancient sages. You can actually withstand my black killing glove and not die. The one who was most shocked was the old man. He had this glove for thousands of years and had already refined it to the point where it was connected to his mind. He could use at least 50% of its power. 50% of the power of a holy weapon was definitely enough to kill a mighty being. Even a sage-to-be would not dare to face it head-on, not to mention a second heavenly layer mighty being. You are a monster, the old man murmured to himself. This was the first time he had met someone with such a powerful physique. No one would believe him if he said that he could withstand a holy weapon with his body alone. The clash between Gu Fei and the black-clothed old man had turned the area within a radius of several hundred miles into a desert. Except for the small valley that was protected by a corner of my Tian's formation, everything else had been flattened. The extreme Dao rune was hard to destroy. It could automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. Although it was only a corner of the rune, it was not something that a mighty being could break. Again. Gu Fei had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation and did not know where to find someone to spar with. He was more than happy to meet a ninth heavenly layer mighty being. Boom! Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei directly spoke with his fists. He was too lazy to know who his opponent was. His right fist transformed into a divine sun, emitting an extremely powerful fluctuation, and smashed towards the black-clothed old man. The monstrous fist energy swept across the sky and the earth. This was the most direct display of power. There were no tricks. At Gu Fei's level, there was no need for tricks to win. Rumble, the sky and earth shook. Gu Fei's fist was like a divine sun streaking across the sky. His combat strength was unparalleled, shocking the world. One punch was enough to shatter the world and reverse the universe. Swoosh! The black-clothed old man did not want to clash head-on with Gu Fei. Gu Fei's martial body was just too powerful, able to withstand saint weapons head-on. A cloud of black qi surged out from his body, and then disappeared in an instant, escaping into the void. Bam! The place where the black-robed old man stood was blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch, instantly turning into a chaotic void. Even the primordial chaotic aura was blasted out by him. The Dao he walked was the Dao of the utmost. He did not need to use Dao laws when fighting others like the immortal Dao or the divine Dao. His fists were Dao laws. Although the black-clothed old man was shocked that Gu Fei had an extremely strong physique, it didn't mean that he would be scared away by Gu Fei. After all, he was an almighty killer who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. He entered the Dao through killing and successfully severed his Dao, cultivating to the ninth heavenly layer of the Almighty. This in itself was a capital that could intimidate all other almighty cultivators of the same level. A black shadow appeared behind Gu Fei without a sound. A black saber left a black line in the void, then slashed towards the back of Gu Fei's neck. The almighty killer's divine sense was not weak. His killing techniques had also reached the peak of perfection. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would not even know how they died in front of him. The black saber quickly slashed through Gu Fei's neck, actually separating his head from his neck. Did the black-clothed old man actually succeed? However, the black-clothed old man was not happy. Gu Fei's figure gradually dissipated. The Gu Fei whose head was chopped off by the black-clothed old man was only an illusion, not Gu Fei's real body. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared next to the black-clothed old man. Then, his right hand turned into a saber and slashed diagonally towards the old man, wanting to kill the old man on the spot. What kind of divine sense is this? the black-clothed old man was incomparably shocked. The divine sense Gu Fei displayed was too terrifying. He could actually merge with the void, only being able to sense it when he got close. Bang! The black-clothed old man was directly shattered. However, this was only an afterimage. The black-clothed old man's divine sense of killing was very strange. It was as if he could escape into the void and merge with the world. Gu Fei and the black-clothed old man both wanted to kill each other. Although there was no great enmity between them, this kind of battle was extremely dangerous. As long as one of them revealed the slightest flaw, the other would be able to seize the opportunity and launch a fatal attack. There was a high chance that the other would be killed on the spot. At this time, He Tian and Yi Wuji started fighting again. A yin-yang Dao diagram enveloped the entire world, pressing down on the clear sky. The power of the yin-yang Dao poured down, as if it could truly suppress the eternal clear sky. Yi Wuji transformed into the eternal clear sky and similarly attracted the power of the great Dao. He Tian didn't completely occupy the upper hand. The eternal clear sky shook, and there were several times when the yin-yang Dao diagram above was almost blown away. You only have this kind of method? You want to kill me? You still don't have the qualifications. He Tian's voice echoed out from the yin-yang Dao diagram. After that, a figure walked out from the yin-yang Dao diagram. That person's black hair fluttered in the wind and his gaze was like lightning. This person was He Tian. You dare to break into my eternal clear sky? Yi Wuji's figure appeared in the eternal clear sky. He stared at He Tian, who walked out from the yin-yang Dao diagram. His battle intent was unparalleled. This was an existence that resembled both a god and a devil. It had to be said that Yi Wuji was a powerful opponent. The reason he was forced to retreat that day was because Gu Fei and He Tian came together. He knew that he wasn't a match for them, so after a single strike, he fled thousands of miles away. For an existence with such a cultivation base and a sneak attack, as long as he didn't succeed in one strike, there was no other chance. If he didn't retreat, he would only be killed by the other party. He originally thought that he had invited people to take revenge, but after the people he invited sensed Gu Fei's strength, they all retreated in the spirit of brotherhood. This caused Yi Wuji's lungs to explode with anger. However, he wasn't worried because his old servant had already returned. Only this old servant alone was enough to kill all these people. Why wouldn't I dare? Watch me kill you. He Tian changed his usual demeanor. At this time, he was extremely domineering. He took a step forward, and in the next moment, his figure appeared in the eternal clear sky. As expected, you dare to come in. You are too arrogant. Arrogant people often don't live long. Yi Wuji immediately rushed over. With a wave of his hand, he summoned chaos dragons that rushed towards He Tian, wanting to kill He Tian on the spot. Rumble, 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 above the eternal clear sky, the chaos dragons that descended were tens of thousands of feet long. They contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, just like when the world was first created. Buzz! The yin-yang Dao diagram above the eternal clear sky trembled. Under the vast and terrifying yin-yang Dao power, the chaos dragons that descended from the eternal clear sky were completely annihilated. As the two Dao traces attacked each other, the eternal clear sky also counterattacked. Streaks of chaos lightning appeared, turning into a sea of chaos lightning that resisted the yin-yang Dao power. You want to use the power of Dao traces to kill me? You should save your energy. He Tian also cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. This was something he had learned from Gu Fei. One had to know that this was an invincible immortal divine technique created by the supreme Dao ancestor. Everyone was envious of it. Swish! He Tian disappeared from where he stood, as if he had escaped into the void of heaven and earth. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the anti-void secret technique. However, in the eternal clear sky, Yi Wuji was the supreme god. He could sense everything in the eternal clear sky. Although He Tian had transformed into the void, he could still sense him. Boom! The earth soared. Under Yi Wuji's feet, the earth's essence surged violently. The ground shook violently as dragons rushed out, knocking He Tian out of the void. Very good. He Tian's expression was solemn. It seemed that he couldn't use the anti-void secret technique here. However, he had cultivated more than one immortal divine technique. In terms of methods, he had a lot of them. The dragons formed from the earth's essence didn't dissipate. Instead, they became even more terrifying. They were like true dragons born from the primordial era. They emitted extremely terrifying waves that tore apart the heaven and earth as they pounced towards He Tian. In the eternal clear sky, Yi Wuji could be said to have the absolute advantage. Humph. He Tian sneered. An extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. Next, the yin and yang Dao diagrams flew out from his body and slashed towards the dragons. Each Dao diagram carried the power of the Dao. Wherever they passed, they destroyed the void of heaven and earth. The dragons were destroyed by the Dao diagrams and dissipated in the eternal clear sky. After the yin and yang Dao diagrams destroyed the dragons, they directly slashed towards Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji's expression changed. The appearance of the path of the great Dao was definitely a great killing force that could destroy everything. Even the power of the eternal clear sky couldn't suppress it. In this place, I am invincible. Yi Wuji was infuriated. This was his territory, yet this guy still dared to act so arrogantly. This was something Yi Wuji couldn't accept. He laughed angrily and then the azure chi around his body surged. Rumble, the entire world shook. Yi Wuji seemed to have turned into an azure deity that could split the heavens and earth apart. He stood between the heavens and earth, his entire body emitting terrifying waves. Break for me. Yi Wuji turned into an azure deity. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed towards the yin and yang Dao diagrams. Dao laws interweaved on his hand, forcefully resisting the yin and yang Dao diagrams. The yin and yang Dao diagrams weren't destroyed, but they were all sent flying by the azure hand. Yi Wuji drew the power of the entire eternal clear sky to resist the yin and yang Dao diagrams. The eternal clear sky was also a type of Dao trace. The power of Dao laws was unfathomably powerful. This was the law of the great Dao of the world. It was enough to resist the yin and yang Dao diagrams that were also Dao traces. Buzz. At this time, a loud explosion came from outside the eternal clear sky. The true yin and yang Dao diagrams were descending, causing the entire eternal clear sky to tremble. Swoosh. Just as Yi Wuji was in a stalemate with the yin and yang Dao diagrams, He Tian finally attacked. A nearly transparent sword light flew out from his body. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1421. He Tian had been refining the invisible divine sword for a while now. At this time, he could already cause the invisible divine sword to emit a trace of saint-level sword energy. Although it was only a weak trace of sword energy, it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. At this time, He Tian's Dao trace was still fighting with Yi Wuji's Dao trace. He Tian's sudden move surprised Yi Wuji. The nearly transparent sword light couldn't completely merge with the surrounding void and could be seen with the naked eye. Yi Wuji wasn't an ordinary person, so he could naturally sense He Tian's attack. Swish. The invisible divine sword's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yi Wuji. In the next moment, Yi Wuji would be cut in half at the waist. The deep cold sword energy attacked his body, causing all the pores on Yi Wuji's body to explode. He felt a great danger, and his scalp went numb. This was an instinctive reaction that would only appear at a critical moment when his life was in danger. Clang! With a thought from Yi Wuji, the everlasting clear sky was suddenly filled with sword energy. The azure energy in the sky turned into azure heavenly swords that fell from the sky, slashing towards He Tian. Above the earth, primal chaos sword energy condensed from the essence of the earth and rushed towards the nearly transparent sword light. However, all of this was futile. The invisible sword light was invincible. The layers of primal chaos sword energy were broken apart. The invisible sword light pierced through the void, heading straight for Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji turned into an azure deity and displayed the strongest power of the everlasting clear sky. His fists forcefully collided with the invisible sword light, causing the entire everlasting clear sky to tremble. Humph. At this time, He Tian soared into the sky. Taking advantage of the fact that the power of the everlasting clear sky was crazily gathering towards the azure deity, he displayed a divine ability and broke through the seal of this world. Rumble. A yin-yang Dao diagram squeezed through the hole that appeared in the everlasting clear sky. It forcefully pushed open the blue sky and entered the everlasting clear sky. With my body as the great Dao, I am invincible. He Tian was extremely flirtatious and domineering. He took a step forwards, becoming one with the yin-yang Dao diagram that descended from the heavens. The Dao diagram trembled and a vast and mighty destructive energy rippled outwards. The Dao traces of the ancient clear sky almost collapsed. Cracks began to appear in the everlasting clear sky. It was on the verge of collapsing. Roar. The blue divinity reared his head back and roared, his entire body blooming with endless divine light. Wherever he stood, the vast power of the yin-yang Dao diagram couldn't even approach him. Bam! Yi Wuji's godlike figure punched away the invisible divine sword. Then, he rushed towards the yin-yang Dao diagram. With every step he took, the entire ancient void trembled. This was an azure celestial being who was unimaginably powerful, and could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Unfortunately, he had encountered He Tian, and He Tian was also a freak who could challenge experts of a higher level than him. The two of them had also cultivated Dao traces. Their strength could be said to be evenly matched. The godlike battle Dao diagram caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. The power of the ancient clear sky finally submerged into the body of the azure celestial being, displaying a peerlessly terrifying might. He Tian's yin-yang Dao diagram was constantly blasted away. Even He Tian was almost knocked out of the yin-yang Dao diagram, unable to fuse with it. Yi Wuji's godlike figure had unparalleled combat strength. Azure chi curled around his body, and with every punch, galaxies and universes could be faintly seen, containing an unparalleled might that could split apart the heavens and earth. Bzz. The yin-yang Dao diagram trembled. He Tian walked out from the Dao diagram once more. The Dao diagram above his head transformed into a yin-yang divine figure that clashed with the azure celestial being. Rumble, 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 the entire heaven and earth trembled. The intensity of the battle between He Tian and Yi Wuji was in no way inferior to the battle between Gu Fei and the supreme existence of the path of slaughter. In fact, it was even more intense. Large swathes of mountains collapsed, and the beasts in the surrounding regions were all frightened away. A battle of this level had long since alarmed the experts of the other regions. In the distant sky, there was a vague demonic qi. In other directions, there were also several baleful qi. There were also great demons and beasts that had cultivated to a certain level watching from the sidelines. Although the desolate world had been refined by the Buddhist sovereign into the third level of the Buddhist palace and was used as a training ground for the Buddhist path, there were already natives living here. The beasts and some ancient clans were the main characters of this desolate world. On the contrary, after the disappearance of the Buddhist sovereign, the Buddhist path could no longer control this world. Moreover, many supreme existences had once appeared in this desolate world. These existences were incomparably powerful, and some of them even had the qualifications to break through to the extreme sovereign realm. How could such existences be willing to be sealed by the Buddhist sovereign in this desolate world? For such existences, their stage was the sixth Tao of the three realms. Many powerful existences had tried to break through the Buddhist sovereign seal, but in the end, all of them failed, whether it was the ancient clans or the great demons. The Yi clan occupied a region in the desolate world. They were the overlord of this region. Although they didn't have many people, each of them had an extremely powerful cultivation. As the two gods battled, their attacks were filled with Tao laws. The power of the yin-yang Tao laws was simply too great. Yin and yang essence energy fell from the yin-yang Tao diagram, turning into yin-yang Dao runes in the hands of He Tian's yin-yang god form. It drew upon the power of the heavens and attacked Yi Wuji's azure celestial god form without end. At the level of He Tian and Yi Wuji, they had already comprehended their own Dao. With Dao laws on their bodies, their combat prowess would definitely soar. This was the power of severing one's Dao. Without severing one's Dao, one would still be an ant. Only after severing one's Dao would one have the qualifications to become an extreme sovereign and become the strongest existence in the world. That brat from the Yi clan has grown up. He's so young, yet he has already cultivated the Dao. This kind of cultivation is truly frightening. I heard that a genius has also appeared in the Li clan. A few demons and beasts were conversing. The desolate world was a cage for demons and beasts that weren't Buddhist disciples, and even humans from the desolate era. Even for a Buddhist disciple, it wasn't an easy task to get out of this desolate place. Although entering the third level of the Buddhist palace was easy, it was extremely difficult to get out. Otherwise, all life in the desolate world wouldn't have been trapped for so many years. Yi Wuji's performance shocked the spectating great demons and savage beasts. However, Yi Wuji's opponent was also incomparably powerful. He fought Yi Wuji relentlessly and showed no signs of being defeated. The battle between He Tian and Yi Wuji continued. It was difficult to determine a victor in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the battle between Gu Fei and the supreme expert of the Tao of Slaughter had reached its climax. Their speed had reached a level where the naked eye couldn't even see them. Boom! The supreme expert of the Tao of Slaughter punched out. His black fiend gloves emitted boundless black light. Monstrous baleful energy surged, as if there were countless evil spirits howling within the black light. This feeling caused one's scalp to go numb. To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1422. The black fiend glove's baleful aura soared into the starry sky. This fearsome weapon was too powerful. It was a saint weapon refined by an ancient ferocious person. One punch could shake the starry sky, especially when such a fearsome weapon was in the hands of a murderous cultivator. Gu Fei and the murderous cultivator were already fighting in the starry sky. This was a primordial era starry sky that had existed for countless years. Every star was emitting the aura of the primordial era. Boom! The murderous cultivator's fist shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power nearly caused the stars in the sky to fall. In an instant, it enveloped Gu Fei. This was a saint-class power exploding. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed. His long hair danced wildly, his eyes flashing like lightning. His martial true force was vast. Great Dao patterns began to appear on his skin. This was the Dao pattern that he had branded into his bones. Divine light shone through his flesh and bones. A wisp of saintly might was emitted from his body. After severing the Dao, Gu Fei had condensed his own Dao. His Dao was extremely tyrannical. It pressed forward. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his battle intent. He could sense a dangerous aura from the black fiend glove. The murderous cultivator was shocked when he saw the changes on Gu Fei's body. What was he trying to do by branding his body with the great Dao? Was he trying to refine himself into a saint weapon? Branding his body with the great Dao would allow his body to achieve eternity. This was the cultivation path of the martial path. Although the martial ancestor had created the martial path, it was just to give the human cultivators another option to become a saint. Creating the martial path was to point out another path for the human cultivators to reach the extreme Dao Paragon realm. Now, Gu Fei was walking in this direction. Bang! Without dodging, Gu Fei's right fist released rays of extreme Yang Dao patterns. He gathered the extreme Yang energy in the world and suddenly punched at the murderous cultivator's fist. Buzz! The entire void in front of Gu Fei's fist let out a rumbling sound. Then, the entire void collapsed. The stars behind him were shaking and cracking. Boom! The two fists smashed together. A visible ripple spread out from the point of collision. Gu Fei and the murderous cultivator flew back at the same time. Swish! The entire void was being annihilated. The vast and mighty power of destruction destroyed everything, leaving nothing behind. A few stars that were close by immediately exploded in the sky, blooming with the most brilliant divine splendor. Bam! Gu Fei flew tens of thousands of miles backward and smashed into the vast planet behind him. The entire planet was immediately covered with cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. The eternal starry sky was affected. Roar! Gu Fei seemed to have gone mad. His entire arm was bleeding. The attack just now had caused a great impact on his right arm. His bones were cracked and almost shattered. The powerful life force in his body surged towards his right arm, causing it to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, his right arm was as good as new, as if it had never been injured. The indestructible martial body had been tempered thousands of times. Even if the martial body was shattered, it could still be reconstructed. At Gu Fei's realm, regenerating flesh and blood was something that could be done with just a thought. Gu Fei's body trembled as his yin-yang true force erupted, and the huge star behind him, which was already filled with cracks, immediately crumbled apart, causing the space within a radius of a few thousand li to turn chaotic. This was the star exploding. The terrifying power of destruction engulfed everything. Just as the star was crumbling, Gu Fei had already rushed forward. This murderous cultivator was definitely a good opponent. He could fight to his heart's content. Blood-stained clothes pressing forward. Such a powerful physical body. The murderous cultivator already knew that Gu Fei was a martial arts inheritor, but he was still shocked. He had already used all his strength in that punch, but his opponent was only injured and not killed. On the contrary, even though he had the black fiend gloves, he still suffered from the impact. The blood in his body was tumbling, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Swish! The murderous cultivator's figure was moving rapidly in the starry sky. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. His movement technique was extremely strange. He was like a ghost that rushed out from hell. Boom! After another huge collision, Gu Fei was once again sent flying. The existence of the 9th heavenly layer was incomparably powerful. If Gu Fei hadn't broken through to the 2nd heavenly layer, he probably wouldn't know how many times he would have been killed by this killing Tao Almighty. The Black Fiend Gloves was a saint artifact, and Gu Fei had made up his mind from the beginning. Unless it was a true life and death situation, he would not use the saint artifact. He wanted to temper his martial body. Only through an extremely intense battle would he be able to stimulate the martial body's potential, allowing the potential power to be released. After Gu Fei was sent flying, he immediately rushed forward again. He was constantly being sent flying. His battle clothes were tattered, and blood splattered across the starry sky. It was extremely tragic. You are crazy. In the end, even the murderous cultivator felt a chill in his heart. Gu Fei was like an undying cockroach. Even if he was struck in a vital spot, he would immediately rush forward again. Boom! The Black Fiend Gloves released ancient Tao patterns that condensed the power of the Great Tao. The Saint Artifact's power was gradually stimulated by 10%, 20%, 30%. Bam! The murderous cultivator punched at Gu Fei's chest, causing Gu Fei's chest to cave in. He was sent flying while vomiting blood. This punch had already used more than 30% of the Black Fiend Glove's power. It nearly caused Gu Fei's chest to turn red, and his sternum to shatter into countless pieces. All right. Gu Fei exhaled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was surging with vitality, and his body emitted the sound of bones grinding. His chest, which had caved in from the Black Fiend fist, was gradually recovering. The regeneration of his muscles, bones, and flesh was absolutely unimaginable in the past, but now, everything had become possible. Gu Fei's face flushed red. As his chest heaved up and down, he spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood. Swish! His injuries were completely healed in an instant. He then used the void steps to force his way towards the murderous cultivator. His battle intent was still blazing, and he was still incomparably powerful. This human, there were many powerful existences watching this battle in the starry sky. The aura presences of Gu Fei and the murderous cultivator were too powerful, and it was impossible for them not to notice. Gu Fei's unyielding attitude had caused some of the powerful existences on the ground to feel fear, especially Gu Fei's tough body, which shocked some of the great demons and savage beasts. Since when did the human have such a powerful body? He could actually go head-on against a saint weapon? One had to know that in this desolate world, the great demons and savage beasts were blessed by the heavens. They had innately powerful bodies, and this was something that the human race could not compare with. Furthermore, that murderous cultivator was an expert from the Yi clan, and he was one of the top figures in the entire desolate world. Such a figure even used a saint weapon and still could not kill this human. It was truly unbelievable. Gu Fei was getting stronger as the battle went on, causing the murderous cultivator to be terrified. Furthermore, he realized that he could not kill this brat who was only at the second firmament of Almighty. Even with a ninth firmament of Almighty's cultivation and the use of a saint weapon, he could not kill this brat. Even the murderous cultivator found it unbelievable. Azura slaughtered domain. The murderous cultivator let out an enraged roar, and his spirit was instantly raised to its peak state. He then opened up a terrifying slaughter field with a punch, which devoured the charging Gu Fei. Target =_blank. Chapter 1423. Azura slaughtered domain. The supreme cultivator roared in rage. He finally used his trump card. His eyes were like a venomous snake as he stared at Gu Fei. With a punch, he blasted open an area of the void. Rumble, this dark void instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth, swallowing Gu Fei who was rushing over. The speed of this domain was so fast that Gu Fei couldn't react in time. Gu Fei was taken aback. The space he had rushed into was filled with baleful aura. It was as if there was a terrifying fiendish god slumbering inside. Swish. Before Gu Fei could figure out the situation around him, a black light flashed by and he felt a sharp pain from his waist. He was slashed by someone. There was no blood spurting out from the wound. Gu Fei's blood essence was extremely condensed. This kind of injury couldn't cause him to lose any blood essence. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, but it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The killer was nowhere to be seen, but Gu Fei felt an extreme sense of danger, as if he could lose his life at any time. Just now, it was the killer who attacked. Haha. After entering my Azura slaughter domain, there's only one ending for you, death. The killer's voice resounded in the void. Gu Fei found that the killer's voice came from all directions. He couldn't tell the killer's location at all, which made him frown. The wound on his waist was healing rapidly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. If an ordinary Almighty was struck by that killing path Almighty, he would have been chopped in half at the waist. How could there only be a wound left? Scoundrel. Gu Fei activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and scanned the surroundings. However, he found that the martial Dao Heavenly Eye could only see a few miles before reaching the end. This seemed to be a void formed by Dao marks and Dao laws. I'm going to torture you to my heart's content. Killing Dao Almighty beings entered the Dao through killing, so their killing intent was much stronger than ordinary Ninth Heaven Almighty beings. The killing path great experts' cold words caused people's hearts to palpitate. Want to kill me? Unless you're a saint. Gu Fei said in disdain. The killing Dao Almighty's sacred art was too strange. He was thinking about how to break this sacred art. Watch how I kill you. I'll make you accept your death wholeheartedly. The murderous Almighty's voice rang out again. 10 square punches. At this time, Gu Fei attacked. His fists revealed the mysteries of yin and yang. His right fist was yang and his left fist was yin. His hands were like yin and yang eyes, and his body was like the yin and yang dividing line in the middle of the yin-yang Dao diagram. Boom! The boundless fist energy was like 100,000 volcanoes. Countless fists blasted out in all directions, filling the entire void in an instant. In the entire void, apart from fists, there was only more fists. The power of the fists surged into the sky and shook the earth. Even the true heaven and earth would be destroyed, let alone a domain that was supposed to be opened up. Rumble, in the Azura death domain, a dark spatial crack appeared. In the darkness, the cries of the killing Tao Almighty were heard. He didn't think that Gu Fei would be so fierce. Too strong. He was truly punching out in all directions. It was a completely indiscriminate attack. Every single punch contained immense power, and every single punch could pierce through the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was going all out. He wanted to force out the killing Tao Almighty that was hiding in the darkness. However, Gu Fei succeeded. This indiscriminate attack left the killing Tao Almighty with no place to hide. He was forced out of the void by Gu Fei's fists. Roar! The killing Tao Almighty roared towards the sky. His murderous intent soared to the heavens. He originally wanted to slowly grind Gu Fei to death, but now, Gu Fei had messed up his plan. This made him extremely angry. Break for me! Gu Fei roared. An even more powerful force erupted from his body. Countless fists were burning, blooming with supreme power. What? The killing Tao Almighty was shocked. How could this guy still have the ability to launch such a powerful attack? Could it be that his power was endless? Up until now, Gu Fei didn't show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. It was as if he had endless power to use. Boom! With a loud sound, the Azura death domain of the killing Tao Almighty collapsed completely. The killing Tao Almighty suffered a great impact. It was as if a giant hammer had ruthlessly smashed his chest. His entire body spurted out blood as he was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Just as Gu Fei broke out of the Azura killing domain, he felt drained. That strike from before had expended a great deal of his essence. But in just a few breaths, he had completely recovered. Pure spiritual energy surged from his dantian, the chest meridian on his chest, and the space between his eyebrows. These spiritual energies were rapidly spreading throughout his body, replenishing his yuan qi. The collapse of the Azura death domain formed an energy storm that wreaked havoc in the void for thousands of miles. Some small stars were constantly shattered. Only those big stars didn't fall. Kill. Gu Fei was like an ancient god of slaughter descending into the world. His murderous aura was comparable to the killing Tao Almighty. With just a few steps, he had already killed his way to the front of the killing Tao Almighty. Die. He was domineering to the extreme. So what if it was a killing Tao Almighty from the ninth heavens? He would still kill him. He directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. A huge golden palm smashed down towards the killing Tao Almighty. The destructive power could destroy everything. How is this possible? The killing Tao Almighty turned pale with fright. He couldn't help but be shocked because the strength of his opponent's physique was far stronger and more terrifying than he had imagined. The killing Tao Almighty wanted to escape, but he discovered that the void around him had been sealed by Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. He had nowhere to run. This was forcing him to face it head-on. There was no other way. The killing Tao Almighty could only face Gu Fei head-on. His right fist emitted a terrifying murderous aura. On the black glove, ancient Tao runes were flashing. The power of the great Tao interweaved as if there was a ferocious beast awakening on the glove. The power of the Saint Realm was vast and mighty, giving people a powerful sense of oppression. The one who will die is you. The killing Tao Almighty roared. This little guy in front of him was actually so ferocious. It really made his lungs explode with anger. He also began to go all out, using the power of the black glove with all his might. Boom! The golden palm and the black glove collided fiercely. The power of the Saint Realm collided, shattering the void and collapsing the heaven and earth. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The black glove was, after all, a holy weapon. The killing Tao Almighty used his full strength to fight with Gu Fei without holding anything back. His combat strength unknowingly increased by a lot. The golden palm was sent flying high into the sky and then dissipated in the void. Swish! After sending the golden palm flying, the killing Tao Almighty pointed out with a finger. A black light shot out, piercing towards Gu Fei's forehead. With a flip of his hand, Gu Fei wiped away the incoming black light. Then, a purple golden divine light shot out from between his brows and turned into a sword that slashed at the mighty cultivator of the path of slaughter. This is, the killing Tao Almighty was shocked to see Gu Fei use such a killing art. Like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, he quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. However, the primordial spirit Tao sword was extremely fast. It arrived in an instant, and there was no way to avoid it. Buzz! The primordial spirit Tao sword vibrated and the void was torn apart. The killing Tao Almighty avoided being hit in the vitals, but his shoulder was pierced by the primordial spirit Tao sword. Blood splattered. This was a divine sword that contained the power of the great Tao. After being injured by such power, it was very difficult to recover. The killing Tao Almighty was shocked and furious. The legendary primordial spirit Tao sword? The killing Tao Almighty was shocked. Wasn't this immortal killing art long lost? How could someone still use it? This was a killing art created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Buzz! The Tao sword hummed. After piercing the killing Tao Almighty's shoulder, it did not stop. Instead, it turned in the void and flew back towards the killing Tao Almighty. This, the primordial spirit Tao sword did not turn back until it hit its target. The killing Tao Almighty's expression changed. This killing art was too terrifying. He could only retreat and activate the Black Spectre glove, using his Saint-Tier power to wear down the primordial spirit Tao sword's power. Clang! The primordial spirit Tao sword and the Black Spectre glove clashed continuously. The killing Tao Almighty was forced back step by step. More sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed freely. Wounds caused by the primordial spirit Tao sword were difficult to heal. Even a ninth firmament killing Tao Almighty was the same. The power of the great Tao that had invaded the wound could not be removed. The killing Tao Almighty wanted to stop the bleeding, but it was useless. The loss of essence blood could not be ignored. His body would become weak and affect his battle strength. Bang! Just as the Almighty Being was retreating, a figure appeared behind him and threw a punch, instantly landing on the Almighty Being's back. This punch almost broke the killing Tao Almighty's spine, causing him to vomit blood and fly back. Distracted, his entire right arm was almost chopped off by the primordial spirit Tao sword. How is this possible? How can there be two? The killing Tao Almighty was dumbfounded. Because the one who attacked behind him was also Gu Fei. At this time, there were actually two Gu Feis. How could he not be shocked? The two Gu Feis pressed towards the killing Tao Almighty together. Both of them were surging with blood qi. It seemed like both of them were real bodies. This made the killing Tao Almighty's scalp go numb. Could it be? The killing Tao Almighty seemed to suddenly think of something. His expression was extremely ugly. He then turned and left, not daring to continue fighting with Gu Fei. You want to leave now? Is that even possible? When Gu Fei saw that the mighty figure of the Tao of Slaughter was about to escape, his attacks became even sharper. His primordial spirit Tao sword was like a purple-gold divine dragon, rampaging through heaven and earth, constantly attacking the mighty figure of the Tao of Slaughter. As for the other Gu Fei, he displayed the yin-yang reincarnation fist, striking out with the ultimate profundities of the martial way. Gu Fei's true body, wielding the Nine Heavens Stars sword, was pressing towards the killing path Almighty expert. As a result, the tables were turned, and the slaughter path Almighty was now in danger. To see the first ad free, please go to Please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1424. Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to conjure a Tao body with unparalleled might. He actually managed to force the mighty figure, who had achieved his Tao through killing, to flee. Swish! The primordial spirit Tao sword crisscrossed the world as though it had transformed into a purple-gold divine dragon that charged towards the mighty figure of the Tao of Slaughter, intercepting him. This was a Tao sword formed from the power of the great Tao. It contained the great Tao, and any injuries inflicted by this Tao sword would be very difficult to heal. At this moment, the mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter was already covered in blood. The mighty figure's cultivation was at the 9th firmament, and he was also injured. Roar! The mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter roared furiously at the sky. His murderous aura soared into the sky as 2 black blades shot out from his body to block the primordial spirit Tao sword that Gu Fei had condensed with the power of his primordial spirit. But at this moment, Gu Fei's true body and Tao body had already closed in. The true body wielded the 9 heavenly stars sword, and its sword chi surged. The temperature of the entire world plummeted under the impact of the sword chi. The Tao body, on the other hand, used a peerless fist art to conjure yin and yang. Even without a sacred weapon, the Tao body was still able to intimidate the mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter. The legendary 3 pure ones in one breath? The mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter was astonished. He was already having a hard time dealing with Gu Fei alone. Now, there was an additional Gu Fei. How was he supposed to fight? He wanted to retreat, but he had already been locked down by the aura of the 2 Gu Feis. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. He did not say a word and directly attacked the mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter. The 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand transformed into a beam of killing light that shot towards the mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter. Swish! The mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter vanished into the void. The sword light that Gu Fei had unleashed landed on empty air, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial tear. This was a bizarre killing technique of the Tao of slaughter. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the martial Tao heavenly eye, it was still difficult for him to catch a glimpse of the mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter. A beam of cold light suddenly appeared in the void in front of Gu Fei and shot towards Gu Fei's throat at an extremely fast speed. The mighty figure of the Tao of slaughter wanted to behead Gu Fei. Clang! Gu Fei raised his sword to block. The cold light instantly slashed on the 9 heaven stars sword. Sparks flew everywhere. A figure condensed out of the void and appeared in front of Gu Fei. After unleashing a fierce attack, the figure of the killing Tao Almighty appeared. Forcing me to risk my life won't do you any good. The killer stared coldly into Gu Fei's eyes and said. The killing intent on his body grew stronger. The killing path Almighty being was still bleeding, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Humph, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you being so long-winded? Gu Fei was very direct. Since you want to kill me, then I will kill you. There was nothing much to say. He knew that if his cultivation was weak, he would have been killed by this killing expert. In the cultivation world, nothing else matters. The most important thing is to have a hard fist. Roar! The 2 of them roared in unison and sent each other flying. At this time, Gu Fei's Taoist body had already reached the supreme Yang realm. His Yang fist flew towards the supreme master of the Tao of slaughter like a divine sun rushing towards the supreme master of the Tao of slaughter. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth shook under the fist of Gu Fei's Taoist body. Swish! The black blade in the hands of the supreme master of the Tao of slaughter shone brightly and broke through the layers of supreme Yang fist force. Then, it slashed directly on the fist of Gu Fei's Taoist body. The black blade was knocked away by the fist of Gu Fei's Taoist body. The supreme Yang fist force smashed everything and shattered the void. However, a bloody wound was left on the right hand of Gu Fei's Taoist body. That is, Gu Fei was shocked. That black blade could actually hurt his Taoist body. Could it be a holy weapon? How could this guy have so many holy weapons? With such a black blade and the black glove on his right hand, the combat strength of the supreme master of the Tao of slaughter was greatly increased. Even a Taoist body might not be able to suppress this killing god. Gu Fei's Taoist body retreated. He used his Xian Qi and the wound on his hand healed in an instant. The supreme master of the Tao of slaughter didn't want to continue fighting. The current situation was very disadvantageous to him. Unexpectedly, his opponent had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path, which was the legendary invincible divine skill of the immortal path. Swish! The Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter forced Gu Fei's Taoist body to retreat. Then, he immediately soared into the sky, trying to jump out of the encirclement of Gu Fei and the Taoist body. Buzz! At this moment, the primordial spirit Tao sword that Gu Fei had conjured let out a deafening sound and broke through the two beams of black light. Then, it descended from the sky and strangled the Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter. Damn it! The Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter was shocked and enraged. When the primordial spirit Tao's sword slashed down, he had no choice but to face it head-on. He punched upward with the black glove on his right hand. Among the monstrous evil chi, faint and illusory figures appeared indistinctly. They let out bone-chilling ghost howls. It was as if countless ferocious ghosts had crawled out from hell. This weapon was definitely a peerless weapon that had slaughtered countless living beings. The power of the black glove blocked Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. However, because of this, Gu Fei's real body and Taoist body had already closed in on the Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter. Preposterous. Since that's the case, let's fight. The Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter was forced to such a state. This was something that had never happened in the past 1,000 years. This caused him to be shocked and enraged. This opponent was too difficult to deal with. Swish! Rays of black light rushed out from his body. Each ray of black light was condensed and ancient Tao patterns appeared. A terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth burst out from his body. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his heart trembled. This guy was using the law of the great Tao to condense the law of heaven and earth. This method was simply too heaven-defying. This was a killing art cultivated by the Supreme Master of the Ninth Heaven. With the law of heaven and earth in his hands, he could use the law of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. This was simply punishing the enemy on behalf of the heavens. The Tao patterns condensed into Tao laws and slashed towards Gu Fei's real body and Taoist body. This was different from a sacred weapon. As long as the Tao laws hit them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! Gu Fei's real body felt the danger. He let out a deep roar as his entire body appeared with the patterns of the great Tao. He drew the power of the great Tao to his body. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an indestructible martial lord who trampled the great Tao under his feet. His strength was unimaginable. His battle intent was like a rainbow. I didn't expect you to have cultivated to this level. The Supreme Master of the Path of Massacre stared at Gu Fei. His eyes narrowed. This martial cultivator's performance had far exceeded his expectations. It was too surprising. In this part of the world, apart from some old baldies, there were not many people who were a match for him. Today, in this part of the wild world, there was another opponent who could compete with him. Gu Fei's body was covered with Tao marks. He drew on his Tao power and rushed forward. He actually completely ignored the power of the law of heaven and earth that the Supreme Master of the Path of Massacre had unleashed. Request to the envoy to bring us to watch the battle. The ancient road was bustling. The news spread further and further. What? Yi Fan is here. That damned overlord body of the firmament. How dare he bully my brother? When I get out of here, the first thing I will do is to kill him. Someone, come, whoever pulls me out of this damned tomb, I will give him a scroll of the Demon Emperor immortal scripture. The news spread quickly. Even some of the cultivators in the danger zones were discussing it. Target =_blank. Chapter 1425. The Yi clan of the wilderness was extremely powerful. Although Yi Wuji was only one of the younger generation of the Yi clan, he had already revealed an extraordinary cultivation physique. One had to know that not just anyone could cultivate a Tao trace, but he, Yi Wuji, had cultivated a terrifying Tao trace like the eternal clear sky. Moreover, Yi Wuji's Tao protector was actually a supreme expert of the Tao of Slaughter. His cultivation was at the 9th heavenly layer, which was enough to intimidate all cultivators. Even Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't keep either one of them here. This training ground was far more terrifying than Gu Fei and the others had imagined. Not only were there ferocious beasts and Buddhists, but there were also some ancient clans that had passed down their legacies in this world. Gu Fei and He Tian both felt great pressure. There was no lack of peerless experts in the ancient clans of the wilderness, and there were even half-saints. They had no choice but to be careful. In the following period of time, Gu Fei and He Tian continued to fight without rest, but they were much more low-key. Even so, it was inevitable that they would attract attention from all sides. Gu Fei and the others fought in all directions and encountered many experts. Sublimation and transformation in battle was a unique cultivation method on the path of martial arts. With his cultivation at the second heavenly layer, Gu Fei could already challenge ninth heavenly layer savage beasts and human cultivators. He once killed a terrifying ninth heavenly layer savage beast in the depths of a mountain. That battle was extremely horrifying. Even though Gu Fei had killed his opponent, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had been on the verge of death for a while. The potential of the martial body was gradually stimulated in the battle of life and death. The blood in Gu Fei's body was vast and vigorous to the extreme. Even the primordial great dragons didn't have such vigorous blood. Although Gu Fei and the others were fighting, they were also looking for a way to leave this world. They learned of a fact, a very cruel fact. This wilderness seemed to be a place where one could only enter and not leave. Countless powerful savage beasts and human cultivators were trapped here. In the countless years of the past, some peerless figures with shocking talent had tried to break through the seal and leap out of this world, but all of them ended in failure. Legend had it that the Buddhist Lord had once left a way to enter and exit this world. However, this was only a legend after all. No one had truly found the gate of reincarnation, and no one had truly used the gate of reincarnation to leave this world. At this time, not only were Gu Fei's group searching for a way to leave, but so was Heavenly Dharma. As a Buddhist expert, he knew many secrets about the third Buddha palace. The Millennium Buddha Lord had obtained a piece of land that had separated from the great wilderness continent. The eternal Buddhist Lord used his supreme power to refine this land into his third Buddhist palace. The third Buddhist palace of the eternal Buddhist Lord was a fragment of the primordial world. It was vast and boundless, inhabited by countless powerful beasts. The human race was at a disadvantage in this world. Although the Manhuang clan was powerful, they weren't willing to provoke the terrifying kings of the beasts in the depths of this world. The strongest kings of the beasts in this world definitely had the strength and cultivation base of a quasi-sage. Unknowingly, Gu Fei and He Tian had been in this world for half a year. They had visited almost every place in the wilderness, except for a few forbidden areas. There were many forbidden lands in the wildlands. In the depths of the wildlands was one of the forbidden lands, and the strongest savage beasts resided there. Humans and other beasts found it difficult to approach. The other forbidden areas were filled with baleful auras and ghostly figures. It was an Azura battlefield filled with white bones and Yin Qi. A terrifying ghost venerable was born in this forbidden area. This was a land of death in the wilderness. Death Qi and Yin Qi gathered here. No living beings dared to step into this place. If they did, they would become one of the countless skeletons. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't enter the land of death. Instead, they observed from the outside for a period of time. They noticed that there was something strange about this land of death. At noon, the Yin Qi didn't weaken. Instead, it was the time of the day when it was the most vigorous. At midnight, the deathly aura in this land of death was at its weakest during the day. How could this be? Gu Fei was confused. He Tian also frowned. At noon, the Yang Qi of the world was the most vigorous, so the Death Qi should be the weakest. There was definitely something strange about this land of death, but Gu Fei and He Tian didn't want to provoke the ghost venerable. It was a terrifying existence. Gu Fei and He Tian had seen this existence breathing Death Qi in the depths of the land of death. That scene was unforgettable to Gu Fei and He Tian. The ghost venerable could cover the entire world with a single breath, turning day into night. In the end, Gu Fei and He Tian left. The reincarnation gate had been lost for countless years. It couldn't be in such a land of death. If it was here, the ghost venerable would have been killed long ago. In this savage world, powerhouses that were more powerful than the ghost lords definitely existed. Gu Fei and the others carefully ventured into the depths of this world. Powerful wild beasts resided in this region. They even saw a 10,000 feet long flood dragon soaring into the sky, and a divine bird that looked like a vermilion bird flying across the sky. Along the way, Gu Fei and the others saw many ruins. They were ancient buildings that had long been ruined, but they still gave people a feeling of immeasurably long ago. In this wilderness, there were very few Buddhists. Gu Fei and He Tian hadn't met a Baldi yet, let alone find Baldi heavenly Dharma. Under the blazing sun, Gu Fei and the others appeared on a mountain ridge. Suddenly, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and directly walked towards the mountain peak to the side. This is, halfway up the mountain, there was actually a small temple. An extremely weak aura came from the ancient temple. It was the aura of life. Gu Fei and He Tian arrived in front of the ancient temple. It was less than 6 zhang tall and less than 10 zhang wide. It appeared halfway up the mountain, and it didn't match the surrounding scenery. The ancient temple's door had long since decayed, and the things inside could be seen at a glance. There were no decorations in the ancient temple, only a Buddha statue. They were very careful and didn't immediately enter the ancient temple. Instead, they circled around the ancient temple and carefully observed it. This was a very ordinary ancient temple, not eye-catching at all. However, it was this kind of ancient temple that caused Gu Fei to be very surprised. The aura of life came from the Buddha statue inside the temple. This scene seemed familiar. In the path of heavenly Buddha, the sickly monk sealed himself in a Buddha statue, trying to break through the shackles of his cultivation with the ascetic cultivation method. Could it be that another person sealed himself in a Buddha statue? Gu Fei and He Tian exchanged glances. Both of them felt a trace of unease. They didn't want to release another ancient Buddhist expert. After hesitating for a while, He Tian suddenly raised his hand. A nearly transparent divine light rushed out from his hand and shot into the ancient temple. PFFF. A soft sound rang out. The divine light directly pierced through the Buddha statue inside the ancient temple. There didn't seem to be anyone sealed inside the Buddha statue. The nearly invisible sword light flew back into He Tian's hand. "Boss, look." He Tian looked at Gu Fei. The Buddha statue that emitted the aura of life didn't seem to have any hidden life inside. This surprised He Tian. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He stared at the Buddha statue inside the ancient temple, and then punched forward. There was no monstrous fist energy fluctuation, nor was there any sharp battle intent. It seemed like a casual punch, but it contained great power. The ancient temple in front of them collapsed soundlessly, turning into dust. The ancient temple disappeared, leaving behind only a large pile of dust. Among the dust, there was an object that was flashing with divine light. An extremely weak wave of life came from that object. That is, Gu Fei and Erebus were taken aback. They had never imagined that the wisp of life aura they had sensed would be like this. Among the dust, there was a divine light flashing. It was a stone that wasn't too big or too small. The stone was covered with bloodstains, like blood vessels swimming on his palm. A stone that was almost completely drained of its essence. Such a spirit stone wouldn't even be given a second glance even if it was thrown on the street. Gu Fei held the stone in his hand. Then, his mind was shaken. He found that there was an illusory figure sitting in the spirit stone in his hand. It was the figure of an old monk. The life force inside the spirit stone was almost depleted. The figure inside the stone could disappear at any time. Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly activated his Xian Qi. He separated a strand of his divine sense and probed the spirit stone. Very quickly, his expression changed several times. The spirit stone in his hand emitted its final